Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Ether World game. In front of us is a speaker with a microphone pointing at an interactive whiteboard. The game was released 10 years ago as a dating simulator aimed at a female audience, but it ended up having a much larger number of male players. In front of us are several characters from this game. Ether World allowed you to choose a variety of characters, from simple but very effective to very complex and practically powerless. In front of us is a sad guy. Among these characters, there was reportedly one particularly useless one, who was incredibly difficult to play due to his lack of any worthy traits. And there was one pervert who controlled this hero for 10 years. The character's name was BQ Saul. We see folded hands. Their owner is pondering whether to start the game. In front of us is the face of a young man sitting in front of a computer monitor. This is the main character, whose name is BQ Saul. We see an ordinary residential building on which the sun shines brightly. The hero brings a cup to his lips. He sees a lot of new posts on some forum. The guy understands that something new has happened in the game, most likely an update. Here are user reviews. They complain that a random dragon appeared out of nowhere in the game and deleted all the game data. People also complain about characters being deleted and the inability to log into the game. The young man's face shows confusion. He cannot understand what the final boss does in a dating simulator. He thought that the game usually ends when you manage to achieve a love relationship with another character. Here is another message. Its author complains about a dark demonic dragon that has a passive magic resistance of 99%, which has no cooldown at all. It continuously hits with a magic absorption skill, and it is completely impossible to kill it. By the username, the hero identifies the author as one of the most pumped up players of Ether World. The mug is lowered onto the table. The young man still cannot understand what the final boss does in the game. Saul thoughtfully rubs his chin. He says that there is no point in having a monster with magical abilities that nullify all magic in a magical world. It might be some kind of mistake, especially since people are complaining about their characters being deleted. The guy finds the monster that caused all this commotion. We see a scary monster. It is reported that this is the dark demonic dragon 13th moon of the Black Knight. The guy's hand is on the mouse. It is reported that in the Ether World there is an organization of cultists called the Dark Demonic People. We first see faceless individuals in hoods, then a specific character who holds a purple ball in his hands, and finally a scary dragon. The hero says that the goal of these people is to help another world called Persona Gate take over this world. When they finally managed to achieve this goal, the dark demonic dragon appeared. Saul thoughtfully rubs his chin. He says that 90% of the continent has already been captured by the forces of Persona Gate. He was previously interested not in the plot, but exclusively in PvP, but now the whole world is in chaos, and this is somehow abnormal. The guy looks at the screen thoughtfully. He realizes that he cannot avoid fighting this creature, and he understands that he must try. Apparently, the guy clicks the mouse button. The game asks him if he will fight the dark demonic dragon. The cursor is on the yes option. The young man looks at the screen. He expects to demonstrate his skills, which he has been honing for the past 10 years. A giant dragon towers over him. Saul looks thoughtfully ahead. The guy says that his character is the only one in the game who does not know how to use magic. The heroes are holding a sword. Almost everyone can use magic in the game, so even the most experienced players prefer to avoid this character. Saul, who has a sword in his hands, prepared for battle. The hero says that he is worse than even the secondary entities. The boot rests on the ground. However, this character can use one magic skill. A flash occurs in the dragon's mouth. A sparkling white sphere rushes towards the hero. The guy looks at it a little scared. Then a smile appears on his face. The young man quickly moves along the body of the monster. It is reported that the skill he uses is called Blink. Saul spreads his arms wide, in one of which a sword is visible. He looks closely at the enemy. The dragon opens its mouth wide. The hero looks up at his opponent. The blink skill that the hero has allows him to move very quickly a distance of 3 to 10 meters randomly. The young man lies on the ground with his arms outstretched. The direction in which he moves is chosen completely randomly, so if you do not control the distance of the jump well, you can die on the spot due to the speed and force of the blow. Saul puts his chin on his hand. He thinks that, in addition to everything, the cooldown time and mana consumption are completely ridiculous in their values. Also, after using the skill, the hero cannot move for 2 seconds. In general, it is not difficult to learn how to use this skill, but most players, for obvious reasons, do not use it. We see the eye of a young man, none other than the hero, who has mastered the skill Blink. The young man stands, pointing his sword at the enemy. Saul reportedly learned to control the direction of movement, as well as the distance of the jump. In addition, he stopped receiving penalties for using the skill. The hero realizes that his character does not spend mana, since this indicator is not even displayed in his statistics. Unlike all other spells, Blink is nothing more than the ability to move in a very strange way. However, the hero became truly obsessed with this character since in his case everything depended only on the skill level of the player. The hero's hand falls on the keyboard. We see a bright white light in someone's eye. So, for the last 10 years, the hero has been playing as the only character in the game who does not use magic in battles. Ciel delivers a powerful blow and cuts the dragon along the neck. The young man looks over his shoulder. The guy looks thoughtfully into the distance. A message appears about defeating the 13th moon of the Black Knight, which is the final boss. There is joy on the hero's face. He cannot believe that he actually killed the monster. The hero looks at the monitor of his computer. He is perfectly aware that he is now covered from head to toe in the most powerful relics, but this does not make his character any less worthless. In front of the keyboard is the Eiffel Tower. The hero says that, nevertheless, he has the most pleasant impressions. He wants to tell the community that he killed the dark demonic dragon. The hero clicks on the publish option. The young man looks with wide eyes of horror at the notifications popping up in front of him that due to reaching the wrong ending, 90% of the world was destroyed. The next notification says that, nevertheless, the hero was the closest to reaching the true ending. Ciel asks again in amazement, not understanding what is happening to the game. The next system window asks him to reach the true ending. Now the hero's eyes are filled with real horror. He screams loudly. In front of us is a chair, 2 glowing monitors, and a gaming chair. A powerful flash occurs above the guy's head. He is lying on the floor. Ciel sits up and covers his face with his hand. He cannot understand what is happening to him. The guy sits on the floor with his legs crossed and looks around, trying to understand where he is. It seems that something attracts his attention. There is a mirror nearby. The hero crawls towards it. We see the young man's eyes widen in amazement. He sees his face and understands that the game character is in front of him. Some sound is heard. The hero turns to its source. A system window appears, episode number 1, Escape from the Chase. The guy's eyes widen in amazement again. He remembers that this is a prologue task for the character BQ Ciel. The guy gets to his feet and clenches his fists. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. The young man thinks that this simply can't be happening. He puts his hand in his pocket. The guy is looking at something with wide eyes. In his hands is a document. It is an admission certificate to Stella Academy. We see the hero's mouth. It is simply unbelievable, but he really ended up in the ether world. The guy covers his face with his hand. He realizes that he is now none other than BQ Ciel. The hero removes his fingers from his face. He understands that he needs to turn on logic. The voice he heard said that he needs to reach the true ending. The young man bends his left arm at the elbow. He remembers that this game does not have a true ending. It has several. Judging by his eyes, the young man realizes something. Perhaps he does not know about the existence of the true ending only because no one has managed to reach it in the past 10 years. The young man looks at the document. His hair covers half of his face. The boy realizes that now is not the time to think about such things. The hero looks warily to your left. If memory serves him right after BQ Ciel wakes up, he has to escape from his pursuers. The hero runs to a half-open window. He looks outside. There are many people in hoods standing there. Their commander loudly asks where the son of a bitch they are looking for has gone. The young man hides behind the wall so that he cannot be seen through the window. The boy cautiously looks outside. It seems that one of the enemies notices him. The pursuers see the roof of a wooden house. One of them assumes that the person they are looking for may be there. The commander holds out his hand and orders a search of the house. The hero looks anxiously at what is happening outside. He tries to figure out what to do next. The young man is standing between 2 windows. He remembers that there is a time limit during which he can avoid his pursuers. The hero clenches his fist. He understands that he can't fight them either. A blue system window appears in front of the young man. It seems that some idea comes to mind. It says that he can use the blink skill. The hero looks at the system window in amazement. He can't believe that he can use this skill. In front of us is an icon. Above it is the name of the skill, blink, and below is the name of the skill, flash forward. Ciel suffers from magic leakage syndrome and is unable to accumulate mana in his body. The hero stands sadly, his hands hanging down. He has only one hope, the spell that the player has been practicing for all 10 years of his stay in the ether world. We see a forest on which snow falls and return to the present. The young man looks at the system window where it says that he can use the blink skill. We see the characteristics of this skill: class 0, maximum range 9 meters, maximum number of charges 1, cooldown 3 seconds. The guy is nervous, a drop of sweat is running down his cheek. He doesn't quite understand how he can use blink right now. He's only done it in a game before, where he controlled his character with a mouse and keyboard. We see a leg. It belongs to one of the pursuers, who is being chased by a whole crowd of his comrades. The hero hears them approaching. Fear appears in his eyes. He understands that he will soon be caught. Ciel grits his teeth. He realizes that he has no time left. The guy looks out the window. The only thing he can do is just try to use the skill. The pursuer's commander sees something. The hero rushes past him. The leader orders his fighters to run after the guy. The villains give chase. One of them shouts for Ciel to stop. The guy runs forward as fast as he can. It is reported that he is going through the first part of the training, and he needs to escape from the chase using the blink skill. Sounds are heard from the depths of the forest. Ciel quickly rushes forward. He realizes that the pursuers, who are wearing magical boots, are much faster than him, and the only way to escape them is to use the blink skill. We see the face of the running young man. He mentally tells himself to calm down and reminds himself that he has used this skill countless times. Ciel looks to his left. He realizes that the timing is firmly imprinted in his muscle memory. One of the pursuers is almost catching up to the young man. He calls the fleeing man a son of a bitch and asks if he is finally going to stop. Ciel looks back and realizes that in a moment he will be captured. The main drawback of blink is that if the user does not control the distance, they can collide with a foreign object and die from it. We see the tragic outcome of such a collision. The pursuer takes out his sword and swings it to kill the guy. The villain screams for the hero to go straight to hell. We see the hero's yellow eye. Ciel realizes that he has only one way out and uses the blink skill. The pursuer strikes but misses. Surprise appears in the hero's eyes. He smiles, realizing that he succeeded. The people chasing him are very surprised. One of them asks if the fugitive really used blink. The second one assumes that there is a mage in front of them. The leader urges his fighters not to lose heart. After using the skill, the user is always paralyzed for 2 seconds, so it's even good that he used it. However, after a moment, the commander realizes that the hero does not show any delay. The guy continues to run. The leader of the pursuers loudly asks how this bastard is still moving. Ciel continues to run. His mouth is wide open. He thinks that he should be very careful now. Snow-covered boulders appear in front of him. Ciel thinks that he should use the uneven terrain to his advantage, but he realizes that players who are not able to properly manage this skill will never be able to reach the next stage. Ciel runs forward, his mouth wide open. He recalls that 99% of players who played for this character could not even complete the training, and the percentage that coped with this task could not master such skills as blink, distance control, and continuous blinking. Ciel mentally counts from 3 to 1. The guy uses the blink skill. We see how he quickly rushes through the forest. The commander of the pursuers looks at the fleeing fugitive in bewilderment. He asks what kind of crazy bastard is in front of him. Using this skill in this area is just madness. He turns to his fighters and calls for those who can use magic to come forward. They need to attack the fleeing guy from a distance. Several people step forward. Ciel looks back as he runs. He understands that magic will be used against him now. The second part of the training is to use the blink skill to dodge flying magic arrows. We see that this is exactly what is happening now. Shells fly past the young man's head. He realizes that it was much easier to dodge while sitting in front of the monitor since he could see everything that was happening behind him. A blue system window appears in front of the guy. It informs him that the magic leakage syndrome skill is being used. The next window informs him about the use of the derivative skills Sixth Sense and Cognitive Acceleration. We see the eye of a young man. The guy is quickly running away from the arrows flying at him. There are 2 heroes in front of us at once. Ciel looks over his left shoulder. He realizes that he needs to act now. We see his running legs. The hero uses the blink skill. A powerful pink flash occurs behind him. Ciel crouches on one knee, sticking his elbow out to the side. Energy continues to flow behind him. The hero looks back and realizes that he was almost hit. The guy starts running again. We see him between 2 coniferous trees. The hero realizes that the last part of the test is approaching. His mouth is wide open. Ciel is standing on the edge of the abyss. It is reported that he must complete the third part of the training, namely, cross the canyon using the blink skill. We see many rocks hanging over the abyss. The hero stands thoughtfully over the abyss and understands that the only way to cross it is to perfectly control the use of the skill. Then he will be able to meet the mages passing by and escape. The training should end here. The hero remembers a scene from the game, namely, a meeting with wizards. However, in order to complete this part of the training, he must incredibly accurately cancel the effect of the blink skill, which is used every 0.1 seconds. In front of us is a reddish blot. Ciel understands that if he makes even one mistake, he will die right here. We see snow-covered rocks hanging in the air. Ciel knows that there are about 20 boulders here. The guy looks at them thoughtfully. He understands that he must act with an accuracy of 1/10 of a second, and this is much easier said than done. Ciel clenches his fist. He curses the bastard who came up with such a training. The hero stands on the edge of a cliff. At some point, he realizes that, frankly, all of this is quite doable. Fear is visible in the young man's eyes. He understands that the main problem is that he is being chased, and they have almost caught up. We see the pursuers. Ciel looks at them thoughtfully. The chase caught up with him much earlier than he expected. The distance to the pursuers is about 100 meters. We see that the hero's enemies continue to run towards him as fast as they can. Xiao realizes that his skill only lasts 3 seconds, and this time is not enough to overcome the abyss. The young man clenches his fist again. He realizes that the most reliable way to survive in this situation is to kill all the enemies. The young man turns to his pursuers. Snow-covered stones hang in the air. Xiao is sitting under a tree and anxiously looking somewhere to the side. We see his face up close. The guy understands that a completely crazy idea has been born in his head. How can he do anything when he's never even fought before? Xiao peeks out from behind a snowdrift. He realizes that if this were a game, the system would make it impossible to attack those chasing him. But it turns out that this is reality, not a game. The pursuers approach the tree behind which the young man is sitting. He thinks that no rule says that you have to blindly follow what is written in the game. The hero takes hold of the handle of the weapon. The thought of killing someone does not bother him at all, and the reason for this is not only that, according to the plot of the game, these people are the enemies of his parents. We see the guy's eyes in close up. Xiao holds his weapon tightly. He understands that the enemies are already very close. The guy is ready to join the fight because he is sure that he can win. Xiao stands in front of the enemies with a dagger in his hand. The leader tells his fighters that this is the one they are looking for. He orders to catch this scoundrel right now. His subordinates rush at the young man. Xiao leans forward a little, preparing to meet the enemies. We see a bandit with a sharp nose. He thinks that there is a complete idiot in front of him who decided to fight a whole crowd alone, and that he is definitely finished. Long bangs cover the hero's eyes. He sees that the distance to the target is 8.7 meters. With his eyes wide open, the guy uses the blink skill. Horror appears on his opponent's face. He looks in front of him in bewilderment and makes a strange sound. Xiao looks at the enemy with the gaze of an executioner. He coughs up blood, once again making an unpleasant sound. Blood gets on the hero's face. The guy grinds his teeth in disgust. We see his hand, which holds a dagger. Xiao clearly feels the blood flowing down his fingertips and does not feel any guilt. The young man strikes again. He understands that he kills only in order to survive. Blood is visible on the guy's cheek. He hits another enemy with his elbow. He flies into the arms of his comrades. The pursuers look in bewilderment at the enemy who turned out to be too strong. Xiao starts running again. The leader of the villains shouts that the guy might escape. He quickly runs through the forest. He hears people shouting behind him that they can't let him escape. Xiao, gritting his teeth in anger, thinks that he has dealt with one of the enemies, but the next attack might not be so easy. He needs to think of something. We see his eye in close up. The young man doesn't understand why it has suddenly become so quiet. Maybe they stopped pursuing him. He notices someone in front of him and realizes that the enemies have not abandoned their plans. The guy looks to the side. He tries to figure out if his opponents are using magic again. If so, he needs to dodge it. The hero's foot slips, the guy curses. We see a magician with a glowing staff who is ordered to attack immediately. A white magical formation appears in front of this character. The staff emits a powerful wave of yellow energy. The hero looks at the approach of this stream with fear and screams. Large fire spheres are visible behind him. Horror is on the young man's face. He understands that a very unpleasant spell is being used against him. The guy sees a branch breaking through the stone. The hero stretches out his hand. He uses the blink skill. A powerful explosion is heard. We see white clouds of either smoke or fog. In front of us is the toe of a boot. The leader of the villains, smiling, looks ahead and declares that the guy got what he deserved for being too arrogant and impudent. We see that there is a deep funnel not far from this man. The man looks closely in surprise. The leader understands that the hero is not there. Xiao, meanwhile, flies up to him from above. The villain looks up with alarm. We see the right side of the hero's face. Now we see a close-up of his teeth. The young man realizes that one of the features of the blink skill is that the impulse remains the same during and after use. The young man uses this skill. He strikes the bandit leader and apparently kills him. A very loud scream is heard. The subordinates of the deceased, standing still, look at the clouds of smoke. They do not understand what happened. Blood gushes from the man's chest. The hero rushes past him. We see the frightened face of another enemy. The hero stands with a dagger in his hand near the corpse. The guy's hair covers his face. He is breathing heavily. The guy sees that there are only 2 pursuers left in front of him. We see these characters. One of them is holding a sword in his hand. Xiao holds out a bloody dagger in front of himself. He understands that he must finish everything very quickly before the 2 who are a little behind come to the aid of the enemies. The enemy, who has a deep scar on his face, says that the hero is incredibly strange. He has simply fantastic reaction speed. The man asks the guy who the hell he is. Xiao wipes his chin with the back of his hand. The hero frowns at the enemy. He thinks that his reaction speed is really faster than most professional players, but only when it comes to games. In front of us is a boot splattered with blood. The guy realizes that he can't dodge enemy attacks all the time, especially at such a close distance. He needs to finish this fight as quickly as possible. Xiao rushes at the enemies. One of them puts forward a sword and declares that he has already identified the fighting style used by the young man. He uses only the blink skill and a dagger. Xiao stares at the enemy. He smiles, puts forward a sword, and thinks that if he protects his face and neck, the dagger will not even scratch him. Xiao looks angrily at the enemy. The latter is ready to meet him with the blade of his sword. The bastard, grinning angrily, shouts at the guy not to hesitate and attack. The man uses the ice wave skill. The hero, preparing a dagger to strike, uses the blink skill. Some white splashes are visible in front of the enemy. The bandit smiles strangely. He thinks he has caught the young man and now wants to see him writhe in pain. We see the man's eye. Xiao rushes past his opponent and stabs him right in the neck. In front of us is the back of the villain's head. Grinning, he looks off to the side, apparently at his dead ally. There is bewilderment in the villain's eyes. He curses and says that a little while ago the hero ran like a rat that had never fought before, but now everything has changed. Xiao, next to whom a corpse is visible, says that this is how it used to be. He smiles and thanks the opponent for helping him become a better person. The bandit bares his teeth and calls the guy a little bastard. He says that he was pitied before, but this time he will kill him with his own hands. The man begins to raise his sword, preparing to strike. In front of us is the bloody boot again. The hero rushes forward. We see a spear in his left hand. The guy strikes. The blade approaches the enemy. The enemy thinks that using the blink skill and a frontal attack may be a trick. The guy may be trying to force him to defend himself from the flying spear, while he himself strikes somewhere in the side with a dagger. The man strikes with his sword and cuts the spear. He does not intend to let the enemy carry out this plan. The villain grinds his teeth from tension. It seems to him that he needs the hero while he is behind. The man puts his sword to the right of himself. Judging by the eyes of the villain, something unexpected is happening. He grinds his teeth with rage and realizes that he has been deceived. The hero plunges his dagger into the enemy's heart. In the last seconds of his life, the enemy realizes that the guy was trying to attack him from the front from the very beginning. A notification appears that episode number 1 Escape Your Pursuers is complete. The system window informs that the hero has received experience. The second one says that he has been promised an additional reward from the Constellatio project for a unique development of the plot. Xiao is sitting tiredly in the snow. He is breathing heavily, looking down. There is a dagger next to his hand. The guy is looking to his left. There is a bloody corpse next to him. The young man presses his lips together. He finally realizes that this is not a dream. The guy's memory flashes back to the events that happened to him quite recently. The first blink, the first battle, and the first murder. There is great fatigue in the hero's eyes. The guy tells himself that he killed only to survive. Xiao shakes off his sleeve. He is standing on a rock next to a corpse and thinks about leaving here. Xiao notices something. He turns his head to the corpse lying nearby. The guy looks thoughtfully at the dead man. The hero searches the dead man. He is very unpleasant to do this, but he has no money now, and practicality in this situation looks very reasonable. Xiao finds a wallet and opens it. Inside is about 2 million credits. That's about 2 million won. The guy thinks that it's much better than nothing. The hero looks tiredly to his right. He realizes that his main problem now is the canyon that lies in front of him. We see the hero's boot, splattered with blood. The guy is standing on the edge of a cliff. He realizes that he must cross the abyss that lies in front of him. Someone loudly asks if anyone is here. Xiao listens in surprise. He sees carts and several human figures on the other side of the canyon. Someone is calling the hero from that side. Looking closely, the hero sees a man shouting at him. He realizes that in front of him is a group of magicians who are supposed to appear inside the training. The guy raises his hands and shouts that he is here. On the other side, they tell him that there is no bridge nearby and ask if he can cross over the stones. Xiao replies that he is already on his way. We see a young man in a hood. He turns to his companions and offers to wait, since the hero said that he will cross the canyon. The guy with blue hair tells his comrade that in order to cross this canyon, you need to be at least a third-class knight, and he sees a very young boy who is unlikely to be capable of this. His comrade is also not sure that the guy will cross. Immediately, surprise appears in his eyes. The hero begins to confidently jump from stone to stone. The people waiting for him at the edge of the abyss look on in amazement at what is happening before their eyes. Xiao continues to jump from stone to stone. The mages watch these jumps and have many questions. What is this? Is this some kind of jumping magic? One of them understands what it is and tells his comrades that they have witnessed the use of the blink skill. In front of us is a girl with blue hair and sad eyes. One of the mages doubts that this is blink, since this skill does not allow you to control the direction and distance of the jump. The hero continues to jump from stone to stone. The young man who expressed doubts asks how this is even possible. He looks at the hero and cries out in surprise. On the other side of the cliff, two of the hero's pursuers appear. The guy who sees all this asks who these two are. Is it possible that they were together with this boy? A drop of sweat runs down the guy's face. He cries out again. In front of us is a mage who is ready to use his battle spell. A yellow beam flies towards the hero. One of the people waiting for him on the other side shouts at the boy to be careful. Aiselle turns around. Cursing, he uses his blank skill. The beam that was flying towards him seems to fly past. We see that Aiselle is scared. Standing on one of the floating stones, he looks at his pursuers. Looking at them anxiously, the young man tries to figure out if they are from the same squad as the mercenary he killed. If so, then it must be dangerous. The hero seems to be standing unsteadily on the stone. He thinks about the fact that the blink skill has a cooldown of 3 seconds. It is impossible to dodge all this magic with it. Aiselle understands that he must find the next floating stone that will serve as his support. The hero looks over his right shoulder. Judging by the expression in his eyes, he notices something. The mage pulls out his staff and prepares to use another spell. A purple beam flies past the hero, barely missing him. Several hairs cut from the hero's head fly down. It looks like the stone under his feet is starting to crumble. Aiselle understands that he is about to fall down. He stretches his left hand up. It seems that the hero is really falling into the abyss. Aiselle looks around himself. He understands that all the stones are very far away from him. He can only hope that there is one at the bottom that he will land on. We see horror on the hero's face. He uses the blank skill. The hero flies down, but seems to reach one of the stones. And indeed, his fingers grab the edge of the boulder. Aiselle hangs over the abyss, realizing that this time he managed to survive. A yellow energy vortex is visible below him. The young man understands that he may have rushed to conclusions. A wave of energy is approaching him. The hero looks at it in fear and understands that he is about to die. We see a powerful stream of blue energy behind the hero hanging on the boulder. There is a powerful flash. Large stones fall down between him and his pursuers. Still hanging on the stone, Aiselle looks at his opponents. His face shows obvious bewilderment. The guy cannot understand what kind of magic that was just. It looked like an ice spear covered in lightning. It seems that someone used 2 attributes for 1 magic skill. How is this even possible in training? In addition, the one who used this skill accurately calculated the trajectory without spending a drop of mana. We see the surprised eyes of the hero. He cannot understand who could have performed such a miracle. Among the figures of people meeting him on that edge, one stands out. It belongs to the girl with sad eyes, whom we saw a little earlier. The hero's pursuers loudly exclaim that this is simply impossible. They turn around and leave, shouting loudly at the end. The hero looks down on them. Pulling himself up on the rock a little, he understands that he managed to survive this time too. Aiselle approaches the people waiting for him. The guy looks at the girl's back, who still hasn't turned to him. The young man thanks her for her help. The girl, without looking at him, leaves. She says that she didn't do it to get any gratitude. Aiselle says that he understands everything. The young man smiles. He thinks that this is the nicest voice he's ever heard in his life, but it seems that the girl is a real prude. We see a close-up of the hero's eye. The guy thinks about his pursuers. In front of us are vague figures of people waving weapons. It is reported that the guy was being chased by bandits who are robbing nearby villages. We see an unpleasant character whose head is covered with a cloak and a skeleton with a scythe behind his back. The hero knows that most of these crimes are committed by a cult of dark demons. Aiselle stands on the edge of the cliff and looks at the other side of the canyon. He realizes that the pursuit ended the moment he entered the territory of the magicians. The dark demonic people are no longer chasing him. Aiselle looks to the right of himself. He realizes that his pursuers had no idea who he really was. The outline of a system window appears in front of the guy. He sees a notification about the start of episode 2, which is called Enroll in the Stella Academy. The hero looks at the window that popped up in front of him and asks himself if the second episode has really started. It looks like it won't be very difficult to complete it. In front of the hero's eyes, the name of the educational institution, Stella Academy. The guy's face twists with disgust. It seems that he doesn't want to go back to school at this age. A carriage passes by a sharp cliff. We see a hooded man driving it. The hero is dozing. We see his face in close-up. In front of us is a black stripe surrounded by small white dots. A little boy calls out to his mother. He says that when he grows up, he will become a magician. The woman smiles. She calls him by his name, Aiselle, and says that everything will be like this. The boy is holding a book in his hands. It is a used magic textbook that his father and mother saved up for a long time. The child reads the book attentively. He promises to study hard and make his parents happy. The mother covers the child, who has fallen asleep on the book, with a blanket. The woman turns to the doctor. The boy is standing next to her. The mother asks the doctor if her son really has mana leak syndrome. The child's face is sad. He cannot believe what he just heard. The hero guesses that this is a memory of the game's character, whose name is BQ Aiselle. The boy clutches his shirt with his fists. The child sobs, wiping away tears with his fists. The hero realizes that these memories are now his. The boy opens his eyes wide, it seems he has woken up. The young man grabs his head with his hand. He looks to his left and seems to notice something. The sun is rising over the mountains, it is morning. The young man sitting opposite him greets the hero who has woken up. He says that he was just about to wake him up. The guy says that they will soon arrive in Lezoicha, the satellite city of Arcanium. We see a cartwheel. Someone suggests making a stop. People get out and start walking next to the vehicle. The hero stretches after sleeping. He notices someone. It is the girl he talked to a little earlier. The guy looks at her in surprise. She turns away again. Ciel smiles. He thinks that the girl is behaving very coldly towards him. We see the young man's eyes. It seems to him, however, that everything is going well. He was very worried a little earlier, but now he likes the fact that the era he found himself in is closer to modern times than to the Middle Ages. We see a flying ship. Ciel remembers that magic exists in the Ether world, but in safe cities there are trains, flying ships, and portals that allow you to travel long distances safely. Ciel looks at the cart standing next to him. Right now they are heading to Lezoicha to board a flying ship. The city is on the way to Arcanium. Before us is a magnificent city. The episode that the hero is now going through unfolds right here, in the City of Magic. There are famous magic towers, knightly orders of magicians, and 5 renowned academies. In front of us is a majestic building, under the roof of which an emblem is visible. The academy with the most powerful magicians and the most outstanding students is Stella Academy. The guy looks into the distance, crossing his arms over his chest. He thinks about how, thanks to all this, Stella Academy is full of geniuses and nobles from all over the world. He still does not understand how Saul managed to get into this institution. The hero remembers that he has not yet tested his skills. In front of us is an information window. It is dedicated to Mana Leakage Syndrome, Level 1. Increase in strength by 3%, increase in agility by 5%, increase in sensitivity by 10%. The sixth sense is activated by the power of the user's mind. It detects mana within a radius of 12 meters and activates detection acceleration. Automatically activates when danger is detected. The hero considers this information and realizes that if it were not for the sixth sense and detection acceleration, he would already be dead. The image from his childhood, standing next to his mother, flashes back to the boy. A curse trait that prevents him from storing mana in his body, Mana Leakage Syndrome. It's a kind of birth curse that Ciel has. We see the unhappy face of a child. However, it was this syndrome that allowed him to detect mana around him using his sixth sense. In addition, the boy could sense any attacks approaching, even if he wasn't looking in the direction of those who were using them. We see arrows flying towards the boy as he runs away. Now he is running away from a powerful wave of purple energy. The detection acceleration allowed the young man to perceive what was happening as if time was slowing down if a threat or attack approached him faster than the speed at which a normal person can detect them. This is a necessary skill for Ciel since he cannot use mana, but he can only use his sixth sense for a short time. It takes a lot of mental power, so after using it, there are quite serious side effects. Ciel looks ahead sadly. He decides to look at his statistics. The corresponding information window appears. Strength 59%, sensitivity 97%, agility 81%, durability 51%, endurance 97%, mind power 43%. No mana, remaining experience 10, skills, blink level 0, traits, Mana Leak Syndrome, level 1. The hero understands that for starting stats, this is quite good. The hero works with the system window. He thinks that the original Ciel had quite low sensitivity, but it seems that in his case it took away a few percent of the character's stats that were pumped up thanks to the player. We see the statistics window again. The hero thinks that there is not just one level in Ether World. They are calculated here for each stat. Skills are presented as levels and stats as stars. The maximum you can get is 9 stars, but this figure is almost impossible to achieve. The guy brings his fist to his mouth. He remembers that he has been playing this game for over 10 years, but the highest he has ever achieved is 8 stars in stamina and sensitivity. Now he needs to invest in sensitivity to develop a sixth sense and reaction speed. The guy's finger presses the status window. He realizes that he can increase stamina and flexibility in some other ways. We again see statistical readings of sensitivity, tenacity, and mental strength. The hero thinks that he has done what he wanted. We see the guy's face up close. He realizes that the problem now is in the Mana Leak Syndrome. If he does not train the required parameters, he will not last long. He needs to reach the secrets of natural physique as soon as possible. You can strengthen the Mana Leak Syndrome at Stella Academy. The hero has a status window in front of him. He understands that he has no other choice but to enroll in Stella Academy. This is the only way he can stop the end of the world and cure his syndrome. The guy raises his index finger. He doesn't want to go anywhere anymore and thinks he needs something that could help with this issue. He sees a message in front of him that he has several missed notifications. The hero is surprised that he hasn't seen it before. One of the young men standing next to the cart calls out to the guy and says that it's time to hit the road. He says that he's already on his way. A girl in a hood passes in front of the hero. He decides that he'll check his missed notifications later. A beautiful woman with blue hair looks at the guy a little sadly. We see a flying ship. Now there are several young men in front of us. An announcement sounds that the ship is leaving for Arcanium. Passengers are asked to take their seats for safety reasons. In front of us is a surprised face of a young man. Two guys are smiling and looking at the hero. One of them calls to look at the klutz, who is looking around like a lost little child. The second one assumes that this man has never traveled on flying ships before. He must be from some village. His interlocutor does not understand why Stella Academy allows some peasants on board their ships. The guy hears this conversation and turns to those who are leading it. Three young men dressed in smart suits look at the young man. One of them says that they are talking about the most famous educational institution in the world, and it is tarnishing its reputation with some strange people. Xiao looks at these guys with resentment. The young man sighs heavily and turns away. He thinks that children are always and everywhere cruel. One of the guys shouts loudly after him. He demands to know if the hero sighed so heavily in their direction. The young man with a red tie angrily looks after the hero and calls him impudent. He opens his mouth wide and shouts at the guy to stop. Suddenly, the young man sees something to his right and turns in that direction. He asks what the hell is going on and why everyone has suddenly started making so much noise. The guy is amazed. In front of us is a girl with a huge red bow around her neck. Someone whispers that this is Princess Hongbian. The hero hears these words and also turns around. He is quite surprised that he heard this name. In front of us is a blonde with red eyes. It is reported that this is Princess of the Adalpit Kingdom Hongbian Adalpit. The girl walks past the young men. The guy with purple hair puts his hand to his chest and greets Her Highness. She looks at the young man haughtily. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. The girl walks on, and the guy makes some strange sound. Bion approaches the hero standing in front of the stairs. The young men she ignored look after her with excitement. Now the blonde walks past the hero. He looks at her, realizing that he sees the main villain of this world. We see two girls. Xiao knows that Bion is one of the main heroines of this game. There are constant disagreements between her and the main character, and in the end, she dies no matter which path was chosen. In some endings, she is brutally killed. In front of us is the corpse of a girl. In other cases, she is bullied by the entire academy, after which she is expelled from the school. Bion is standing in front of a desk inside the classroom. In one of the plot options, the girl goes through something so shameful that she never appears in public again. Bion covers her face with her hands. It seems like the developers had some personal grudges against her and they wanted Bion to suffer no matter what. Sadness is visible on the hero's face. He heard that this girl is very popular among male players. He also finds her attractive. The guy has a feeling that she will kill him if he talks to her. Xiao puts his hand on his stomach. In front of him are stairs. The guy thinks that most likely he needs to eat. In front of us is a counter with sweets. The hero is holding a jar in his hands. Xiao leaves the establishment. He thinks that everything here is damn expensive, and he will eat as soon as he arrives at Arcanium. The guy is standing next to some kind of support. Something is buzzing above his head. Dion looks out the window. An announcement sounds on the ship that the ship will arrive at Arcanium in 10 minutes. We see a girl with blue hair looking at a book. Now we see a sad brown-haired woman. Passengers are invited to go down to the first floor. The young man who tried to mock the hero is sitting in an elegant chair. The announcement that they will arrive at Arcanium in 10 minutes is repeated. Passengers are again invited to go somewhere. Long bangs cover the hero's face. He understands that everything is finally starting. The guy looks thoughtfully ahead. He realizes that in any case, this is the reality in which he now finds himself. It's time to act. The hero stands with his arms folded across his chest. He sighs tiredly and mentally praises himself for having passed the test. We see the sad eyes of the guy. He still doubts that he can survive in Stella Academy. In front of us is a dragon bearing its huge mouth. Xiao understands that the task is much more difficult. He needs to survive in this world. In front of us are evil people whose eyes are burning menacingly. The guy looks over his shoulder. He would like to get something to help himself. It seems that some idea comes to mind. He remembers that he still hasn't checked the notifications he received. In front of him is a system window informing him that the Constellatio project is offering him a special reward. 1. Degraded versions of the items he used in the game. 2. Degraded versions of the skills he acquired in the game. 3. Experience. Xiao thoughtfully rubs his chin. He thinks that the creators of the system do have some kind of business ethics after all, and he needs to think about what to choose. The guy looks at the system window. He thinks that he will most likely take Returning Light or Praise of the Flash. The system informs him that, according to the search results, the level of the selected skills is too high and will be significantly reduced. The hero thinks that he can try Hyperspace Blink. The game responds that the selected skill is an advanced version of the Blink skill and cannot be acquired. However, the hero can use the reward to slightly strengthen the Blink skill. The young man seems to be getting angry. He mentally asks the system if it is necessary to worsen everything he asks for. The game informs him that due to the lack of narrative power, there is no possibility of full materialization. Xiao looks thoughtfully at the system window and tries to understand what all this means. He is informed that the development of the plot is driven by narrative power. If the hero continues to explore unknown plot branches, as he did yesterday, it will accumulate. In front of us are two windows and the ceiling of a fairly decent room. The hero understands that, in short, the game cannot provide him with advanced objects due to the fact that he is now a beginner. We see the sad face of the young man. He remembers an item that has a very strange name, bulbul glasses. Xiao is standing in front of the system window. He hears that after the research conducted by the system, a decision was made to provide the hero with this item. Here are the glasses in question. The hero decides that they will satisfy him at this stage. The guy sadly examines the object that has appeared before him. He could not imagine that the day would come when he would start wearing these glasses. Bulbul glasses are an item that stores all the information he has collected in this game. Here is the corresponding system window icon. In Ether World, it was almost impossible to remember all the data about defeated monsters and acquired knowledge, so players developed various items to store information. Xiao puts on the glasses. He remembers that he did this too. The young man's eyes widen. Here is the item's information card. Class missing. Description: can't remember what you ate for lunch yesterday. No need to worry anymore, because these glasses will save any information you have seen and heard. Special functions: bulbul folder, printing. Note: requires mental power to activate. Xiao looks at the system window and orders to open the folder. The game says that it does just that. Here is another system window. The heroes can view alchemical materials, hunting grounds, dungeons, monsters, and characters. Now we have icons of the listed categories. Xiao thinks that all this is very good, since he now exists in some semblance of the real world. No one can guarantee that he will be able to earn the necessary resources without problems. The guy stands with his head down sadly. He understands that with these glasses he can return at least half of the abilities that he once had. We see the right side of the hero's face. He hears someone pronounce the name Aiselle. We see a girl with blue hair who is holding a book in her hands. Someone calls her the eldest daughter of the trader Dutch Malf. The girl has a downright suffering look. Someone behind her asks how she dares to show up here. A second voice whispers that she should speak more quietly since she can hear. Xiao looks at Aiselle in bewilderment. He realizes that the bulbul glasses now allow him to detect characters he has met before in the game and check their information. The guy's glasses glow blue. In front of us is the information card of the character Aiselle Malf. It says that she is a fake heroine, a sorceress of ice lightning, drinks pickle before eating pizza, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Malf. Her father's death led to the collapse of the family, will later die. Xiao looks at the girl passing by in surprise and tries to figure out if she really is the fake heroine. To understand who she is, we need to note one very important detail. Even though the hero is now in a game called Ether World, it is based on a fantasy novel called Don't Love the Princess. We see an open book. Now in front of us are torn pages. The heroine of the novel is Aiselle, who lost her family. She grows up constantly facing the machinations of the main villain, whose name is Hong Bion, and eventually gets together with the male protagonist. We see a happy couple. The hero again has a rather sad look. He remembers that the revenge plan that the girl has developed does not come to fruition, and the male heroes begin to protect her. The readers took this plot twist very unkindly, so the ending was changed to an unhappy one. The problem is that the world of the game, which was built on the basis of this novel, has a completely different plot. Here, a character named Flame appeared, who took on the role of the main character. We see two girls who are standing with their backs to each other. Flame had her own backstory. This woman lived an ordinary life in the modern world, regularly read the book Don't Love the Princess, and then was transferred to the world of the game. Thus, unlike the novel, Aiselle became a fake heroine in the game, and Flame took on the role of the true heroine. We see the face of the hero again. Now we have bloodstains in front of us. Despite the persistent efforts of many players, Aiselle was unable to survive any of the plot branches. As a result, she was officially stripped of her role as the true heroine. Xiao takes off his glasses. He thinks that he has nothing to do with all this. The girl moves away from the hero. We see her long blue hair. Xiao tries to understand if it seemed to him that he had seen her somewhere before. The young man, looking at the girl, thinks that this is probably all a figment of his imagination. The guy understands that he must prepare himself. In front of us are several buildings and a large fountain between them. It is reported that this is Stella Academy. We see students. Now we have an elderly speaker in front of us. Folding his hands in front of him, he says that the dark demonic people are magicians who have mastered otherworldly powers and turned into monsters. Even now, these scoundrels continue to invade the magical world, opening personal gates or liberating ancient dungeons. The old man says that the purpose of the magicians gathered here is to protect this world from the forces of darkness. Two girls look at each other, giggling. One of them says that the old man's speech was very boring. The other one completely agrees. Xiao looks sadly ahead. The old man announces that now the oath-taking ceremony will be held for the 4 students who were accepted with the highest scores. Also, the representatives of the freshmen are to go up to the stage. Several students, including a girl with pink hair, are walking up the stairs. We see the faces of the young people lined up on the podium. Xiao, who is looking at them, thinks that they are all simply shining, and this completely corresponds to their position as main characters. We see the eyes of the hero in close-up. He notices the brightest of the students who have come up to the stage. The elderly teacher announces that this is Ma Yuxiang, the representative of the freshmen. We see the young man in question. We hear the students' comments discussing him. He was accepted with the highest scores. Why is he so handsome and smart at the same time? Xiao stares at the young man and thinks that this is indeed the famous Ma Yuxiang. We see this guy with a small magic ball flying above his right hand. Ma Yuxiang is a character who best fits the phrase "in heaven and on earth, I alone am honored." His mana status is 9 stars, meaning the guy has a potential close to divine. He is a natural genius who can theoretically control all the elements of this world. Ma Yuxiang looks ahead with detachment. The hero thinks that even if he cannot reach the true ending, he should at least try to avoid bad endings. And for this, it would be nice to make this guy his ally. We see the hero's face. Now we see a girl with a bow on the right side of her head. The young man understands that the key factor is flame. Xiao looks somewhere down. He realizes that everything here depends on how the girl will behave next. She is from the same reality as himself. It would be nice to establish contact with her. Of course, everything will be very complicated if she considers him her enemy and refuses. We see the girl's face and profile. The hero thinks that since he has an advantage in terms of information, he most likely does not risk anything. Flame is a product of their fantasy romance novels, and he himself is a product of fantasy romance games. We hear the solemn words of the oath. The hero raises his right hand. He realizes that his importance in this story cannot be compared even with the role of an NPC from the village store. A close-up of the character's eye is shown. We see a girl with a magic staff. Xiao remembers that the heroine has a special ability to purify dark demonic people. In addition, she has an ability to strengthen those around her. We see the young man's face again. He thinks that being near the girl should have a beneficial effect on him. Students and an old teacher are standing on the podium. Xiao thinks that his role will most likely be to support the main characters from afar. In addition, he should try not to interact closely with them. The guy looks into the distance thoughtfully. The students, including the hero, applaud. The elderly teacher announces that this is the end of the entrance ceremony. The system window announces that Episode 2, Enroll into the Stella Academy, has ended. In front of us is a magnificent building that looks like a medieval castle. The students are sitting at their desks in the classroom. The hero's face, as always, is sad. Many years have passed since he graduated from university, and he feels strange being in this atmosphere again. The guy looks to his right. He is holding a watch in his hands. Xiao thinks that this is still a rather pleasant feeling. We can take a closer look at the object he is holding in his hand. The hero thinks that this thing makes everything better. It is a watch that proves that he is a student of the most prestigious magic academy. They allow for much better treatment and service than most warrior mage licenses. The young man puts them in his pocket. He can't wait to use them. He also really wants to go for a walk. We see the door opening. A stern young man stands behind the podium and orders everyone to take their seats. He announces that the exam is about to begin and the students must put away all items except writing utensils. Those who wear glasses must present them for inspection. Xiao looks calmly at the teacher. He thinks it is very strange to take an exam right after the entrance ceremony. We see students sitting at their desks. It is reported that the curriculum at Stella Academy is more difficult than at most Korean universities. Exams are actually taken on the first day of school. It is called the class organization exam. It is used to decide the distribution of classes. The stern young teacher orders the students to begin taking the exam. In front of the hero lies a piece of paper with some text. Beads of sweat are running down the guy's cheek. He has no idea what is written in this document. In front of us is a blonde woman writing on a piece of paper. It is reported that the class placement exam is not related to the entrance exam, which is known for its crazy difficulty. It is needed to sort students into classes Fa and S. We see a girl whose face seems familiar to us. Seol knows that most of the game characters are obviously supposed to be in class S. On the other hand, BQ Seol, who entered the academy with the worst result out of 1141 students, can consider himself automatically enrolled in class F. The guy has a pencil in his hand. He thinks that he has already been accepted and will not jump above his head. Maybe he should just hand in a blank page. Or is there a chance that he will be expelled from the academy after this? The hero looks at someone. Seong is sitting at a desk with a bored look. He rests his chin on his palm. The hero glances at him and realizes that he is already exactly the same as he remembers. We see a sheet of paper written from beginning to end. Seol notices that the exam sheet is already completely filled. The hero sighs heavily. Now he understands why Seong always looks so bored. The characteristic feature of this character in the game was boredom. A bright halo is visible behind the guy. Seong was born into the strongest family in the world, and since he has the most genius brain, everything comes incredibly easy to him. That is why, depending on how the main character behaved, this character's character became either evil or kind. Seol looks ahead with detachment. We see an unknown character who smiles ominously. The hero understands that Seong must be of interest to dark demonic people who do everything to harm ordinary people. The hero looks at the bored young man and thinks that his biggest problem is his family. In front of us is the exam sheet again. The hero looks at it and understands that, looking at geniuses, he involuntarily compares himself to them. Judging by the expression on his face, an idea comes to the boy. He realizes that he can try using the bulbul glasses in this case as well. As a player, he used them very often to gain additional skills in the library. The boy takes the glasses out of the inside pocket of his jacket. He thinks that he has nothing to lose, so he might as well just try. The young teacher standing next to the hero asks him with displeasure what kind of glasses he took out. The teacher looks sternly at the student. He reminds him that at the very beginning he warned him about the need to check the glasses beforehand. Seol remembers that he really did say that. The teacher takes the glasses and says that he will check them. He frowns and examines the object in his hands. Seol looks at the teacher anxiously. He understands that if the teacher finds any magic, he can be expelled from the academy. The boy looks up with worry. He hears a system message that the missing part of the bulbul glasses has been found. The hero is offered to either take it or refuse. Seol is horrified. He begs the system to do nothing and shut up. The teacher continues to examine the glasses. He states that he does not feel any mana coming from them. The teacher tells the hero to declare in advance that he is going to use such objects next time. Seol, smiling, takes the glasses and says that he will definitely do so. He understands that if the glasses had all the original functions, he would be in big trouble. Seol puts on the glasses. He looks at the exam sheet. The guy understands that now he can see all the correct answers. This is some kind of jackpot. The young man quickly writes, simultaneously thinking about what will happen if he takes first place in this exam. In this case, he may not end up in class F, but, for example, in class Seol, smiling happily, continues to write. The teacher sternly says that the exam is over and asks to hand in the sheets. The hero looks at him in surprise. Seol jumps up from his seat. Paper pages fly around him. The young teacher stands with his arms folded across his chest. The hero realizes that he has only answered 3 questions. The teacher frowns as he examines the collected papers. Surprise appears on his face. Seol takes off his glasses. He thought that he could avoid being sent to class F, but apparently that would have been too good for him. Surprise appears on the young man's face. The teacher shouts loudly for the hero to hand him the glasses again. Seol, not believing his ears, asks again in surprise. The teacher, rubbing his chin, examines the suspicious object. He declares that this simply cannot be. The teacher tells one of the students to immediately run for Dr. Gran. The student replies that he will do it immediately. Seol stands with his mouth open in surprise. He does not understand what has aroused the teacher's suspicion. He deliberately wrote out his train of thought to eliminate any suspicion. Is he really going to be exposed now? We see an open door. Someone asks the doctor what he is thinking. An elderly man with a beard looks at the glasses in surprise. It is said that this is Professor of Magic Engineering Dr. Gran. The hero stands next to 2 teachers. Dr. Gran says that the fact that the student answered this question is definitely suspicious. The young teacher asks if the boy cheated. His colleague says that he does not see any signs of cheating. He does not feel magical energy from the glasses or any other items belonging to the young man. Dr. Gran says that Seol definitely solved the problem on his own. The boy stands with a completely innocent expression on his face. The old man puts his hand on the hero's shoulder. Chuckling, he says that this is simply amazing, since he did not expect to see something like this in his lifetime. He says that Professor Lee Han-wol should apologize to the student and then begin to teach him the best way possible. The young teacher says that he understands his colleague. Lee Han-wol looks down guiltily and apologizes for the misunderstanding. Xiao narrows his eyes and smiles. He says that he accepts the apology and hopes that it won't happen again. In his mind, he thinks that he really did cheat and that he was very lucky that he wasn't caught. If the original functions of the glasses were still working, he would have been in huge trouble. In front of us is the Academy buildings. In front of the door, there is a sign stating that this is Professor Li Han-Wall's office. A young man and a middle-aged woman are looking at the exam papers handed in by the students. One of the answers is circled in red ink. Li Han-Wall looks at the exam paper thoughtfully. The woman calls out to the professor. He looks up. A colleague approaches the professor. She asks if these are really the exam papers of this year's freshmen. Li Han-Wall replies that they are. The woman folds her hands in front of her. She heard that there are especially many interesting freshmen this year. It is reported that in front of us is a member of the Council of Elders of Stella Academy, Professor Edeltamen. The guy looks at her carefully and says that it is obvious. Yes, in front of us is a girl with many red roses. Li Han-Wall says that one of the outstanding first-year students is Hong Bion, the Princess of Adalbit from the Kingdom of Flame. She represents the most famous family that specializes in fire magic. The next student worth mentioning is the Prince of the Scalvan Empire, who received this title at the age of 12 solely due to his magical abilities. His name is Jeremy Scalvan, and he surpassed all of his older brothers in the fight for the throne. There is also the successor of the Master of the Magic Tower, He Wang-Griang, who represents the greatest full moon tower in the world. Professor Edeltamen puts her hand to her mouth. She heard that composing questions for elite students from famous families was very difficult. She has no doubt that there were many interesting questions this year. Li Han-Wall looks at the exam paper. He says he is glad that the woman liked the questions he wrote. We see the professor's eyes. He looks at one of the completed forms. This year, as Professor Edeltamen noted, 3 new types of questions were asked that were very difficult for students who studied in the usual way. All of them had a hidden agenda. We see a student holding his head. First, it was a test of mental flexibility. Students could see that they would not be able to answer these questions in the allotted time and quickly move on to easier tasks. Second, they had to show how they were going to cope with answers to questions that they had not seen in any school textbook. Li Han-Wall looks at the exam papers. He thinks that the era of magic, in which rote memorization and theory prevailed, is over. The age of using quick judgment and creative thinking has arrived. The teacher looks at the suspicious exam paper. He thinks that, nevertheless, these 3 questions should have remained unanswered. And indeed, more than 1,000 out of 1,141 students did not even attempt to answer them. We see a form with red marks. Li Han-Wall thinks that out of about 100 students who attempted to answer these questions, the vast majority could not give a single correct answer. We see the teacher's profile. He thinks that only 3 students answered all 3 questions correctly. In front of us is a boy and a girl. One of those who gave 3 correct answers was Ma Yuxiang, the talent of the century, who appeared like a meteor. However, his origin remains unknown. The second to excel was Flame, who entered the school on the recommendation of the director, despite the fact that she is a commoner. We see the hero with glasses in his hands. Li Han-Wall thinks that Bik Yuxiao was the third. The teacher continues to look at the exam sheet. He thinks that Ma Yuxiang and Flame were initially considered geniuses, but Xiao had the lowest score among all those admitted. No one thought that he would be able to answer all 3 questions, especially considering that he could not solve any of the other problems. Professor Edeltamen looks at her colleague thoughtfully. She says that she was curious why he was so interested in the answers given by the first-year students. But now she realizes that there is a student among them whose answers do look suspicious. A smile appears on the woman's face. She states that there is some logic to this. It is impossible to answer these questions using formulas and equations, but it can be done without knowing anything at all. Li Han-Wall thoughtfully asks if this guy could be a genius. Professor Edeltamen spreads his arms out to the sides and states that it could also be an incredible coincidence. Li Han-Wall frowns at his colleague. He sighs heavily. The man examines the hero's personal file. He pays attention to a separate sheet of paper that is in the folder. It says that the young man received special clearance, since his ability to control the blink skill is truly extraordinary. Li Han-Wall frowns and looks to his left. He can't figure out if this is enough for the principal to write the student a personal invitation to study at the academy. We see the teacher's mouth. Now we see a photo of the hero. Li Han-Wall remembers that this is a student studying to be a battle mage specializing in the blink skill. Well, everything will fall into place soon. Then we will understand whether this was a coincidence or whether he really is special. In front of us are 3 female students. We see the hero standing behind another student. The students are animatedly discussing the class assignment lists. This is really interesting to everyone present. One of the students says that he will not be allowed to go home if he is not assigned to class. Xiao looks down. He can't believe that he has to personally check which class he was assigned to. In the game, this could be done with just one click of the mouse. The students are standing in front of the lists. We see the surprised face of one of them. Now we see the face of the hero. He hears someone say his name behind him. One of the students looks at the young man with a dark expression. We hear the student's comments regarding the hero. Someone heard that he got a 0 on the entrance test in the magic application section. Another one doesn't believe that such a person can get into Stella Academy. A third one expresses doubts about the school's standards. We see the hero's legs. He thinks that he will just find out what class he got into and leave, and he doesn't care what anyone says. The lists of classes E and F are displayed on the wall. Ciel looks at them, trying to find his name. He is not on the lists of classes F1 and F2. The worst thoughts flash through the young man's head. It is simply impossible that he was expelled because he answered only 3 questions. This actually means that he will die very soon. Ciel listens to the voices around him again. Someone indignantly asks what the hell the hero's name is doing here. The speaker states that this must be some kind of mistake because it is completely wrong. The hero looks at the students standing in front of the notice board. One of them mentions a certain Uslek from Marquis Checkbalin, who took 29th place and got into class A. The second mentions a certain Kyle, who was 17th in the rankings, but got into class A, having passed the theory part with flying colors. So why did some upstart get into this class? We see a close-up of the hero's face. He cannot understand what is happening. Something is wrong here, and he needs to check what exactly. Ciel looks up. His eyes widen in surprise. He realizes that he got into class S. Beads of sweat are running down the hero's cheek. He cannot understand why this particular letter is written next to his name. Judging by the expression on his face, the guy is shocked. He understands that this simply cannot be true. In front of us is a magnificent monogram. All the students at the academy dream of getting into Class S. This is the place where the most special students of the best magic school in the world, Stella Academy, gather. Class S is different from the others in that it is the only one in the stream. There are only 41 students in it. The hero thoughtfully rubs the back of his head. He still thinks that this is some kind of mistake. Moreover, in Class S, he will very often encounter the main characters. Communication with the main character will certainly shorten his already very short life. Ciel looks down sadly. He understands that he cannot even change classes. The upset guy turns around and leaves. He understands that now he will just have to try his best and at the same time try not to show himself to anyone. Ciel looks ahead with detachment. He thinks that he will try to somehow cope. In front of us is the face of a girl. We see the academy building again. In front of us is a corner of the room. Now we see the same corner, but closer to the ceiling. A woman in a blue dress is hitting a girl with pink hair. It is reported that this is Professor Hong Yil of the Fire Elements from the Elements class. She asks why the girl got 3 questions wrong. Even Princess Aiselle of the Fallen Dukedom of Malf got 2 questions right. Bion sits on the floor. Hong Yil yells that she couldn't get the questions even those insects answered right, which means she's lower than an insect. The girl should think of herself as a bug and do it again. The woman asks if the girl understands. Looking down sadly, the girl replies that she understands. The woman looks at her daughter. Standing above her, she asks her to listen to her. Hong Yil states that her daughter can't allow herself to become like her. She was kicked out of the kingdom and is holding on to some stupid professorship. Bion can't become a disgrace to the kingdom like her. The woman leans over her daughter. She takes her head in her hands and tells her to become better than her sister. The woman smiles. She asks if her daughter understands what she means. The girl looks forward. We see the mark of the blow on her cheek. Bion tells her mother that she understands everything. The girl is sitting on the floor. She doesn't really understand anything. She's just living her life and solving problems the way she was taught. Problems made up of magic she hasn't learned, spells and formulas she hasn't memorized. We see the girl's mouth. She asks why. There's despair in her eyes. Bion asks why her mother is tormenting her. We see the sign for Class S students are sitting at their desks. The hero holds his head and thinks that he's screwed up. He's been assigned to a place full of antisocial weirdos. It's not like he's going to hang out with high schoolers. We see the young man's eyes. He hears his neighbors talking about him. Someone asks how he got there. A second voice says that he can't understand it either. 2 young men are whispering. One of them states that the parents of the students protested and asked the school administration why Ciel would be in Class S. They were only told that the boy had the necessary skills to be in Class S. The second young man replies that it makes no sense. The hero sits with his hands folded in front of him. He realizes that he has become an outcast in this group. On the other hand, his classmates have tried hard since childhood. So in their place, he would also be upset if some idiot ended up in the same class with them. Ciel stretches. He thinks about how the class changes depending on the performance after each test, so everything is normal. Class S is no exception in this regard. We see the young man's eye. He thinks that, of course, transferring from class to class on this principle happens very rarely. But now that he thinks about it, there is a guy here who will later transfer from class A to class C. Ciel looks to his left. He thinks about how he will find out about this later. We see 3 students talking to each other. Another one is sitting at a desk and looking down. The hero thinks that this is still quite amazing. He could not imagine that he would be in the same classroom with the characters of the game he once played. In a few years, most of the students in this class will become famous all over the world. The students are sitting at desks in the classroom. The hero thinks that about 5 of them also have the opportunity to betray the magical world, and Ma Yuxiang is one of them. We see the profile of the character we are looking for. The hero looks at the young man with some doubt. The girl looks thoughtfully ahead, resting her chin on her hand. The hero thinks that it would be great if Flame could prevent this from happening. Han Wall enters the classroom. He demands that everyone calm down. The hero looks at him in amazement. Han Wall leans his hands on the lectern. He says that he is pleased to meet everyone. He is sure that some of them have seen him before, but still wants to introduce himself formally. A young man looks at the students with a frown and states that he is Professor Li Han Wall of Class S. We see 2 young men. One of them states that he is the famous Professor Li Han Wall. The other replies that the number of dark demonic creatures that he has hunted has almost reached 4 digits. He is called a 7th class magic warrior, but in reality, he is on a completely different level. Han Wall, standing at the podium, again calls for the students to calm down. The professor looks at the assembled students. He states that there seem to be many talented students here, and there is also one completely unique student. The hero looks at the teacher in surprise. He stands at the podium. He says that, as everyone knows, this is the academy that trains combat magicians. Once they become magic warriors, the students will receive a strict education for 3 years. In front of us are 2 girls with blue hair. Han Wall states that he does not expect everyone to follow suit, but he would like everyone to show their best side during this time. The man looks at the students and asks if they have any questions. The students he sees at their desks are silent. The professor says that in this case, he will start the lesson. A girl enters the classroom door. It looks like it's Bion. The heroes look at her in surprise. He can't believe that Bion, who follows the rules more than anyone else, is late. Bion approaches the teacher. We see the girl's face. The hero guesses that something happened to her. He puts on his glasses to check his guess with their help. In front of us is an information window, which is dedicated to Bion Adalbert. It is reported that she is a villain, a fire mage, loves red ginseng candies, sometimes gets burned, drinks only espresso brewed in the Akali style, has an evil mother, and her death is guaranteed. We see the hero's eyes. He thinks that this is not it. The guy rubs his chin and plays the words in his head about the girl's death being guaranteed. Han Wall frowns at the girl. The hero thinks that if Aiselle dies because of Flame, then Bion will die because of both Flame and Aiselle. We see the girl's profile. The hero thinks that this is the inevitable fate of the villain. He would like to save her if he could, but he is not in a position to help anyone else right now. Cial takes off his glasses. Han Wall tells the girl that she should go and sit in her seat. The hero, who is holding the glasses, sighs heavily. He feels awkward, but he can only keep his distance now. The boy seems to notice something. Bion is standing next to him. The girl is looking at him. A bead of sweat runs down the hero's cheek. He does not quite understand what is happening. The girl puts her hand on the desk. She sits down next to the hero. The boy's eyes widen. He understands that everything has been going wrong from the start. Han Wall stands with his arms crossed over his chest. He says that before the lesson starts, they will have a staff changeover procedure for the staffs that the students will use in the school. Class S and Class A will have their staff changeover at the same time. The hero's face is surprised. He thinks about the staff handover ceremony. It irritates him a little. Cial smiles. He, however, realizes that he is looking forward to it. We see the Academy's emblem. Stella Academy has 2 important events planned. One is the familiar contract signing ceremony, and the other is the staff receiving ceremony. We see a blonde woman stretching her arms up. Now we see a young man holding a magic wand. As with the elite that is Stella Academy, the staff changeover ceremony that it holds is just as special. Han Wall stands in front of the students. He asks if all the students have gathered. The teacher stretches out his left hand to the side. He states that the staffs from the lower to the middle class are prepared here. All the students have to do is walk up to the staff they like and take it. The hero's face is surprised. Han Wall says that the process of replacing the staff after choosing it is very difficult, so he hopes that the students will choose carefully. Cial looks at the teacher in surprise. He thinks that despite what the teacher says, it is not the student who chooses the staff here, but the other way around. In the Ether world, the staffs only respond to the person they deem worthy of commanding them, and this causes a resonance effect. In front of us is a guy with an elegant staff hovering next to him. Basically, this means that here, staffs cannot be used just because someone wants to. The hero walks forward. We see his neck. Cial approaches the staffs. He wonders which one to choose. The hero looks thoughtfully at the mage's tools. If things were like before, he would have chosen a staff intended for F class, But now that he has moved up to S class, he needs to think carefully. The staff that best suits its position is the magic wand. We see one such item lying on a stand. Staffs are usually divided into two classes, short-shaped rods and long-shaped staves. Rods are usually wielded by knights who quickly destroy magic. Before us is one such fighter. Now we see a girl in a hood. On the other hand, the staff is used by bishops who focus on a single blow with a longer spell time. Xiao listens. One of the students asks his friend which staff he thinks the hero will choose. He says that since Xiao is an S-class student, he shouldn't have any problems creating a resonance effect. The hero looks around at the students chatting. There are sounds near one of the students. The hero looks ahead a little sadly. He doesn't care what others think of him. Someone greets the young man. We see the right side of the hero's face. One of the students approaches him. Xiao asks who he is dealing with. The guy who approached looks at the hero. He introduces himself as Uslek. Xiao doesn't understand who this guy is. This is the first time he has heard this name. The hero looks at the student with confusion and says that everything is clear to him and asks the guy to explain what he wants. Folding his arms over his chest, the guy asks which staff the hero wants to take. Xiao replies that it is any. A mocking smile appears on Uslek's face. He states that the hero should choose a staff that suits his status as a commoner. The insolent man says that Xiao should not make a fuss and cause trouble for the professors. The hero silently looks at the boar. He turns to him and states that he should not cause any trouble either. The student's face twists with anger. He opens his mouth wide and calls the hero a bastard. Uslek asks if Xiao wants to fight. He sighs heavily. This guy really irritates the hero. Glasses appear in the guy's hands. We see the student's face twisted with anger. An information window appears. It is reported that this is Uslek Chekbalin, the son of Marquis Chekbalin, a subordinate of Prince Jeremy, a third-class hooligan. The hero hides the glasses in the inside pocket of his jacket. It seems to him that there is still not enough information about this character. I wonder how special he is. Uslek, who is staring at the hero, gets very angry. He points his finger to the side and states that he is going to choose this one, so the hero should be careful. Xiao looks where the student pointed and sees a staff there. He realizes that it is the Edmari Adamiri. In front of us is an item that has such a strange name. Xiao stands there with a thoughtful expression. He knows that this weapon should be the highest class. A mid-high class staff is usually used by professional magic warriors. In front of us is one of such fighters. On the other hand, no matter how talented a person is, training on mid-low class staffs should be the limit for students. Xiao stands there with a thoughtful expression. He thinks about how even professional and magic warriors have a hard time handling mid-low class staffs. We see a staff with a bright white glow spreading around it. The hero realizes that there is another mid-high class staff here besides the Edmari Adamiri. He is not here to be chosen, but rather to show off. Hanwall declares that each student must stand in front of the staff they like. We see one of the students. He raises his left hand. The same thing happens to a blonde man with red eyes. Now we see a girl in front of us holding a staff. There is a powerful flash next to the hero. In front of us is a guy and a girl. The young man shouts in surprise that he Wang chose had an Amikotan, and it is a middle-class staff. The girl notices that Prince Scalvin also chose a middle-class staff. Uslek and Xiao are standing next to each other. They hear that Princess Hongbian chose Suavitor Lahavan. It is also a middle-class staff. One of the students asks in amazement how students can choose middle-class staffs that only professional magicians can wield. There is clearly some madness happening this year. Uslek, grinding his teeth in anger, curses. He runs away from the hero and asks someone to wait because he can do the same. The students look at the young man running past them in surprise. Someone recognizes him and calls him by name. Another student asks if this guy is really trying to cause a resonance in the mid-high class staff. Uslek stands in front of the staff. Smiling, he holds out his hand and calls everyone to watch carefully what is about to happen. He promises to show what a real S-class talent looks like. We see a close-up of the young man's hand. There is a powerful flash. The hero raises his right hand to protect his eyes from the bright light. He realizes that, as expected, there was no resonance. Uslek is lying face down on the floor. He raises his head and groans heavily. We see three students. One of the girls screams that Uslek is badly hurt. The young man asks for the professor to be called quickly. Someone remarks that it is most likely impossible to choose a mid-high class staff. Xiao sighs tiredly. He understands that it would be better for the guy to just give up. There is someone's shoe in front of us. The young man is walking forward. Someone asks him to stop. There is a smile on the guy's face. The hero thinks that the owner of this staff has already been determined. We see the satisfied face of the young man, in front of whom the staff hangs in the air. In front of us is the satisfied face of a young man. Next to him, a staff hangs in the air. The students look at the guy. One of them says that this is Ma Yuxiang. Another asks if he is really trying to take this staff. There is doubt that even he can cope with Edmure Edamiri. Ma Yuxiang, however, reaches out for the magician's weapon. The staff appears in his palm. A powerful flash occurs around the young man. The students cover their eyes so as not to be blinded. Xiao watches what is happening with one eye. There is a satisfied smile on Ma Yuxiang's face. The young man examines the staff he has just received. The students look at him in amazement. Someone shouts that this can't be happening. A freshman was able to pick up a mid-high class staff. This seems impossible. Xiao sighs quietly. On the contrary, he thinks that all of this was expected. Xiang looks at the instrument with a smile. The hero thinks that now many more people will know how talented he is. Xiang looks to his right. The hero looks back at him with a slightly frightened look. The young man smiles. Xiao narrows his eyes angrily. He doesn't understand what's going on here. It seems that Xiang has gone crazy. In any case, Flame owned another mid-high class staff called Terravan. Above the hero's head, a girl is visible, whom he remembers. However, here the route forks. He remembers the girl who is holding the staff. If Flame can obtain Edmure Edamiri, Xiang will be interested in her because of her genius. In front of us is a boy and a girl who look sad. This will open the way for Ma Yuxiang. But if she takes the other staff, it will open up a completely different path. The hero needs to use Flame to attract Xiang to his side. The hero looks ahead with a sad expression. Flame walks past him to the staff hanging in the air. She says that she thinks she found what she needs. We see the girl's face. Now we see the staff. The hero thinks that she is going specifically to Terravan. Xiao looks at the girl expectantly. He tries to figure out what she will do. Flame approaches the staff. There is a slightly detached expression on her face. The hero looks at her as if he wants to hypnotize her. He mentally tells her to take Terravan, and then Xiang will be interested in her. The girl stands right in front of the staff. The heroes realize that if she takes it, they will all have a better chance of a happy ending. However, Flame walks past this tool. Xiao hums in confusion. Flame looks away from the staff. The hero realizes that she doesn't seem to be interested in Terravan at all. He can't understand what's going on. Doesn't she know about this staff? Xiao looks at the girl with his mouth open. He assumes that she doesn't have enough information. Either way, it's bad. We see the girl's profile. The hero thinks that Flame should have the ability to resonate with any staff because she is the main character of the game. What will happen if she chooses some strange staff? Xiao grinds his teeth in anger. He understands that in this case, they can lose other good continuations of the plot. The young man leans forward a little. He realizes that at this point he has no choice but to push the girl towards the staff he needs. The young man looks at the girl. In front of us is Flame's back. Xiao uses his blank skill. The guy ends up right behind the girl. She looks up somewhere. Flame turns to the hero in bewilderment. She cannot understand when he managed to get here. The young man giggles falsely. Xiao and Flame stand next to each other. The boy says he just wanted to know which staff she would choose. The girl asks why he wants to know. The hero replies that he just wanted to help because Flame seemed a bit confused. The girl says with displeasure that it is none of his business. She turns away and says goodbye and walks away. Xiao tries to stop her. The hero scratches his cheek. He thinks that something is clearly wrong here. Flame should be friendly with everyone because she is a very sociable person. We see his memories of her smiling and talking to two other students. The hero doesn't understand why she's so cold right now. However, he can't give up so easily. His life depends on it. Xiao yells after Flame and asks her to stop. The girl looks back. The young man looks at her and says that he just wants to help her choose a staff. Flame indignantly tells him to mind his own business. Xiao says that there is a staff here that he thinks suits the girl perfectly. It's clear from Flame's face that she is angry. The girl yells at the hero, asking what the hell he even knows about staffs. Xiao doesn't understand what he did wrong. Doesn't she care about extra services? The guy fakes a smile and says that he has heard a lot about Flame. He extends his hand to his left and asks the girl if she wants to take that staff. In front of us is the magical instrument in question. The girl asks if the young man is talking about Terravan. He smiles and replies that he is talking about this very staff. Xiao looks to his left, wide-eyed with surprise. He hears some strange noise and asks what it could be. The young man's eyes widen in surprise. Now Xiao squints a little. He says that it scared him. We see the hand holding the staff. The hero realizes that it is his hand. He widens his eyes in surprise again. The guy does not understand what the hell is happening. Why did this tool end up in his hand? He looks at Terravan with wild eyes. The guy understands that Flame should have taken it. Xiao curses. Then a smile finally appears on his face. The girl stands sadly behind him. The hero turns to her. Flame seems to be smiling. The question sounds why. The hero, with beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, says that nothing happened. He himself understands that he screwed up badly. Just incredibly badly. Two girls pass by the Academy building. We see another one whose figure seems familiar. One of the students is trying to share the news with his comrades. We see the lower part of the girl's face. The guy standing in front of her says that this year, 2 students managed to take and cause resonance in the mid-high class staffs. The other student can't believe that this is true. Historically, there have only been 5 people who managed to take them. So now there are 2 more at once. The guys continue talking. The first of them says that, oddly enough, one of the students only used the blink skill during the magic manifestation exam. The second asks how this is possible since blink is a basic magic. His parents said that blink is an extremely lousy magic. Maybe something went wrong. The girl silently looks ahead. In front of us is the self-study hall. We see the window of this building. The girl walks down the corridor. She says that it has finally become a little quieter. She thinks that the news she just heard is being discussed everywhere within the walls of the academy. The rumor that 2 first-year students had obtained a middle-high class staff spread instantly, but she just can't understand it. We see the hero holding a staff in his hands. The girl looks at the guy in surprise and realizes that this can't be true. The young man grabbed Teravan. Who is he? Xiao looks at the staff in his hand with anger. The girl will read the original novel 3 times before coming here, but the character BQ Xiao never appeared in it. It said that no one can just grab Teravan. How did he manage to resonate with it so easily? The girl curls her lips. She gets the impression that the guy was trying to show off in front of her. The young man smiles, placing the staff on his shoulder. The girl adjusts her hair behind her ear. She realizes that there is no point in thinking about all this now. Someone from behind says her name, Flame. A pretty blonde approaches, accompanied by 2 other girls. She asks Flame if she is also going to study on her own. Flame looks over her shoulder at her. A satisfied smile appears on her face. Flame turns to the students, smiling, and calls them children, asking if they think they are dealing with some kind of nerd. The blonde girl replies that she does not think anything of the sort, but Flame always says that she has nothing better to do and then goes off to study. Flame says that this is not true. One of the girls asks why Flame always calls them children since they are the same age. She replies that it is just a habit. Where she lived, she was always treated like an older girl. Flame smiles. She realized that she is in a present-day novel, so she cannot act like a child. She is asked if she is also going to study on her own today. Flame looks at the students with wide eyes. We see a girl with red hair. Flame seems to recognize her. She seems to be Jackie, but why is her style so similar to her own? Flame holds up the fingers of her left hand and tells the girls that she will not be studying alone. There will be an extra meeting soon, so she will go to it. She says that she has to go. One of the girls suggests that they go to a cafe together next time. Flame waves and leaves. She walks down the hallway of the academy. Her eyes are half closed. She thinks that she is no match for girls her age. Flame realizes that at her current age, it is difficult to pretend to be a student. Someone is standing around the corner. There is a collision. Flame holds her bruised forehead. Her name is called. The girl looks at the person standing in front of her in surprise. It is a tall guy with blue eyes. Flame realizes that it is He Wong in front of her. The guy asks if everything is okay with the girl. She replies that everything is fine. The young man looks at Flame silently. The guy and the girl are standing next to each other. He Wong says that Flame does not have a very good expression on his face. Maybe something happened. The girl looks at the young man with wide eyes in surprise and does not understand why he is worried about her. Out loud, she says that nothing happened to her. He Wong, with his arms at his sides, asks if Flame is going to self-study. She, in turn, asks if the guy is going to the exclusive S-class training hall again. The young man looks down at Flame and says that you can't be lazy when it comes to daily training. The girl says that he is being too sincere. He Wong replies that she shouldn't say that. Flame asks again, puzzled. We see the young man's face. Now we see the left side of the girl's face. The guy smiles. He extends his hand to the girl. Smiling at Flame, the young man promises to see her later. The girl looks after him with wide eyes of surprise. She turns and leaves, thinking that the guy was too rude. Judging by her wide eyes, Flame notices something. Someone is peeking around the corner. It seems that we saw this girl a little earlier. Flame greets her with a hand gesture. She doesn't understand why Jackie is still here. The girl who is watching her from around the corner takes off and runs away. Flame looks after her, a little surprised. She thinks that now is not the time to think about it. We see the girl's legs. In front of us is the sign for the self-study room. Flame looks up. She realizes that she has come for a special extra meeting. According to the original novel, Aiselle and Hong Bion will be here. We see the 3 students we already know. Flame thinks that it will be interesting to see the confrontation between the main character and the villain from a romantic fantasy. The door opens. Flame is holding a book in her hands. In front of us are 2 guys, and now a girl with flowers behind her ear. Flame walks through the room. She thinks that all the main characters are here. The girl looks up, trying to make sure that all this is really true. Behind the podium is a young man with blue hair. Flame recognizes him. It is Kyle from class. He looks a little stunned. Flame looks at the book that is lying on the table. The girl thinks that this is an extra meeting for students who need to improve their grades. Considering that the event involves famous students from Class S, this seems obvious. We see Flame's face in close-up. Now we see two young men. The girl realizes that Ma Yuxiang himself has come here. This man, who can be considered the main man of this world, has attracted Beak Yuxial's attention. The girl watches the boys from the back row. She realizes that this is definitely not a coincidence. Xiao hasn't solved anything except for the 3 hellish questions. There is a fist on the desk. Flame suggests that perhaps Xiao knew from the beginning that if he answered these questions, he would get into class as the hero. With a drop of sweat running down his cheek, smiles. In front of us is the lower part of the girl's face. This is Flame. She thinks that if Beak Yuxial really knew everything in advance and acted like this, then he is very dangerous. The hero is sitting at the desk, putting his hands on it. The young man sighs heavily. He tries not to look at Xiang, who is sitting next to him. Xiao dreams of someone taking him away from his hands. Xiang, smiling, asks the hero why he came here. He doesn't need to listen to such things. Or is there some special reason? Xiao smiles with effort. He states that he doesn't have any special reason. He was simply told to participate in this event because his grades are bad. We see the hero's eyes. He cannot understand why the young man sitting next to him is so interested in him. Xiang looks at the hero with some kind of love. The guys are called to be silent. Xiao and Xiang look at the one who did this in surprise. The young man standing at the podium states that today they will review the problems of the entrance exam. As everyone present knows, there were very difficult questions, which were later nicknamed the 3 hellish questions. In front of us is Biom. Kyle, standing at the podium, states that he managed to answer one of these questions. The guy, cursing, is perplexed why people like Seol are here. After all, he planned to expand his influence in society by teaching stupid noble bastards. We see the speaker's right eye. The hero is looking at him calmly from his seat. Kyle thinks this is his chance. He heard that this Beak Yuxial got the lowest score on the entrance exam. Kyle smiles. He decides to show that he is better than the hero at something. Standing at the board, the guy declares that he will show how he answered the question. Kyle writes something on the board. He declares that this task is, in essence, a trap. It tries to make a person make a mistake. One of the students diligently writes down what Kyle says. Xiang, smiling, looks at the hero. He asks if the hero thinks Kyle is right. Xiao is holding a pencil in his hand. Xiang, squinting, looks at him. Xiao looks at his neighbor in the audience in bewilderment. He cannot understand what the hell he is talking about. Is Kyle right? First of all, Xiao does not even understand what he is trying to do. And what are these 3 hellish questions? The hero looks thoughtfully ahead. He decides he just needs to be honest. Xiao tells his neighbor he has no idea if Kyle is right. The guy who was just called by name is holding a piece of chalk. The students behind him whisper. One of them says it's Beak Yuxial. Someone asks if Kyle is really doing everything wrong. The named character grinds his teeth in anger, standing at the board. He doesn't understand why everyone is looking at him like that. The hero shakes his head in surprise. The chalk breaks in his hand. Kyle asks loudly what he's doing wrong. The hero looks at him in amazement. Kyle calls out to the hero, smiling evilly. He looks up and asks why the guy doesn't come down here and solve the problem himself. Xiao looks at the young man, a little scared. He starts to panic. The guy doesn't understand what the hell is going on. Xiao stares at Kyle. Xiang gives him a thumbs up, smiling. He encourages the hero, saying that he can handle it, and Kyle did it on purpose. Xiao goes down the stairs. He decided to just get it over with. Flame looks down at him. Bion also glances at the young man. Xiao and Kyle are standing in front of the board. The hero puts on his glasses. He is determined to figure out the hellish questions. Xiao looks closely at what is written on the board. He realizes that it is something between a pun and a quiz. In front of us is a magician raising his staff. We see the condition of the problem. The magician cast a spell, Dear Earth, shed tears, and the dirt became twice as much as before. Why did this happen? The answer is simple. The hero smiles. He says that if the dirt cries, it is in a state of composting. Xiao holds his head with his hand. It seems ridiculous to him too, but it really is such a riddle. I wonder who came up with it. Xiao looks at the board through his glasses. Kyle looks closely at the hero. He thinks that Kyle solved the riddle as if it were some kind of math problem and talked about how the soil splits when it cries or something like that. Xiao continues to stare at the board. He thinks that the method Kyle used was wrong, but the guy managed to get the right answer due to luck. However, he would have solved another problem like this incorrectly. The hero turns to the young man with blue hair and says that he cannot show him the correct solution, but he can tell him where he is wrong. Kyle asks again, puzzled. Xiao states that the problem was about earth, but what if it was water or wind? Would the proposed method work in those cases? Kyle looks at the hero in amazement. He states that in that case he will use a different method. The hero objects, stating that then the interlocutor will have to do everything differently. Kyle glares at the young man angrily. He states that the correct answer was only due to luck and not because the test maker intended it that way. Kyle opens his mouth wide and tries to say something, but he can't say much. The young men are still standing in front of the board. Kyle admits that the hero is right. Xiao thinks that he has dealt a blow to the guy's pride. He begins to explain his point of view. The young men are standing in front of the board. The students are watching them. One of them writes something down in a notebook. Flame looks at what is happening in amazement. The girl's eyes become round in surprise. She cannot believe that the other students are writing down what Xiao is saying. We see Bayon and Aiselle. Flame thinks that they should have quarreled by now, but the girls listen attentively to the hero, who is telling us the solution to the problem. We see Flame's left eye. What she sees seems abnormal to her. In front of us is one of the buildings of the Academy. Xiang says goodbye to the hero. Judging by the flowers flying above his head, he is clearly not indifferent to the guy. Xiao, raising his hand, smiles. He covers his face with his hand. The guy curses and says that if he gets involved with someone like Xiang, he can forget about tomorrow. He does not want to see him for the rest of his life. The guy sadly looks at his palm. It seems to him that all this is because of the phone. We see the palm of a young man. He can't even use it now, but he has already attracted Xiang's attention. Xiao is going somewhere. He cannot understand why he came to him. There has not been a single case of any character using it, except for Flame. The hero sees a girl with red hair. She looks ahead with a detached expression. The guy carefully looks at the girl. He understands that this is Bayon and she is probably waiting for someone here. Xiao tries to quickly pass by her. He thinks that this has nothing to do with him, so it's better not to even say hello. Bayon, however, calls out to the hero. Surprise appears on his face. The young man turns his head to the girl. She looks straight at him and says that she has a question for him. The hero is very surprised that Bayon wants to ask him something. He looks at the student in surprise and asks what kind of question it is. She asks why the hero did not explain the solution earlier. Xiao thinks that he simply could not explain it. How can you logically explain a meaningless quiz? The young people are standing next to each other. Xiao thoughtfully rubs his neck. It seems to him that the girl misunderstood something. The guy says out loud that he simply has nothing to say. We see the surprised face of the girl. She opens her mouth and says that she understands him. Bayon folds her arms across her chest and says that perhaps the guy simply did not want to tell about his solution method in such a place. The guy thinks that this is not the case at all. Surprise is visible on the guy's face. Bayon says that she will pay him. The hero's eyes widen in surprise. Standing in front of the girl in the hallway, he asks again. She confirms that she will pay him, and quite generously. Looking at the guy, the girl asks him to tell her the solution, no matter how strange it is. The hero begins to panic. He does not understand what he should do. We see books standing on the shelves. Xiao and Bayon are sitting at the table. In front of us are several exam papers. Looking at them, Xiao says that he does not understand why the girl is paying him only for understanding 3 questions on the entrance exam. Bayon replies that she has her own reasons for this, so he should just say everything as it is. The hero agrees. Xiao looks at the sheet of paper and says that the girl was wrong only in these 3 questions. Should she ask for help from a person who did not answer all the other questions? Bayon lowers her eyes. She says that the only thing that bothers her is that she still does not know the solution to these problems, and she is ready to do anything to find the answers to them. Xiao looks at her in surprise and thinks that she seems like a model student. He asks why the girl approached him. She stares at him. Xiao looks at the exam paper again. He says that she is a princess, so she must have many friends to ask. Bayon and Xiao are sitting at the table. The girl says that out of 1,141 freshmen, only 3 people answered the hellish questions. The hero looks at the girl sitting opposite him in bewilderment. He can't believe what she said. Bayon adjusts her hair behind her ear. She states that these trick questions were not supposed to be solved, but 3 people solved them, Xiang, Flame, and the hero. So now she is in a difficult situation. We see that the boy's hand holding the sheet of paper is shaking. He jumps up and points his finger at the form. Xiao loudly asks if these were really trick questions and no one was supposed to solve them. The girl asks in surprise if the hero did not realize this when he was solving them. Xiao crumples the exam paper in his hands. He thinks that the author of the questions is a real madman and understands why he ended up in class as the hero's look is sad. He begins to understand why Flame kept him. He simply did not know all the intricacies of building this world. Bayon looks at the hero in confusion. The hero thinks that he had no idea that such trick questions even existed. However, Flame is different because she read the entire novel. We see the girl's back. Xiao realizes that even if she doesn't know the plot of the game, she is familiar with most of the plot twists. In front of us is an exam paper. The hero thinks that this fully applies to the 3 hellish questions. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's cheek. He thinks that since an outsider who was not in the original interfered with the game, Flame was forced to acknowledge the existence of a person named BQ Xiao. The hero realizes that she had a reason for acting like this. Bion looks at the young man in surprise and asks what is happening to him. He tells the girl not to worry about it. The hero looks down sullenly. He asks the girl if she has forgotten that she promised to listen to his request in gratitude for helping her solve the problems. Bion replies that she remembers everything. The young man looks at his interlocutor and says that he has a very simple request. He needs to turn his staff into a magic sword. The blacksmiths of the kingdom should be able to do this easily. The girl's face shows genuine surprise. She says that only low-level mercenaries use such weapons, and in front of her is a magician. Why did he suddenly decide to do this? Crossing his arms over his chest, the hero says that it suits his style. He does not want to explain to the girl that he is crippled. Looking at his classmate, the guy asks if she will help him or not. The girl, whose right eye we can see, is silent. Finally, she says that she will do everything because it is not such a difficult task. The hero, smiling, looks at her. He is pleased. The young man pokes his finger at the exam sheet. He says that he will tell you how to solve problems of this kind. Looking at his interlocutor, he says that it is all about changing the perspective. Bion asks again in surprise. The hero confirms that this is exactly how it is. Bion holds a staff in her hands. It is reported that her weakness is that she uses magic strictly according to the textbook. She is so mired in a routine that she realized this only in her second year. The girl is sitting on the floor. We see the face of her opponent. The heroes remember that all this happened only after a serious defeat from Flame. Bion and Xiao are sitting opposite each other at the table. The hero thinks that he cannot give her any important knowledge now, but he is able to push her in the right direction. The hero opens his mouth and asks if the girl knows what a trivia quiz is. Xiao holds out the index finger of his right hand. Bion looks at her interlocutor in surprise. Standing right in front of him, she says that she seems to have heard of it. Xiao raises his index finger and gives an example. What is between the knee and the knee? The girl thoughtfully rubs her chin. Lowering her hand, she guesses that it is the back of the knee. Xiao says that this is not so. The correct answer is N. Bion asks why in surprise. The guy, smiling, reminds him that he asked what is between the knee and the knee. The girl looks at the guy in surprise. Then her face turns angry. Xiao asks Bion not to look at him with such a furious gaze. He puts his hands out in front of her and asks her to calm down and look at the question again. We see the exam papers. The young man says that there are formulas and techniques that the girl doesn't know. This means that the question can only be answered using her creativity. Bion asks in amazement if it's possible to remember creativity. She looks at the hero with wide eyes. We see the girl's left eye. Bion looks down and answers that it's impossible. Xiao looks at her with a smile. He says that, of course, knowing many spells and techniques is very important. Bion looks at the young man. He says that, however, the most important thing for a magician is to look at the world beyond his thoughts. A magical formation appears next to the girl's head. Xiao states that magic can develop even with the most minor changes. The hero looks at the girl and states that she thinks about things the way she sees them. Spells are not only memorized and recited. Bion looks down sadly. The hero says that perhaps she is better than he is at analytical thinking and judgment. But she lacks the most important quality for a mage, creativity. The girl thinks. She folds her arms. Bion sits in front of the hero. The guy looks at her and notices that the girl has a very serious expression on her face. The young man rubs the back of his head. He asks if the girl understood what he said, even if it sounds quite complicated. Bion replies that of course she understood. The hero smiles. He thinks it is simply adorable since he has no idea what he is talking about. Xiao tells the student that he is very happy. He suggests that they practice right now. We see lanterns hanging above the bookshelves. Xiao asks what the man said to the horse when he put it to bed. The girl looks at the hero in surprise. Rubbing his chin with his finger, Bion asks again. What did the man say to the horse when he put it to bed? A boy and a girl are sitting at a table in a library. Bion says he doesn't know. The boy says the answer is, it's time to sleep in the pasture. We see the exam papers again. The hero asks why the beds don't work hard. The girl says she doesn't know. Xiao says the correct answer is, because they're always lying down at work. The next question is, what happened when rock, paper, and scissors started racing? Bion looks down and says she doesn't know again. Xiao holds up his index finger and says that the rock started rolling while paper and scissors stayed still. The last two objects don't move and they stay still. Bion is shaking in her chair. We see the indignation on her face. Now she's in front of us from a different angle and she's shaking again. The hero realizes she's about to explode. The boy smiles and holds up his index finger. He asks what the cloud said to the ocean then. Bion looks at the hero in surprise. Waves and seagulls are visible behind the young man. He asks again what the cloud said to the ocean when it was raining. Bion thoughtfully rubs his chin and remains silent. Seol and Beon sit opposite each other. The hero mentally begs the girl to give the correct answer. Rubbing her chin, the girl suggests that the ocean said, "I am getting a bit emotional." The hero cries out in bewilderment. He declares that the girl is absolutely right. Beon, clenching her fist, looks at him. A smile appears on the girl's face. The hero looks at her. He realizes that he has seen her smile for the first time, both in the game and in reality. Propping his head with his hand, the guy declares that, as befits a princess, her creativity is on another level. Beon brings his fist to his mouth and says that the guy can ask the next question. He squints and smiles. He begins to ask another riddle. In front of us is a majestic academy building. We see several students. The hero is walking somewhere. Seol seems to notice something. He opens his mouth and sighs. The boy thinks that he ended up wasting 3 hours asking meaningless questions while working with Beon. Seol remembers his conversation with the girl. He didn't expect her to believe what he told her. We see a close-up of the hero's face. Now we see Beon, who is looking down. The hero thinks that she is undoubtedly an excellent mage with a sharp mind, but her weakness is her inflexible way of thinking. But in order to exploit this weakness, we see the hero with other students. Even though she is a villain, he feels guilty. He needs to quickly remake Terravan into a magic sword, and this will allow him to do more. We see the young man's back. He thinks that he can't do anything about what he has already done. We see the academy buildings again. Seol tells himself to stop thinking. He needs to hurry up and buy the books he needs for his classes. Seol walks down the street and shakes his head. He can't remember where the building he needed was. We see the hero's right eye. It seems to notice something. The hero stands in front of an inconspicuous building. He understands that he has found what he needs. We see a house with cracked walls. Now we see bookshelves. The hero looks around the room and notices that it seems very neglected. A hooded man sits at the table. The young man knew that the owner of this bookstore had a perverted habit of pretending to sleep and watching customers. The person the boy was thinking about was actually looking at him. Hidden in this nameless, shabby bookstore are the study notes of Mela, a student who graduated from Stella Academy 10 years ago. We see a ghostly girl holding a book in her hand. A dialogue box appears asking whether to agree to take the classes or not. The hero thinks that in the game this can be done by pressing a button on the screen, but in real life, you will need a textbook on your specialty. We see several books. In addition, depending on the textbook you use, the rate at which your grade will increase will be different. At first, he bought textbooks from famous bookstores, but then he realized that good ones are hidden in stores without signs. The hero looks at a table piled high with books. Seol walks past the bookshelves. He thinks that if he studies magic engineering while holding Mela's notes, he is almost guaranteed to get all the grades. But if he just puts on the bulbul glasses, he will get decent grades but will be able to figure out the hidden recipe. Judging by the expression on his face, the boy notices something. A green book stands out on the shelf. The hero reaches out to it. However, he bumps into another hand. The hero looks at the person it belongs to in surprise. He realizes that it is Aiselle. The girl looks at the boy sadly. The students are standing in front of the bookshelves. The girl expresses surprise that the hero knows her. The boy states that it makes sense since she is famous. The girl says that she remembered who it is. He is a student from the supplementary group and his name is BQ Seol. The hero looks at the girl in surprise. He does not understand why she does not remember their meeting, which happened before entering the academy. The students are standing next to each other. Aiselle says that she enjoyed the debate. The only thing that was a bit disappointing was that Seol couldn't finish his explanation. The guy thinks that even she couldn't fully understand this matter. Aiselle walks away from the young man, saying that it was nice to meet him anyway. The hero takes one of the books from the shelf. It has a green cover. Seol thanks fate that he found it. Aiselle takes a book from the shelf. The guy tries to figure out why she came here. The girl is holding a book worth 78,000. Aiselle sighs and seems to put one of the books back. The hero looks at his classmate and tries to figure out what just happened. We see the man in the hood again. The hero thinks that this bookstore usually sells used books. Usually poor students like himself come here. Aiselle looks at the book she picked out. Seol assumes that she, as a person from a dysfunctional family who lost everything, probably has no choice but to come here. In front of us is a blood-spattered portrait. The girl's father was probably killed by dark demonic people. Seol looks at his classmate with sympathy. He thinks it's quite sad. A princess like her came to buy used books, but she worries about the price because she has no money. On top of that, Aiselle also met an unhappy end in the original novel. We see a burning portrait of a girl. She died before Flame, who became the main character of this world. It can be said that the most unfortunate character in this game was Aiselle. We see a sad face of a girl. A stack of books falls on the table with a thud. The hero looks at the seller and asks to sell him the one he chose. The hooded man asks again in surprise. He thinks that this young man is stronger than he looks. Ciel, smiling, looks to his right. Aiselle answers him with her gaze. The students are standing next to each other. The hero asks what's wrong. The girl answers that he just looked like. She guesses that the guy chose several interesting topics. Ciel smiles. He feels like she almost called him a name. There's a stack of books in front of him. The girl asks why the hero is interested in topics like advanced sealing theory. She says that sealing theory is an ancient magic that involves using an item. That's why in the modern world, where alchemy and magical engineering are already developed, this skill is rarely used. The students are standing in front of the bookshelves again. Ciel says that it's true and that such information is rarely used. That's why he takes the books. Aiselle looks at the boy in surprise. The girl asks again, afraid that she misunderstood the hero. The hero smiles and says that everyone thinks exactly like Aiselle. That's why it's easier to get better grades in this class. He steps away from the girl and says that he'll go first anyway. With the books under his arm, the boy heads for the exit. He thinks that, like Aiselle said, not many people want to attend the sealing theory class, but that's why he can spend less time on it and get good grades compared to other classes. The hero smiles. He thinks that thanks to this, he will not have problems this semester. The girl's face is written in amazement. The second day. In front of us is a 4-story building. Aiselle hugs a book to her chest. She thinks about how they are studying nihilism in the first class. The girl looks ahead. She thinks that it is easy to get good grades in this subject, so everything must not be so bad. Aiselle enters the classroom and looks at the desks occupied by her classmates. There are 2 girls in front of us. One of them asks the other if she is really going to study nihilism too. The other confirms this. However, she feels like she screwed up. She signed up for this because people said that it was a subject that was easy to get good grades in. But it seems that rumors spread quickly. All the smart students signed up for this course too. The girl feels like she is doomed. Aiselle sits at her desk. The girl sighs heavily. She thinks that there is nothing she can do and she will have to try harder in other classes. The teacher declares that the lesson is over. We see the back of one of the students. He says he is hungry. Aiselle listens sadly to what the students around her are saying. One of them asks what he should have for lunch. The answer is that this can be decided in the cafeteria. Aiselle sighs sadly again. She is afraid that if so many people study in all the courses she has enrolled in, it will be difficult for her to get a scholarship. Aiselle clutches a book to her chest. She looks at something like a notebook. The girl thinks that she should probably go get a snack first. We see the girl's profile. She sees that she only has 60 meal tickets for this semester. This means that today she will most likely have to eat only bread. Aiselle seems to notice someone. She looks at the hero. Ciel is looking at something through his glasses. The girl recognizes the young man. Aiselle looks at the hero in surprise and tries to understand what he is doing here. The girl notices the teacher and realizes that this is a lecture. We see the auditorium. Aiselle realizes that there are very few students in it, and all of them can be called laggards. The girl's look is sad. She understands that the lecture may be cancelled. We see the lower part of her face. Aiselle is sitting at a desk. She thinks that if she signs up for this class, she will be able to raise her grades without wasting much time. The hand that holds the book is shaking. Aiselle thinks that if she uses the saved time to prepare for other classes, she will be able to earn more money for a scholarship. Aiselle's eyes are full of sadness. We see the hero. The girl thinks that Ciel seemed to already know that this class is easy to score points on. He planned all his classes in such a way as to make his life as easy as possible. The hero adjusts his glasses. We see the girl's huge eyes. Now we see her blue hair. Aiselle thinks that this is impossible. Most likely, it is just a coincidence. In front of us is the Academy building. The hero is sitting at a desk. The teacher expresses confidence that everyone present knows about the origin of magic. We see the face of this woman. It is reported that this is Layden, professor of Divine Moon Studies. The woman says that the founding mage, also called the Mage in White, spread magic throughout the world, thanks to which humans and other species learned to communicate with magic. We see a cute elf girl and an aggressive dwarf. Layden says that this mage taught the elves nature magic and the dwarves forge magic. The professor stands behind the teacher's desk. She states that humans were taught attribute magic. After this, the mage in white went to heaven. We see the hero. He doubts that he can endure 3 years here. The boy clenches his fists. Going through school again at this age is very painful. In the game, he could have skipped all this with just a few clicks. Ciel sighs heavily. He understands that this lecture is actually very important. She may give a hint about what the true ending is, but it's only his guess. Ciel is sitting at his desk, resting his head on his hand. We see his right eye. Aiselle is sitting next to him. The hero tries to figure out if she has always been in this class. He doesn't remember any of the main characters taking this class. We see the girl's face. Ciel glances at his neighbor. He thinks that it probably doesn't matter after all. The boy looks at the teacher through her glasses. She says that people's curiosity was not limited to attribute magic. The woman points at the board. She says that human mages traveled the world and began stealing magic from other species. But even then, they were not satisfied. Professor Layton says that humans could not learn more magic than all this. The figure of the founding mage is visible above the professor's head. The woman says that he left behind 12 divine moons and disappeared. The teacher looks at the students and asks if any of them know about the 12 divine moons. Aiselle says that they are guardians who protect the balance of power on the continent. They are said to have been scattered all over the continent and to have performed their duties until 1,000 years ago. The professor raises his pointer. She declares that this is indeed the case. They had their own special powers that they used to protect the continent. We see the Earth hanging in space. Layton declares that, for example, the divine moon that symbolizes summer, also known as the 6th moon of the red summer, had a red flame that was said to never go out. In front of us is an unpleasant-looking monster that looks like a giant octopus. The professor raises his pointer. She declares that if you go into the deep sea of Manhwa, you can still see the red flame. So if any of the students are curious, they can go and see. We see the hero's face. He thinks this is some kind of joke. If a living creature fell into the possession of the king of the seas of Manhwa, it would immediately die. Professor Layton looks at the students, pointing her instrument at the board. We see a picture of what she is pointing to. The woman explains that this is the Leviana coast. A great whirlpool that appeared in the middle of the ocean was frozen by the 12th moon of blue winter. The teacher explains that each of the divine moons has an individual power, but it is said that if they are all gathered together, a miracle will occur. One of the students raises his hand and asks what kind of miracle this is. Confusion appears on the professor's face. She says that no one knows. The guardians fell asleep 1,000 years ago. Cial sadly rubs his chin. We see him with a sword in his hand. The hero thinks that the woman is right. At least he has met a few divine moons in the game, but he only met 5 of them through limited time events. The hero sits in front of a computer monitor. Cial remembers that this was only possible because he collected information from other players. There was no player in the community who managed to meet more guardians than him. We see the young man's right eye. He thinks that if his assumptions are correct, then these 12 divine moons probably have something to do with the true ending. If no one has managed to reach the true ending in the past 10 years, then the answer lies in the contents that no one has been able to reach. Cial thinks about it. He realizes that he has only met 5 guardians, risking his life many times. But it seems that he has no other choice if he wants to witness the true ending. Now we see the hero's left eye. He realizes that he will have to do everything again. We see a dummy used for combat training. In front of us is a stunning blonde with a staff in her hand. She states that strength is not everything. It is revealed that this is Professor Hong Yil from the Fire class. She states that it does not matter how strong the attack is. If a student cannot hit the enemy, then it is useless. The teacher watches the students who are training on the dummies. We see the eyes of this girl. There is a mannequin in front of her. An explosion occurs. Hong Yil stares ahead. Surprise appears in her eyes. The mannequin practically dissolves into thin air. Now it appears completely intact in front of her. Surprised students are visible not far from the teacher. Hong Yil declares that this is simply terrible. We see a girl with a staff. It is Bion, and she is very angry. Bion is sitting on a bench. She thinks sadly about how she has embarrassed herself in front of her mother again. The girl thinks that her mother must be very disappointed. The beauty's hands are folded in her lap. Someone calls her. The princess looks up. There is a rather nice girl standing in front of her. She smiles and asks if Bion is okay. The 2 girls are sitting on a bench next to each other. The interlocutor tells the princess that she is so wonderful. Bion asks what the girl means. She turns to the princess and says that Bion used the same magic as her, but ended up with much more power. Bion asks what the point is if she couldn't even aim properly. The girl beams with happiness and says that the magic itself is incredible. It was really cool. She says that she's heard about the princess since she was little. Dion looks at her neighbor in surprise. She realizes that this might be true since the girl is also a fire mage. We see the girl's face up close. Dion remembers that her name is Arshuang and she seems to have heard of her. Magic formations are visible behind Arshuang. Dion thinks that there is a new level fire attribute genius next to her. She thought before that she was much stronger than her in magic. Looking down, Bion says that the girl is probably pleased with such high accuracy. Arshuang states that if Bion trains more, she will surpass her by a long way. The princess suddenly stands up and asks her to stop talking nonsense. Judging by her facial expression, the girl is very angry. However, she admits that after talking to Arshuang, she calmed down a little. Bion says goodbye and leaves. Arshuang silently watches her go. The girl's face is sad. In front of us are the buildings of the academy. We see a flower in a pot. Bion sighs heavily. Someone calls her again. The princess turns around. We see a slender girl in a tie. Now we can get a better look at her face. It is reported that this is Bayon's exclusive guard, whose name is Taran. The girl greets the princess. The table is set. Yi-Taran says that tea and ginseng candies have been prepared for Bion. The princess thanks her for her concern. Yi-Taran states that she has something to say about the reworking of the staff that Bion requested. Yi-Taran stands next to the princess, who is sitting on the couch. She states that it is a good staff and that the craftsmen say that it will be made into a top-class magic sword. Bion asks in surprise. Yi-Taran says that there is, however, something rather questionable. Bion puts a candy in her mouth and asks what it is. Yi-Taran rubs her chin with her fingers. She states that the staff constantly sucks in the user's mana. Bion looks at her guard in amazement. She stands up abruptly and asks if it is not a dark demonic instrument. Yi-Taran states that it is not quite like that. The staff is constantly in resonance with the energy of nature. Bion says that this is impossible. Taking the user's mana and resonating with the mana of nature is something unthinkable. She asks why such a crappy staff is classified as mid-high class. Yi-Taran states that that's why it's just mid-high class. The princess asks the guard to clarify what she means. Yi-Taran, looking at the girl, states that the original ability greatly increased the user's mana, making it high class or higher. But since the staff drains mana just by holding it, it was downgraded to mid-high class. We see the staff in question. Bion jumps up from her seat again. She asks in confusion how a student can wield a high-class staff. Yi-Taran states that she is also completely confused. Bion places her fingers on her forehead. She understands that it is not to resonate with the staff. However, she does not think that anyone would use such a weapon even if they received it for free, unless the person has an insane amount of mana or no mana at all. Bion sits on the couch with a cup in her hand. She says that she doesn't understand anything, but she's sure this commoner will figure it out. The princess sips her tea. She says that the guy is unique anyway. We see old-style windows. Light clouds float across the sky. A few days after the official start of the semester, in the classroom, a bald teacher stands in front of the board. He says that offensive magic requires more detailed study than any other type of magic. Xiao is sitting at a desk. It is reported that the class is being taught by Mana Orbitology Professor Carlime. He states that this is why Mana Orbitology classes are mandatory. Aiselle is sitting at one of the desks. The professor states that from today on, for duels, students will study orbitology with an emphasis on shooting and targeting. Carlime is writing something on the board with chalk. He proposes to discuss the orbital formula he has drawn. A man points to a circle drawn on the board with chalk. He dictates the problem statement. From a distance of 760 meters in the north, Chiaosu is moving at a speed of 12.6 meters per second to the south. What is the required orbit and predicted observed distance that Yonhee needs to get to Chiaosu using water-type magic? A professor stands at the board, with students sitting in front of him. A guy sitting behind the hero states that out of all the attributes, it is water. If there is no water attribute, this question cannot be answered. The young man asks if the professor is accidentally making fun of the students. Xiao yawns. He thinks that all of this is boring as hell. He does not understand why these subjects are so much more difficult than the Korean language. Carlime stands in front of the seated students. He turns to the hero and asks him to stand up and solve this problem. Xiao gets up from his seat and states that he will do it. He thinks, meanwhile, that he has been caught again. After a while, the hero turns away from the board and says that everything is ready. The professor looks at him in amazement. He praises the student for solving the problem easily. We see drawings and writing on the board. Carlime notes that the Reedy-Hyborg equation can be organized very simply. The teacher and the student are standing in front of the board. The professor asks if the young man's first magic is really the attribute of water. He says no. Carlime praises the young man and states that solving these problems will continue in the next lesson. Aiselle looks ahead a little sadly. The hero is standing in the doorway. Someone asks him for forgiveness. The guy looks back. Aiselle is standing in front of him. The girl looks at the hero with huge eyes. She states that she has a question for him. Xiao looks at the girl in surprise. He asks what interests her. Aiselle hugs a book to her chest. Watching the hero, the girl realizes something about him. We see the back of the young man's head. His grades aside, he is definitely smart even compared to the best of the best. Aiselle remembers the guy standing at the board, declaring that he had finished his explanation. The girl looks at the young man in surprise. She thinks that this can't be true. The level of this question was at least university level, or rather, even professorial. We see what was written on the board. Aiselle is sitting at the table. She thinks that the guy stands out at Stella Academy, the place where all the geniuses of the generation are gathered. However, what is this person's personality? We see the profile of the guy she is thinking about. At first, Aiselle thought it was impossible, but now she is sure that this person has a strategy for registering for courses. If so, she must get this information. The girl looks at the hero and asks what subject he will take next. Xiao looks at the girl in amazement. The hero and Aiselle are standing opposite each other. The guy wonders why the girl is asking this. Does she really care about him? Aiselle states that the young man is saying disgusting things. He replies that her question disgusts him even more. Ciel rubs the back of his head. He remembers that he is, in fact, an adult and does something indecent. He asks the girl why she needs this information. Aiselle clutches the book to her chest with both hands. She says that she made inquiries about the classes that the hero attends and, apparently, they are all such where one can easily get high grades. Looking at the young man, she directly asks where he learned this strategy. The girl asks him to answer because it is very important to her. The young man raises his right hand. He was wondering what the girl was going to ask, and now he seems to understand what it was. Ciel laughs. He asks what does learn mean. It's just a coincidence. The young man turns around and declares that if that's all, then he will go. Aiselle looks at him in bewilderment. Ciel leaves. The girl shouts at him to wait. She looks after the hero in bewilderment as he leaves. A drop of sweat runs down her cheek. Aiselle begs the guy to stop. Ciel turns around. Burning with shame, the girl approaches the hero and asks him again to wait at least a second. He asks why the hell she is following him. You can learn from anyone at this academy. There are many smart people here. The girl can also just copy what he does. She said that she inquired about him. Aiselle is worried. Standing in front of the guy, she declares that everyone who takes the Divine Moon study gets an A+. So in this particular case, none of this matters. However, if she signs up for other classes that he is taking, it can negatively affect his grades. We see the girl's sad face. The hero remembers that she will lose the most if she does not get a normal scholarship. However, even in this situation, she worries about other people's grades. Of course, she irritates him a little, but it seems that she still has the main female role. We see the young man's right eye. Aiselle looks at him with a pleading look. She asks him to recommend at least one subject in which it is easy to get a good grade. Ciel asks if the girl really thinks that her appearance will convince him of something. Aiselle touches her cheek with her hand. She says that it is strange. Usually, when she looks at her face, she gets rid of stress. The hero asks if the girl is serious about this. She giggles, covering her mouth with her fist. Aiselle says that she was joking. She knew that the guy would behave like this, so she prepared compensation. The guy asks again in surprise. He closes his eyes in disappointment. Ciel does not understand why all these children like to offer compensation so much. Where did they become such snobs? The girl asks him if he knows anything about the history of the Phantom Tower number 7. Ciel looks at his interlocutor in amazement and says that he does. We see the legs of two students. Aiselle is surprised because very few people know about this object. The girl looks at the hero in surprise. She says that it is an abandoned building that has disappeared. In addition, there are a lot of barriers that prevent people from even getting close to the place where the tower used to be. The hero interrupts her and asks her to wait. We see the girl's surprised eyes. Ciel touches his head with his hand. Aiselle asks if he is okay. The guy thinks that he is about to go crazy. We see his right eye. The hero thinks that this is really important information because with its help Flame can significantly increase his affection for the male protagonist. We see the girl's back. So the fact that Flame knows this means that in the original novel Aiselle knew this too. An open book is visible above their heads. The guy realizes that Aiselle should have passed this information on only to the male protagonist, and not to a stranger like him. Ciel turns around and starts to leave. He says it's a scary story and he doesn't want to hear it. He's not interested. There's a gorgeous old window in front of us. Aiselle says it's not that scary. It's shameful to be afraid of ghosts at the guy's age. She says she'll just tell him everything for free. The girl looks at the hero with hostility. She says he acted like he wasn't going to share with her, but now he seems to have changed his mind. The hero says that sometimes that happens. The boy stares at the girl. He thinks it's enough that she sincerely wants to share with him. Aiselle is still clutching the green book to her chest. The hero is half turned to the girl. He says it has nothing to do with grades, but what he recommends will be very useful to the girl. He advises her to take meditation of the journey to the abyss as a humanities subject. Aiselle looks at the young man in surprise. She says that it means studying the Divine Moon and meditation to boot. She asks if the guy is into cultivation. He replies that he does not practice anything like that. Ciel tries to figure out how to explain his idea to the girl. He raises his right hand to head level. The hero states that his teacher was a bishop, like Aiselle, and thanks to meditation, she was able to significantly increase her magical power. The girl's eyes become round with amazement. She asks if she achieved such a result only thanks to meditation. We see a woman with a staff in her hands. Ciel replies that in fact this is not yet known, but for bishops who own large-scale destruction magic, meditation is extremely important. The woman is kneeling, with her hands folded in front of her. According to the guy, this is due to the fact that the exact use of spells follows from formulas and equations, but ultimately comes from the mind that moves mana. Aiselle and Ciel are standing opposite each other. The guy states that he usually does not tell anyone about this, but the girl is an exception since she is very cute. Aiselle reminds the young man that he called her ugly. The girl smiles. Despite everything, she thanks the hero. It's a pity that this is not the subject that can improve her grades, but she will still enroll in it. We see the windows of the academy again. The hero says that the girl is free to do as she pleases. Aiselle, smiling, turns away from the young man. She leaves, and the hero watches her go. His gaze is thoughtful. He realizes that he told her everything, and he is a little scared by the thought of how this can affect his future. We see Aiselle, with whom something very unpleasant is happening. The guy understands that if he simply leaves her because of some fear of his, then she will die a tragic death in this life. It would be great if meditation helped her. Ciel smiles. Now he notices something. The hero looks at his hand in surprise. He remembers that he is also a magician. Why did the thought of training not occur to him before? We see a young man with a sword. The hero remembers that Ciel persistently trains his body in the game, awakens magical strengthening of the body, and grows very much. The hero goes down the stairs. He thinks about the fact that in the game you can get experience with one click of a button. Now he can do it directly. It's been quiet lately anyway. No episodes, no monster hunts, so he can't gain experience. A smile appears on the hero's face. He thinks that he should be grateful to Aiselle. Ciel walks on the carpet. He thinks that the dorm is certainly big. In front of us is one of the buildings of the school. In Stella Academy, all the students live in dorms. We see a made bed. The dorm system was supposed to be an additional content in the game where you can decorate your room for fun. But for BQ Ciel, this is essentially the only home since his village burned down. We see the hero's bare feet. The dorms are divided according to the class that each character is in. The size of the rooms is the same, but the number of people in each room varies depending on the class. Ciel sits on the floor with his legs crossed under him. Of course, Class S got the top floors. The hero was a little lonely, but he can finally use his room for its intended purpose. The boy sighs heavily. He is about to start working. Ciel places his hands on his knees. He closes his eyes and thinks that stats are not the most important thing. Since this is reality, he needs to get used to this body. The hero holds a glowing sword in his hands. In the game, BQ Ciel was a genius who was able to manifest the aura of the sword by using the fact that mana endlessly circulates in and out of him. We see the hero wearing a cloak from the back. No one paid attention to him, so no one knew this. But BQ Ciel is a genius swordsman, the only one in this world who has reached the pinnacle of mastery. The young man sitting in the lotus position thinks that he needs to walk this path again. A faint glow appears around his head. Ciel realizes that his breathing dictates the flow of mana through his body. If he can slowly increase the amount of mana with each breath, he will eventually get enough of it at once. A white haze rises up. Skills do not increase by just gaining experience. To increase the skill level, you need to constantly use it. The glow around the young man's figure increases. This means that all you need to do is train. In front of us is a clock. We now see the windows of the room. A white haze rises around the hero's head. Amazement appears in the young man's eyes. He raises his hands and opens his mouth. The hero realizes that this is the same feeling that BQ Ciel must have felt. The guy looks at his hands. He thinks that the hero of the game accepted the mana leak syndrome as a part of himself at a young age. Now this feeling is very weak, but he definitely feels it. The young man looks ahead in amazement. He sees two notifications. It says that the mana leak syndrome skill and the blink skill have increased. The hero thinks this is simply amazing. We see one of the upper corners of the room. The young man looks at his clenched fist. He realizes that he has become one step closer to his goal. He will get the true ending no matter what. In front of us is a green lawn. We see someone's legs. In front of us is Flame, who is adjusting her hair behind her ear. She thinks that the lawn and the wind seem to be artificially created with magic, but they feel real. In front of us is a monumental building with a huge dome. The Stella Dome is a kind of pocket dimension installed on the Academy campus. It allows you to freely control the size of the place and its features. We see sharp rocks. Now in front of us are students holding magic staffs in their hands. All sports events and other types of events, as well as dungeons, gates, and training with monsters, all this is held here. The students are standing on a green lawn. We see Flame's face. The girl is standing behind the backs of two male students. She thinks that there are only 141 people present here, 50 people from classes A1 and A2, and 41 from class S. We see the girl from a different angle. She thinks that if everything were like in the novel, there would be 39 people from class S. She expected that there would be 40 in total, including herself. We see the girl's profile. She realizes that another student has joined them. Flame looks at the hero from behind. She cannot understand where the character named Aiselle came from. In the novel, there were 1,140 students in the first year, and with her addition, there were 1,141. In front of us is a portrait of a young man. In other words, this means that Aiselle was in the original novel too. The girl looks ahead a little sadly. She thinks that she will slowly figure everything out. Everything is fine and she can handle it. After all, she is the only person in the world who knows the novel. We see an open book above her head. The girl is walking along a green lawn. She thinks that the lesson will start soon. Someone turns to young Master Jeremy, asking if he has finished registering for the class. Flame looks to the left in surprise. In front of us is a smiling blonde man. He replies that he has already done everything. His comrade says that he and a few others signed up for the soft magic research course because they heard that he signed up for it too. Jeremy smiles brightly. He suggests that his comrades have fun together. Flame, standing nearby, looks at the happy boy. It is Prince Jeremy. We see the man's face up close. Now he is sitting on the throne with a thoughtful look. The girl remembers that in the novel, he was obsessed with Aiselle, but she rejected him. In the end, he will become a villain. He looks kind, but his every action is calculated. The girl stands nearby with a scared look. She thinks that she should be careful not to get too close to him. We see the left side of the prince's face. Now he is smiling, raising his palm. Flame waves back. She thinks that the boy is certainly very handsome. She understands why so many people are sucking up to him. Prince Jeremy's gang is probably the most noticeable in this school. We see the young people in question. Flame turns and walks away. She thinks that she needs to get herself together. Since this world is her current reality, she needs to prepare for the future. The boy seems to be looking sideways at the girl. Judging by his look and thoughts, he has some kind of feelings for her. Someone approaches the students. This person is about to tell them something important. In front of us is Han Wall. He declares that he will start the lesson with a simple training session and then proceed to the main part of the lesson. He must know the student's skill level in order to properly teach them in the future. The professor declares that he will supervise their training. Han Wall looks sternly at the students and declares that if they do not like it, it is not his problem. He states that, as everyone already knows, professors have the right to subtract or add points. The students listen silently to their teacher. He declares that if they score less than a certain number of points, they will be expelled. The professor is about to announce the essence of the training. The man holds out his right hand and declares that he will be taken to a dungeon. He will use situations that occur in real dungeons, as well as traps and monsters, to test all the students. In front of us is some kind of strange chest with teeth. The students will receive 4 points if they destroy a monster of the first danger level, 8 points for a monster of the second level, and 20 points if they get a pointer. Above the professor's hand hangs a short golden rod, which he is probably talking about. The object seems to dissolve into thin air. The teacher announces that the 5 best students will receive a small reward and privileges in the store. The students who fail will have their points taken away. If someone is afraid of failing or acting alone, they can team up with other students. Flame looks at the professor with wide eyes. He says that in this case, the points will be divided among all team members. If they manage to destroy an ally, the killer will receive all the points that were intended for the deceased. Han Wall disappears from where he was just standing. He manages to wish the stunned students good luck before leaving. We see strange ripples on the lawn. The students scream in confusion. The ground trembles beneath their feet. Something crawls out of the ground, making very strange sounds. Flame looks at what is happening in front of her in amazement. The students, not believing their eyes, look at the huge trees that have appeared next to them. The girl realizes that this is the Jack and the Beanstalk card. We see plants typical of the jungle. The students are standing in a small clearing. Flame is visible behind them. The girl looks at her staff and thinks that it is time for her to go. Someone calls her. The girl looks around. A brown-haired girl with a childish face asks if Flame will do the practical task alone. She recognizes Jackie. The girl thinks that creating a team for the time of practical classes in the dungeon gives many advantages, but it is still better to act alone to earn more points. Flame apologizes and says that this time she will try to do everything by herself. Jackie puts her hand to her chest. She says that she understands her classmate. She'll have to distribute points between her teammates, so there's nothing she can do. Flame tries to figure out if he was being sarcastic. Flame watches the girl leave and offers to go with her next time. She agrees. Flame looks at her classmates back in bewilderment. For some reason, the girl thinks that Jackie continues to imitate her in everything. She approaches another student and tells her that Flame will be doing the practical task alone. Her interlocutor says with disappointment that there's nothing she can do about it. Flame sighs. She assumes that it's just a phase. An hour later, we see some blue splashes over the jungle. Flame, holding a staff, realizes that she's pretty tired and wants this damn practical lesson to be over already. Judging by the girl's eyes, she notices something. A huge plant with green stems appears in front of her. The girl's staff emits powerful rays. It looks like the plant has decided to retreat. Very thin stems stretch upward. The girl looks to her left in surprise. She understands that she had to face not only monsters, but also field attacks. All this is in the traditions of Stella. Even practical training in the dungeon should not be underestimated. Dried leaves lie on the ground. Flame thinks that at the moment she has scored 18 points. This is not bad, but the competitors are unlikely to be far behind her. The girl realizes that she needs to move on and sets off. She notices something again. A figure is visible in the distance under the trees. The presence of this entity does not cause Flame a very pleasant feeling. Perhaps it is a monster. The outline of the figure seems familiar to us. Flame understands that it is a person. The girl looks at him in surprise. She cannot understand how a student can hide his presence to such an extent. We see the girl's huge eyes. However, she does not see anything terrible in this. In the end, she also hides her presence using unity with nature. The girl peeks out from behind a tree. She thinks that by using Flame's abilities, namely binding, destruction, defense, and healing, she can successfully ambush the enemy. Flame looks at the young man from behind the tree. Her eyes widen in surprise. She recognizes the hero. We see the young man's profile. The boy looks back. Flame realizes that he, too, has decided to take the practical task alone. She remembers that many students tried to recruit him to their squads, but it seems that he rejected them all. The girl continues to watch the hero from behind the tree. She does not understand what the young man is thinking. We see the girl's left eye. She notices a yellow object in the boy's hand. Flame is perplexed when she recognizes the pointer. She cannot believe that he has already received it. Flame raises her staff. She thinks that this is the perfect chance. She is going to test this man. Ciel, whose face is rather sad, does not notice Flame standing behind him. The girl uses the light cluster skill. Her staff glows brightly. We see the hero's back. Flame determines that the distance between her and him is about 15 meters, and at such a distance he will not be able to use defensive tactics. A magical formation is visible under the girl's feet. Flame stares at her opponent. She uses the light bullet skill. A powerful stream of yellow energy rushes at the hero. The projectile flies up to the young man's head. It seems that Saul notices the danger. He uses the blink skill. His figure becomes ghostly. Flame exclaims in bewilderment, seeing what is happening. Not far from her in the jungle, a scorched patch of land is visible. Flame is holding a staff in her hands. She does not understand what happened. The girl looks very upset. She asks how the hero managed to avoid a second-class spell at such a distance. Meanwhile, the hero uses the blink skill again. He quickly rushes somewhere through the jungle. The guy notices the girl who tried to make an attempt on his life. He asks himself if she really wanted to kill him, using light bullet out of nowhere like this. The guy thanks God that the level of mana leakage syndrome is increasing, otherwise he would be in huge trouble. We see the information card of the blink skill. Class 1, max range 12 meters, max quantity 2, duration 3 seconds. Xiao looks at the blue window. He realizes that he can use his skill twice, so if he takes advantage of the terrain, he can deal with the enemy. However, it is still better to avoid her. The hero immediately uses his skill 2 more times. We see his legs. Xiao turns sharply to the left. He thinks that everything should be fine and he is already far away from the enemy. His goal at the moment is 5th place, so he does not need to take too many risks. In front of us are plant roots. They are reported to be ethereal roots. Xiao knows that they are given as a reward for 5th place, and they can then be used to increase health and strength. The hero, holding a yellow pointer, walks forward. He understands that the first 4 places will still be taken by the main characters. In this state, they need 3 more pointers. Someone asks who came here. Xiao looks up in surprise. There are at least 2 students in front of him. It turns out that there are several more. Their leader recognizes the hero and says that this is Xiao from Class S. The hero looks at the young people standing in front of him with concern. Opposite the hero are 5 students. One of them repeats that this is the same BQ Xiao from Class S. The young man looks at his opponents with concern. He pays attention to their blonde leader. Xiao recognizes him. This is Raiden, who has become very famous in the academy in recent days. The hero looks closely at his opponent. He is a member of the Uslek gang, who himself is a subordinate of Jeremy. Thus, he is a member of the gang of the one who is a member of another gang. We see the hero's huge eyes. He pays attention to what Raiden is holding in his hand. The hero realizes that he has 3 pointers. Xiao thinks that he has taken too many of these subjects for a worthless 6. One of the students tells the blonde that, according to his information, BQ Xiao is a failing student who cheated to get into Class S. Raiden, smiling, folds his arms over his chest. He says that the level of Stella Academy has really dropped lately if they accept you into Class S for answering 3 very strange questions. The hero thinks that his opponents clearly lack creativity. They repeat the same phrases. We see the hero's profile. Raiden calls out to him. The guy is smiling, holding 3 pointers at once. He offers the hero to give up his pointer since they have met here. Ciel calmly replies that he does not want to do it. Raiden, still cheerfully, asks the guy if he is going to resist them. We see the lower part of the young man's face. He holds out a simple staff and asks the hero if he really thinks he can face them all alone. Raiden ironically asks if Ciel is going to use his amazing mid-high class staff. He then states that the opponent can't even use magic, let alone a staff. Ciel looks at the opponent thoughtfully and tries to figure out what to do. 3 students stand in front of him. The hero thinks that with the first class of the blink skill, it will be difficult to face a guy who comes from a famous family. If he had 3 charges of the skill, then it would be a completely different matter. However, one option comes to his mind. We see a yellow object in his hand. Ciel is calmly standing in front of his opponents under tall green trees. He is going to use the pointer and the fact that they are all in a dungeon. Ciel stretches out his hand. Looking at the opponent, he gives the impression that he wants to give this item. Raiden, smiling, states that this should have been done from the beginning. The blonde's bangs cover almost his entire face. Ciel, who is standing in front of the opponent, raises the pointer to strike. Raiden looks at the top of his head, which is located right under his chin, in surprise. Ciel smiles happily. We see the trajectory of the pointer he is holding in his hand. Raiden, with a look of real horror on his face, curses. Gritting his teeth in anger, he calls his opponent a damned worthless bastard. Fear is visible on the blonde's face. He opens his mouth wide and angrily screams that he will get the bastard. It turns out that there is no one in front of the guy. One of his comrades asks where Ciel went. Raiden, with the same fury on his face, looks to his left. The hero stands nearby and wipes sweat from his forehead. The guy says that it was dangerous. He now has 2 pointers in his hand. The young man thanks his opponent. Raiden, surrounded by his comrades, calls the hero a bastard and demands that he return the stolen goods. Ciel says that he does not want to do this. He holds 2 yellow sticks in his hand. The hero thinks that these items are very effective. He learned about this by accident in the game. We see a pointer against the background of a magical formation. Ciel knows that in fact, it is a bug in the game. With its unnaturally high durability, which allows it to not be destroyed by the student's magic, it has the power of most magic tools. Ciel tightly grips 2 pointers in his hand. For other mages, these items help them use magic better, but Ciel, who fights physically, can use weapons with strong attack power at 100%. In front of us is Raiden and one of his comrades. The blonde again calls his opponent a damn bastard and is outraged that he stole the pointer from him. Raiden turns to his comrades and shouts at them to immediately attack the young man. Huge blue marks are visible above the students' heads. Raiden, his mouth wide open, looks to his right. He realizes that the dungeon is transforming and indignantly asks why this is happening now. The guy orders his comrades to gather, charge their magic, and under no circumstances let the bastard go. Ciel rushes behind them. One of the students notices the hero and shouts to his comrades that he is running away. The young men put their staffs in front of them and direct streams of blue energy at the hero. One of them asks where the young man is going to run away to. Ciel is frightened by the energy waves approaching him. He thinks that these guys are stronger than he previously thought. Several different types of energy collide above the jungle. One of the students realizes that the hero used the blink skill again and is very indignant about it. Raiden and his friends see a yellow flash on the cliff above them. Someone asks where Ciel went. He is told that he is too fast and cannot be noticed. The hero, meanwhile, thinks that since he has several years of experience playing duels, it is easy to use the terrain for his own pleasure. Raiden looks around indignantly. He shouts that, damn it, the hero only needs to be hit once. A comrade calls out to him and warns him about what is happening in the dungeon. Raiden turns to the guy and demands that he calm down because Ciel is still nearby. He says that they need to wait until the area stops, and if the hero appears somewhere, then they need to attack him together. Raiden grinds his teeth in rage. He says that if their magic does not work, a magical rebound will occur, so they need to be very careful. The hero appears next to one of the opponents. Ciel strikes with a pointer and hits the leader. One of the students screams loudly, feeling something very unpleasant. In front of us is a staff, next to which energy swirls are visible. The guy curses loudly. A magical rebound occurs. The hero's opponents cover their eyes with their hands and scream loudly. We see someone's leg. The hero is standing on a small elevation above his enemies. He thinks that it's all over. Raiden, his face distorted with rage, looks at the hero and curses again. Ciel calmly declares that he will take this as well. We see a hand with 3 yellow pointers in it. The hero laughs merrily. He declares that if he gets a girlfriend later, he will have to give her something. Raiden asks in amazement when Ciel managed to rob him again. He demands that the hero give him what he stole. Ciel waves his hand at the students. He thinks that taking the last thing would be wrong. The guy says goodbye to his opponents, declaring that it was fun with them. Raiden, shaking with indignation, looks at the dais where Xiao had just stood. The blonde swears foully. Some girl is watching everything that is happening. The hero walks through the jungle, examining his prey. He laughs, realizing that he hit the jackpot. If he had fought normally, he would have been robbed. But since this is happening in a dungeon, everything is different here. The guy holds the pointers next to his shoulder. He thinks that his adult experience has helped him. There is a flash above his head. The hero does not notice it yet, but he already imagines something strange. Xiao looks back over his shoulder. We see a powerful wave of fire rushing towards him. The hero, gritting his teeth in anger, asks what the hell is going on. We see a yellow stream of energy hit. A fairly strong explosion occurs. Judging by the position of the boot, the guy is about to fall. Xiao looks at something angrily. He breathes out with relief and says that he barely escaped. The forest is strewn with scraps of vines. The hero realizes that he almost got caught. We see the figure of a girl with a staff. Xiao seems to understand who she is and what kind of spell was used. The girl approaches the hero, who is holding 3 pointers in his hand. She calls him a plebeian. In front of us is Bion. She angrily asks the young man why he didn't take the last pointer from those thugs. The hero is finally convinced that it is the red-eyed Bion in front of him. He tries to understand what she is doing here. The boy and the girl are standing opposite each other. Xiao rubs his neck in surprise. He says that the girl seems to have misunderstood something. It's not that he didn't want to take the pointer, he just couldn't. He also asks how this question even concerns her. Bion is silent, looking at the young man. Judging by the expression on his face, the hero understands something. Filled with anger, he puts his index finger forward. The guy shouts that the girl waited for him to deal with the villains so she could take all the pointers at once. And he was also studying with her. How could she do this to him? This is simply disgusting. The girl puts her palm to her chest and declares that she is of royal blood. The guy is not satisfied with this explanation. Bion states that since he has understood everything, he must fight her. Xiao, who continues to clutch the pointers in his hand, looks at her in surprise. The girl puts forward her staff. She says that taking the last thing from a commoner would be unworthy behavior for a princess, so she will, as expected, win the duel and take the trophies. The hero's knees are slightly bent. He accuses the girl of hypocrisy, who suddenly spoke about dignity. The guy thinks that she just likes to offend weaklings. Bion asks in bewilderment who he called a weakling. The blonde states that she clearly saw how he played with his opponents from the very beginning. Xiao looks at the girl with concern. She states that the guy did not even intend to use normal magic against these idiots. Bion slowly walks towards the hero. She thinks that she needs to hurry. If she does not want her mother to scold her again, she needs to quickly get as many points as possible. The girl listens. It seems she hears someone's voices. We see one of the students robbed by the hero. He insults the guy filthily and shouts for him to come out, not testing their patience. Bion looks at her classmates. She recognizes them. A black silhouette is seen running behind one of the guys who lost their property. We see the hero's face. The girl realizes that Xiao and Raiden with their henchmen are fighting for the pointers in front of her. Bion looks thoughtfully at her staff. She considers whether she should attack and answers herself that even she will have a hard time dealing with 6 opponents alone. When the fight is over and they are exhausted, she will be able to take all the pointers at once. We see a hand holding one of these objects. In front of us is the girl's left eye. She sees how the hero strikes his opponent in the back of the head. Bion cannot believe that an ordinary commoner is doing this. We see the young man's round eyes. The girl witnesses how he deals with his opponents very successfully. She realizes that the guy does not use any spells except blink. Bion looks thoughtfully from behind the trees at the battle taking place in front of her. She understands that although the hero's opponents are much weaker than her, all these idiots still grew up among the elite in the families of magicians. If he makes them look like complete non-entities, it says a lot about him. The girl presses her lips together in displeasure. Holding the staff in her hands, she looks angrily at the hero. Bion thinks that she must use all her power to burn him. Magic formations appear in the air. A fiery shaft rushes towards the hero. We see strange energy traces in the air. Xiao jumps. Everything around him is painted yellow. The hero looks at his opponent with anxiety. There is something glowing very brightly above his head. The guy has to try hard to avoid these energy charges. Bion looks menacingly at her opponent. We see her red eyes in close-up. Xiao, slightly bent over, looks over his shoulder at the girl. He understands that the princess is really strong, and now he was very scared. The guy thanks his foresight for pumping up his 6th sense in advance. Not far from him, he sees Bion. Xiao realizes that dodging with only 2 jumps is very difficult. There must be some other way out. The girl asks if the hero wants to get his staff. The guy looks at her in surprise. He asks what she is even talking about because she herself took it from him, accepting the order for reforging. Bion replies that he should have the simplest staff that is given upon admission. The young man looks at his rival in surprise. He says that he forgot about it. After receiving this tool at the entrance ceremony, he immediately put it away in the closet. The hero thinks that he would not have used this staff anyway. That is why he did not think about it. Bion states that the hero, as usual, laughs at her. We see her huge eyes. The girl sees a guy standing in front of her, holding 3 pointers. She thinks that she is desperately fighting, and this brainless plebeian constantly mocks her. Menacingly looking at the guy, the girl says that she does not know about the other losers, but against her, the hero should give it his all. Flames flare up behind the blonde. Xiao thinks that he fights seriously every time. He just does not use magic. Bion states that if the guy does not try, we see the young man's left eye. Fire charges appear above the girl's head. Angrily looking at her opponent, she finishes the previous phrase and declares that she will really kill him. Fire shells fall on Xiao and Bion. The girl holding the staff thinks that today she will definitely crush this commoner. The fireballs she launches fly at the young man. He watches these shells approach with alarm. One of them flies very close and burns the hero. Fear is visible in the boy's eyes. In order to miss another fire sphere, he sits down on the ground. We see the hero's eye widened in horror. A real fire madness is happening above his head. Xiao looks up in fear. He thinks that he can try to dodge by jumping, but the attack area is still too wide. The young man desperately tries to understand what to do. The hero looks to the side of himself. He hears some unusual sound. Now his gaze is directed to the left. The guy listens and understands that the sound comes from there. The hero uses the blink spell. Xiao runs along the ground, leaving a fiery trail behind him. The air seems to be burning. The young man stops. Burning vines are visible around him. Xiao looks over his left shoulder. He thinks that he was lucky this time, but next time it might be much more difficult. In front of us is a girl who stands calmly, holding a staff in her hand. The guy thinks that even if he gets close to Bion, she will immediately use her magic. He knows this for sure since he has lost to fire mages in PvP many times. We see the hero's big eyes. A wall of fire hits the sky behind Bion. The hero thinks that the girl is much stronger than she seems. He is standing at a short distance from his opponent. The guy thinks that if they fought in the open, in a minute there would not be a wet spot left. Bion looks at his opponent with an almost indifferent look. The hero thinks that this could not even be called a duel. Fire arrows appear in front of the girl. A second later, these projectiles rush at the hero. Xiao is holding 3 pointers in his hand. The guy looks angrily at his opponent. He asks her in his mind if she thinks he's just going to sit back and do nothing. There's a white trail in front of us. Now we see a very powerful explosion. The girl's fiery arrows are flying at the hero. We see the hero's eyes. The arrows change color and turn blue. They're getting closer and closer to the guy. He realizes that he can see everything. Xiao stares at the white projectiles flying towards him. White and purple trails appear in front of him. The girl looks at the hero in amazement. She can't believe that he's blocking magic with a regular weapon. Bion watches the guy deal with the arrows she's fired. She thinks it's just impossible. The hero blocks the fiery projectiles with the pointers he holds in his hand. He realizes that his awareness is changing over time. There are many fiery trails around the young man. He thinks that the feeling of body movement in a fight with a mage is not the same as in a game with a keyboard and mouse. Xiao grinds his teeth from incredible nervous tension. He thinks they are alive and feels the turbulent flow of mana as if he could grab it with his hands. The sixth sense becomes as familiar as sight or hearing. Bion looks at the young man in amazement. The girl is simply shocked. She thinks that this wild area filled with vegetation should have given her an advantage, possessing the attribute of fire. The girl curls her lips in anger. She decides that if everything is going wrong, she needs to use even stronger magic. Bion raises his staff. The number of fiery traces around the hero increases. Xiao looks angrily at the opponent. He thinks that he will not be able to defend himself forever. He will have to somehow use these pointers to break through Bion's magic shield. The hero sees the girl at a short distance from him. In front of us is the guy's leg. Xiao thinks that he needs to act now. He rushes forward. The young man once again uses his blink skill. We see that he has come almost close to the girl. Bion looks around in amazement and screams. In front of us is the lower part of her face. Under Bion's feet, a magical formation is visible. The girl uses the skill Incinerating Storm. The hero looks up in alarm. He thinks that this magic is used by fire magicians who fight in close combat. It causes an explosion that pushes back everyone within a 2-meter radius. A smile appears on the guy's face. He thinks that he has experienced all this on his skin many times already. The hero jumps back from the girl. She looks at her opponent in amazement. We see the guy's leg. He starts to run. The hero puts his elbow in front of himself. A powerful flash occurs. The girl looks at the guy in shock and once again thinks that this simply cannot be. A white flash occurs between Xiao and Bion. The girl, screaming in pain, recoils. The young man stands above her. The opponents are sitting on the ground. The guy says that he has won. Beon, twisting his mouth, whines. Still sitting on the ground, she asks the enemy who has risen to his feet who he is. He replies that he is just an ordinary student. Who else? Seol opens his mouth and says that none of this is important. There is someone standing behind a tree nearby. The hero demands that Flame stop hiding and come into the light. The girl shows herself. Flame approaches Seol and Beon. Looking at her classmates, she says that she was not hiding at all. However, she asks the hero how he knew that she was standing there. The hero, smiling stupidly, states that his intuition simply kicked in. He thinks to himself that it is still a sixth sense caused by the Mana leak syndrome. Flame, whose profile we see, states that the hero has some kind of strange intuition. How did he, for example, know that he could break through a magic shield with training equipment like a pointer? Seol looks at the girl with concern. She looks him straight in the eye and asks if the hero used intuition in that case too. Seol and Flame stand opposite each other. The guy thinks that this was not in the original book, and it will not be possible to explain everything honestly. The hero, smiling, points to the pointers and says that they just turned out to be very strong. The girl says that training equipment certainly has its limits, and he decided that they can break through the magic shield. Flame asks why, in the young man's opinion, ordinary knights have disappeared from this world. Seol looks at Flame in bewilderment. He understands that she is right and does not know what to say to her in response. The girl says that the hero seemed strange to her before, but now it is especially obvious. Flame looks into the eyes of his interlocutor and directly asks him who he is. Beon looks at the hero in surprise. A drop of sweat runs down the guy's sad face. He understands that everything has gone too far, although less than a month has passed. He thinks about whether he should reveal all his cards to the girls now. We see the worry on the young man's face. He realizes that this is too dangerous because at least Flame is wary of him. We see a green jungle. Seol tells Flame that he may seem suspicious to her, but he is not a bad person towards her. The girl asks again, surprised. She does not understand what all this means. Seol, smiling, raises his left hand. He says that it means only what he said. He wants to help the girl. Flame looks at his classmate with suspicion. She asks why he decided that she needs help. Seol understands that this conversation needs to be stopped. Smiling, he turns away from the girls and waves his hand at them. Finally, he says that he would like to tell more, but there is no time yet. Beon watches him go. The hero understands that now he needs to leave here as soon as possible. Yellow sticks fly at the guy's head. We see that these are pointers that Beon threw at the hero. The guy holds his head. He indignantly says that if the girl didn't like something, she could have just said so. Beon says that she counted on the guy catching the pointers. After all, he had dodged other traps and all sorts of magic a little earlier, and now he couldn't catch some yellow sticks. The hero thinks that there is nothing to be done. Even the sixth sense has its limitations. He continues to rub the back of his head. Seol says that it really hurts a lot. The duration of the sixth sense depends on the power of the mind, and it has just ended. That is why his head hurts so much now. Seol and Beon are standing opposite each other. The guy asks why the girl started throwing pointers at him. She says that she was defeated, so he can take them. The hero looks at Beon in confusion. He suspects that pride has played up in her. However, his position in the rankings will rise too much if he takes all the pointers, and he does not need the other prizes at all. Seol picks up one yellow stick from the ground. Smiling, he says that, well, he will take one. The girl can keep the rest. The guy leaves, waving his hand and saying goodbye. Seol brings his fist to his mouth. He realizes that he looks like a guy showing mercy to a defeated enemy, and this is too cool even for him. The two girls watch the hero leave. Flame asks if he is really that stupid. Beon replies that he is clearly not very sensible. Most likely, it is because he is a commoner. We see the sad face of the blonde. She is trying to understand who Seol really is. At the same time, three people are looking at the geographical map carefully. We see screens showing students with wands in their hands. In front of us is Han Wall. Someone tells him that Class S has recruited incredible students this year. It is reported that in front of us are Elder Telix and Jorina Eon. The mustachioed man says that it was definitely worth seeing. The woman agrees with him, but thinks that in her youth, she was certainly even more impressive. There are many people standing next to Professor Han Wall. The teacher thinks that a member of the Council of Elders and a member of the Board of Directors of the Blue Tower have arrived here. These big shots have come to watch the practical lesson of the new students. Well, that's probably what happens when you're scouting for new talent. Han Wall looks off into space with a strange expression. He's sure that almost all the professors are watching the class as well. Han Wall looks to his left. There's a screen showing a confrontation between two students. The professor realizes that Wang Ryong is facing Xiang. We get a closer look at the two. Wang Ryong holds out his staff and casts some kind of spell. Long green tendrils can be seen around his opponent. Xiang teleports away, leaving behind only a vague silhouette. He quickly jumps from one magical formation to another. Elder Telex rubs his chin thoughtfully. The woman standing next to him is surprised to see the boy casting Jump, a third-tier spell, over and over again. The elder asks in amazement how such a thing is even possible at 17. Hanwall is also shocked. He thinks that a normal mage reaches the third rank at around 30 years old, while Xiang can use it freely at 17. Jarina Eon, who is standing next to the professor, says that she can't believe it. The students continue to fight. Someone notices that they both use 3 elements. Hanwall continues to watch the fight with a serious expression. He thinks that most mages only have access to one element, and only after long training is it possible to master the second. In front of us are Wang Griang and Xiang. Looking at them, Hanwall thinks that true talent is determined by mastering 3 or more elements, and these two have such talent since birth. Someone caws above the professor's head. He looks up and notices something very unusual there. It is a secret boss. A huge crow appears above the heads of the fighting young men. It opens its beak wide. Streams of blue energy appear near the bird. Wang Griang and Xiang frown and look up. We see some stripes in the sky. The bird's head falls right between the two opponents. The girl with blonde hair apologizes for interrupting the duel between the two young men. She holds a staff in her hands. It is around her that streams of blue energy spread. It is Aiselle, and she apologizes for interrupting. Hanwall, still looking up sullenly, recognizes the girl. Aiselle, holding a staff, approaches Wang Griang. Hanwall thinks that the secret boss can only be found with the necessary abilities. He must first be found, and then you will have to work hard to defeat him. To cope with him alone is something impossible. We see the sad face of the girl. In front of us are Elder Telex and Jarina Eon. The woman says that she is the eldest daughter of the traitor, Archduke Malf. The man says that this is very sad. If not for such a father, the girl's talent could have been revealed much more. It seems that Elder Telex sees something very unexpected for himself. On one of the screens, you can see the dark figure of a guy and a blonde standing in front of him. Hanwall says that the princess of the Adalbert kingdom is in front of them. The elder rubs his chin thoughtfully. He asks who the girl is fighting. He has never seen this guy before. We see someone's eye. Its owner screams in amazement that he sees a spell. In front of us is a hero with 3 pointers in his hands. One of the spectators asks in bewilderment if this young man is using Blink. In front of us are pages falling down. It is reported that many mages wanted to control the Blink spell. The pages are stained with blood. They could not do it. Someone was left crippled, someone died. As a result, everyone gave up. This spell is impossible to control. Elder Telex seems amazed. He thinks about the fact that a student has appeared who is able to control Blink as if it were part of his being. The observers are watching the screen where the hero's battle is being shown. One of them asks who this guy is. Hanwall, who is standing next to Elder Telex, says that this guy is called BQ Xiao. The professor turns to the observers. He says that this is an extremely unique student who specializes in Blink. Jarina Eon, who seems to never take off her hood, asks again in surprise. Elder Telex says that the overwhelming power of Xiang, Ram, and Aiselle is one thing, but here they are dealing with a completely different phenomenon. The man raises his left hand. He asks why the hero does not use other types of magic, but just plays around. He would have won a long time ago if he used other spells. The elder sincerely does not understand this. Someone says that Xiao is fighting seriously right now. A boy in a long cloak and an original hat appears at the door. Someone says that this is Altman Eltwin. Before us is the face of this character. The observers listen attentively to the newcomer. He declares that the hero fought seriously from the very beginning. Didn't those standing here think so? The boy looks up and says that he is very curious. The way the hero fights reminds him of the code of honor that existed in ancient times. In front of the hero, multicolored traces are visible, mostly fire. Elder Telex and Jarina Eon look at the young man standing in front of them. The woman, as usual, asks again, this time about the code of honor. The man clarifies whether he is talking about chivalry, which disappeared along with bladed weapons. Hanwall looks sternly ahead. He understands that this may indeed be a code of honor, but where did such a young boy get it from? We see a shining sword. Hanwall realizes that Altman Eltwin means the way of thinking of knights by the code of honor, those who arm themselves with a blade despite the fact that they live in a world of magic. This is the essence of the heroes who have protected this world from evil since time immemorial. We see the back of a warrior, above whom a huge cross shines. As they say, knights always went out to battle evil with only a sword in their hands. Before us is the thoughtful face of an elder. He thinks that it is still unwise to take up arms when magic exists. But this student actually uses a pointer as a sword. Elder Telex looks at the boy in surprise. He thinks that if this is the essence of what Altman Eltwin felt, we see the crest of the academy. The man remembers that this boy is the director of Stella, the best magic academy in the world. He is a 9th rank magic maestro, one of the 10 greatest sages of the continent. We see a magic formation behind the boy's head. Eltman Eltwin stands next to the observers, who are all dressed in maroon robes. Elder Talix thinks that if the Great Sage thinks so, the first practical test is over. It is reported that we are in the S-class training ground. A powerful blow lands on the dummy's chest. We see the young man with purple hair who delivered it. It seems to be Ryong. The boy looks at his staff in surprise. He is upset that he has almost no mana left. His hand tightly grips the handle. The young man thinks that he is not trying hard enough. He is still far behind. We see a list hanging on the wall. Ryong remembers that 39 out of 141 students who participated in the practical test were expelled. Aiselle, who defeated the mysterious bird, took first place and he himself took second place. Seong finished sixth. Ryong walks across the green field. He does not feel like a winner just because he was higher. There is sadness on the boy's face. We see a huge crow. The boy thinks that if Aiselle had not interfered with them then, he most likely would have lost. The young man grinds his teeth in anger. The guy looks to his right. Ryong understands that it has always been like this since their first meeting. In front of us is Seong, whom the young man considers his opponent. Ryong thinks that this man always treats everything with disdain and still achieves the highest results no matter what he does. We see the profile of the young man. He remembers that during the practical test, he placed magic circles all over the territory and carefully analyzed the opponent's actions, but Seong still easily repelled all his attacks. The boots are on the green floor. Ryong remembers his opponent, whom we see above his head. The guy asks himself if there is no way he can get around his competitor. Is the difference in their talents really that great? Purple bangs hide half of the guy's face. Ryong is very sad. He understands that he has no time for self-flagellation. He needs to work even harder. In front of us is Beon. Holding a staff in her hands, she looks at the young man who is diligently studying. The blonde looks at the guy in surprise. She realizes that it is Ryong. The girl is perplexed as to why the guy, who is always so calm, is more angry than ever today. However, it is not for her to talk about this. A magical formation appears under the girl's feet. She shoots a stream of fire at the mannequin. The blonde staff generates a lot of fiery energy. A powerful explosion is heard. Ryong looks to his right in surprise. Of course, Beon is standing there with a staff in her hand. The girl's face is distorted with anger. She thinks that, even having lost one pointer, she took third place. This is very unpleasant. Mother seems to be pleased, but if the result was even a little worse, she would definitely get into a big fight. A powerful explosion is heard between two human figures. The girl is irritated because an ordinary commoner is behaving in such an impudent manner. Beon, who is being looked at by Ryong standing next to her, puffs with rage. The guy is trying to understand what problems the princess has. Light streams of white smoke rise around the girl. Ryong suspects that he might just be imagining things about the problems, but it seems that her magic has become much more precise. The fire magic she uses is incredibly powerful and probably almost impossible to control. Ryong stares at the girl and thinks that it would be a real miracle if she made such a huge progress in such a short period of time. Although, then again, he might just be imagining things. Beon curses in disappointment. She doesn't want to admit it, but her lessons with the hero have clearly done her good. The girl remembers how she sat at the same table with a guy. Beon is holding a staff in her hands. She understands that as soon as she learned to solve tricky riddles, her magical abilities have steadily increased. We see a glow next to the young man's head. The girl thinks that he is just a plebeian with terrible grades and a disgusting character. However, she is sure that he is the only one who knows how to deal with her weak points. Beon walks along the green lawn. She realizes that the hero still irritates her very much. Someone calls out to the girl. The princess looks at the one who did it in surprise. Yi Taran is standing in front of her. Beon asks what happened. Her assistant replies that the Terravan staff, which was sent for reforging, is ready and has already arrived. We see the item in question. Yi Taran asks if she should give it to the hero right away. The princess replies that this is exactly what needs to be done. Yi Taran states that she understands. However, Beon stops her. The assistant asks Her Highness what happened. We see the princess's huge red eyes. In front of us is a magnificent building. It is reported that this is the second tower. Beon is standing with a box in her hands. She heard that Seol was somewhere here, that's why she came. But this is the second tower where the labs and departments of the teachers are located. Did he really come here to meet the professor? The girl looks up and exhales sharply. Beon lowers her head. She can't understand why she even came here. She could have given the staff to the guy right there on the training ground. If she continues like this, everyone will think that she is just chasing after a commoner. The girl's face is sad. She realizes that she can't behave like this and needs to go back. Someone calls out to the princess. The girl turns around in surprise at the voice. A woman with a long braid is standing in front of her. Bion recognizes Professor Hammerl. The girl and the woman are standing opposite each other. The blonde says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The professor replies that until recently she was teaching the princess in the castle, and now the girl has matured so much. Hammerl asks what brought the girl here. There is a tall tower in front of us. Bion says that she had some business, but she is already leaving. Hammerl states that there is indeed some confusion going on here right now, so it is for the best. The blonde looks at the woman in surprise and asks what exactly is going on. Hammerl says that important people from the world of magic have arrived and are causing a fuss because of a student named Baek-Yu-seol. The blonde looks at the woman with huge red eyes. In her mind, she repeats the hero's name. A staircase is visible behind the woman. Bion asks in surprise what exactly is going on with this plebeian. Hammerl replies that the girl knows herself since they fought each other, and at the time of the fight, this student did not use magic. The blonde lowers her eyes sadly. She realizes that Hammerl saw that fight. The girl is upset that she appeared in such an inappropriate form in front of the teacher she respects the most. Hammerl holds her hand. She states that she shouldn't blame herself for the defeat since her opponent fought with all his might. However, the blonde's face is still very sad. She asks how she can't be upset when her opponent didn't even use magic against her. Hammerl, narrowing his eyes, smiles. She states that it's because of his credo. The princess asks again in surprise. The professor stands in front of the stairs, arms crossed over his chest. She reports that after looking at the duel, the director of the academy said that he sees it as an attempt to revive the code of honor that disappeared many generations ago. Bion cannot believe that Baek-Yu-seol is trying to bring back chivalry. In her opinion, this is some kind of nonsense. We see the blonde's right eye. She remembers the fight with the young man. The girl realizes that the hero used a pointer as a sword the entire time they fought. We see the box that she is holding in her hands. The princess guesses that this is why the plebeian wanted to get the magic sword. We see the girl's chin. Hammerl and Bion are standing next to each other. The blonde says that giving up magic at the Magic Academy will be an incredible obstacle for him. He will definitely lose points during the magic practicals, and that's not counting all the other consequences. The professor says that this is exactly how it is, but the boy decided to take this path no matter what. Isn't that amazing? The girl looks thoughtfully ahead. Hammerl says that Baek-Yu-seol continues to push himself even after mastering the blank skill perfectly, and this makes you think that this credo must be sincere. Bion stands sadly against the brick wall. We see her sad eyes. The girl thinks that if someone were to even hint that they dream of becoming a knight, they would immediately become a laughing stock. There is no place for such warriors in this time. Is Seol really sincere in his desire to adhere to the code of honor? The blonde remembers how she got angry at him and also asked the guy not to make fun of her. Someone approaches the girl. The young man, who appeared next to the princess, is chewing on the roots of the Ethylicum. He asks what she forgot here. The girl looks at the hero in amazement. Clutching the case to herself, the princess screams that she is not here because of him. He replies that he did not even think about it. Bion looks at the guy angrily. He does not understand why she reacts to him like that. The blonde hands the case to the hero and says that he should just take it. Seol realizes that it is Teravin and thanks the blonde. The guy looks at the girl with wide eyes of surprise. We see the instrument that he received. The hero realizes that he has a shapeless blade in front of him. As expected from the Adelbites, the craftsmanship remains unrivaled. The boy is happy that he helped the princess. Seol hugs the case to his chest and asks if he can keep it. The boy thinks that he can sell it to someone for a good price. Bion replies that the young man can do whatever he wants. Seol clenches his fist, happy with the profit. The princess sullenly thinks that servants will always remain servants. The girl's eyes are sad. She calls out to the young man. He looks at her in surprise. The blonde turns her face to him and asks if the hero really is not going to use any other magic. The boy looks at her with eyes wide with surprise. She answers with an equally expressive look. The girl turns around and angrily says that the boy does not have to answer this question, and she leaves. Judging by his legs, the hero is turning in the other direction. Seol, holding a box in his right hand, walks away from the tower. He remembers that Professor Hanwall also said something about another magic. The teacher seemed to understand his intention and said that he respected his credo. It sounds like nonsense, but still nice. Seol remembers the moment of communication with the professor when he said that the guy chose a very difficult path. The hero thinks that all's well that ends well. We see the box he holds in his hand. Seol understands that even if he only has a magic sword, he will already be safe enough in the next episode. The young man thinks that perhaps he should try out the weapon he received. In front of us is a building that looks like a training ground. Seol holds Teravin in his hand. His hand tightly grips the hilt. The guy assumes that he should simply direct his mana to the sword. Seol looks at his weapon. His eyes become round with amazement. We see that Teravin has a long white blade. The young man understands that everything turned out much better than he expected. The hero looks at the sword and thinks that it would be much cooler if Flame got it. We see the girl he is thinking about. There is a cross above her head. The guy thinks that the main character Flame is special. She is able to master the magic of elves, dwarves, and angels despite her human race. This staff constantly absorbs the mana of the owner, so not just anyone can use it. The girl armed with the sword emits streams of white energy around herself. Xiao thinks that Flame maintains his mana with the help of nature energies and uses the sword as a finishing move. The guy realizes that this weapon is not so useful for him. He does not have any mana. Although he constantly absorbs mana, it does not accumulate in his body and is immediately expelled due to leakage syndrome. In other words, the mana contained in his breath becomes a source for Terravan. Xiao calls up a system window. He says that you need to check your parameters. In front of us is an information window of a hero named BQ Xiao. It says that strength, agility, tenacity, and mental strength have 1 star each, sensitivity has 2 stars, and endurance has 0 stars. Naturally, there is no mana. There is no remaining experience. The blink skill is at level 1. Mana leak syndrome is at level 2. The next window describes mana leak syndrome. It says that strength, agility, and sensitivity are increased by 5%. Sixth Sense uses the user's mental power to activate, detects mana within a radius of 18 meters, and activates detection acceleration. Automatically activates when danger is detected. The level of mana circulation in the blood is 1%. Looking at the system window, the hero notices that, thanks to the prize for 5th place in practical training, his strength has increased slightly, and since he now has a weapon, he will be able to directly raise these parameters rather than spend experience. The guy is holding a glowing sword in his hands. He thinks that he needs to start practicing with this weapon. He won't have any free time now. In front of us is one of the entrances to the academy. A teacher stands in front of the students. He declares that from this day on, they will begin practicing real magic. It is reported that in front of us is the lecturer of the magic defense class, Virian. He tells the students to spread out around the hall and take out their staves. The teacher passes by the students who are using the magic shield skill. Virian thinks that there are plenty of talented students in this group. Thoughtfully passing by the students, he praises himself for dividing them all by level. Virian notices something. The hero stands still and does nothing. The man mentally wonders if this is the famous student from Class S. The young man's face is sad. Virian thinks that this is an S-rank commoner who resonated with a mid-high level staff and placed 5th in the practical dungeon test. Virian wants nothing to do with this young man. The teacher, plastering a smile on his face, approaches the hero and asks why he is not doing anything. The boy smiles. He collects his thoughts and says that he is learning a slightly different defense technique, so there is no need for him to learn basic magic. Virian ironically asks if the boy really has his own personal defense technique. This is very curious. Virian thinks to himself that Saul is very impudent. He would understand if the boy was learning hereditary magic, like the Adelbit Princess Biom. But how would a commoner know something like that? The teacher heard that Saul is basically incapable of using any magic other than blink. The hero looks at the teacher with a sad expression. He, still smiling, offers the boy to demonstrate this amazing defensive technique to the rest of the students. Virian turns to the other students and says that the hero's opponent will be more so from Class B. We see a young man with a girlish hairstyle who is smiling and looking at the hero. Now we can take a closer look at the face of this young man. Virian turns to the hero and asks him what he thinks. Xiao understands that in order to stay in this school, an ordinary lecturer of magic defense needs connections. More so, Dordan comes from the Scalvan Empire, so it doesn't hurt to make a good first impression. Getting the opportunity to show impressive magic in a duel with a student of Class S can only be a plus for the student. The hero agrees to duel with the offered opponent. Virian says that in this case, both students must go up to the platform. Morso and Xiao are standing in the middle of the circle. The first of them is smiling. The hero seems calm. The classmates encourage the student from Class B. They urge him to crush the opponent like a cockroach, and also to disgrace him in front of everyone. Morso says that he will do everything, you just have to wait a little. Xiao looks at the opponent with concern. He understands that he is also from the gang led by Uslek and Raiden. The hero's face is sad, but calm. He thinks that all this is probably for the best. He only has to attend these classes because they are mandatory, and there is absolutely nothing to do here since he cannot use magic. Xiao looks at the smiling teacher. He thinks that Virian was known for his bad character from the very beginning. A smile appears on the guy's face. He looks at his opponent preparing for the duel. The guy thinks that he will now find out the results of his training. In front of us are the walls of the educational institution. Virian announces the rules of the duel. One student attacks and the other defends himself. Then they switch roles. Using magic in turn is prohibited. Morso begins. A red staff appears in the hand of a Class B student. His comrades are talking to each other. One of them expresses doubt that the hero will win. Defense is defense, but Morso knows Earth Element attack magic. It is not so easy to defend against. In front of us is a student with yellow hair. Virian shouts for the students to prepare for battle. Then he gives the command to begin. A magic formation appears at the end of Morso's staff. One of the spectators notices with surprise that this is second-tier magic. This is unusual, since everyone knows that only first-tier spells can be used during basic magic workshops. The second student asks worriedly if the hero will be okay. Ciel calmly looks at his opponent. He calls him an insane bastard from Class S and shouts that he will get it in full now. A green projectile flies towards the hero. Morso uses the skill Dort and Piercing Rock. A wave of energy approaches the hero. We see a sword with a white blade. Ciel throws it forward with a sharp movement. It looks like the projectile fired at him disintegrates in the air. Virian looks at what is happening in amazement. The guy with yellow hair looks dissatisfied. Morso looks at the opponent in surprise. He thinks that this simply cannot be. His spell did not work and disappeared. Ciel stands in place with a white blade in his hand. We see two girls. One of them notices that the hero seemed to cut the magic with his sword. The second asks if the spell could evaporate from such an impact. Virian looks at the opponents in surprise. He thinks that with a single swing the magic would not go away. However, Ciel definitely dispelled Morso's spell. All spells follow the path of mana. That is, if you dispel mana, then the magic will also be dispelled. Did Ciel really do that? We see the hero again, holding his sword in his hand. A smile appears on his face. The sword works much better than he expected. Now he can cut even a third-tier spell. The guy praises himself for training at the training ground all these days without rest. He thinks that he should succeed. The opponents stand opposite each other. Morso looks at the hero with hatred. He calls him a servant and asks how he dared to touch his magic. The guy grinds his teeth in rage. Virian, standing nearby, thinks that this is a real problem. If Morso is defeated, he himself will not be well either. We see the round platform where the duel is taking place again. The teacher praises the hero and says that his defensive technique is very good. However, there is a limit to how many spells he can parry one after another. The teacher suggests that the hero's opponent should go on the offensive more actively. We see Morso's astonished eyes. He realizes the meaning of what was said and begins to smile. The hero, looking at the teacher, gets angry. He understands that this man is trying to save his opponent. We see the hero's left eye. Several large boulders are hanging around his opponent. Morso, smiling, puts forward his staff. In front of us are students watching the duel. We hear their remarks. Someone says that this is too unfair. The second observer is afraid that the hero may be crippled. The third asks why the professor does not stop the duel. Morso, smiling from ear to ear, thinks that he will now end this duel. He uses the skill Piercing Rocks of Beliar. A hail of rocks is thrown at the hero. Ciel looks at the approaching projectiles in fear. Ciel looks at his opponent in amazement. Many rocks are flying at him. In front of us is the hero's right eye. He sees that Morso has thrown 11 rocks at him. If he can't blink or cut them, then there is only one way out. They must be blocked. Ciel stretches out his hand, and the projectiles flying at him begin to crumble into small pieces. Morso clenches his teeth in rage. We see a circle in which the opponents are standing. Morso can't believe that his strongest spell can be blocked so easily. Virian grinds his teeth in anger. He mentally asks the student from Class B what the hell he is doing. If he loses, the teacher will be in big trouble. Ciel looks at his hand in surprise. He says that he just wanted to repeat what he saw in another game, and it seems to have worked. This technique is called stacking. Terravan is inferior because it requires several times more mental power to maintain the form, so after using it, the stamina drops significantly. And since the defense is weaker than when blocking a single object, it is difficult to use in a real fight. We see a thoughtful face of a young man. He is glad that this is just a duel and not a real fight. We see two opponents standing opposite each other. We hear the comments of the spectators. One of them says that he has never seen anything like this. Is this some kind of magic shield? The second asks if there was something like this in the techniques of magical defense. The third says that Morso may well lose. The said student grinds his teeth in rage and curses. He cannot believe that some commoner is disgracing him like this. Morso, whose face is distorted with mad anger, holds out his staff in front of him. The spectators are perplexed. They understand that he wants to use the spell again, but his turn is over. Virian watches the action with a disgusting smile. He thinks that it would be good if Morso continued the attack. The villain opens his mouth wide and shouts at the hero to get ready. He is not going to leave this just like that. Someone calls out to the teacher. Virian, smiling crookedly, asks what is going on. We see that his question is addressed to a guy with yellow hair, whose name is Jeremy. The young man, narrowing his eyes, smiles. He asks why the professor does not allow the hero to attack. Virian smiles crookedly. He does not know what to answer. Horror appears on his face. The students watching the duel anxiously talk to each other. Someone says that this is no longer a simple duel of freshmen. If something goes wrong, the hero can seriously suffer. Another student questions the competence of the teacher. It seems to him that he simply has no right to be called that. Virian realizes that he was so focused on the duel that he stopped paying attention to the reactions of the students. Virian and Jeremy are standing opposite each other. The guy calls out to the teacher once again. He looks like a cornered mouse. Virian, stuttering, begins to say that he is passing the turn to the hero. Someone says the name of the skill magic shield. Xiao puts his sword to the opponent's throat. The teacher has no choice but to state the hero's victory. Morso looks at his opponent in fear. Prince Jeremy, whose profile we see, smiles contentedly. He says that the hero has finally won. Class S impresses him more than one might expect. Jeremy smiles again. We see a huge chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Someone is groaning heavily in the room. A sad girl is in front of us. Next to her, someone is groaning in pain and begging to forgive him. Morso is lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Next to him we see someone's leg. Jeremy calmly looks at his feet. Next to him, someone is groaning. It turns out that the blonde man beat the student who lost to the hero half to death. Jeremy approaches the girl and calls her by name, Verijane. She makes it clear that she is listening. Wiping the blood from his hand with a handkerchief, Jeremy says that it seems that his friend is very sick. He asks the girl to look after him. He will be very upset if something goes wrong. Verijane says that she understands everything. Jeremy thanks her. The girl frowns at the back of the guy leaving. We see her face close up. She thinks that the prince called the beaten man not a loyal subject, but a friend. Young Jeremy holds a crown in his hand. In the Scalvan Empire, where the heir is determined solely based on magical abilities, Crown Prince Jeremy Scalvan became the heir, overtaking his brothers at the age of 12. We see the boy's face. Verijane thinks that the very fact that he called the beaten boy a disloyal means that the Dordans have been erased from the political world of the Empire. Verijane looks ahead sadly. She realizes that it is not only Morso that is affected. A commoner named Beek Usial has attracted the attention of Crown Prince Jeremy, and he too will not be able to live in peace anymore. Students are walking in front of the Academy building. Now we see the students sitting inside the chemistry lab. Someone asks if his comrades have heard of Beek Usial from Class S, who said something about chivalry. In front of us are two young men. One of them asks what kind of chivalry there is in a magic academy. It seems that the guy just wants to attract attention to himself. However, this brave man still defeated Morso Dordan. His comrade is surprised by this fact. He thought that the Dordans were a very influential family in the Empire. Flame looks down sadly, placing her hands on the table. She thinks that wherever she goes, everyone only talks about the hero. She is not looking for attention, but for some reason she does not like it. Who is he anyway? In front of us is a teacher in glasses. She urges the students to concentrate. It is reported that she is the professor of alchemy Mazen Tyron. The woman says that alchemy requires precise measurements, attention to detail, and temperature control. She informs that today the students will learn how to make a potion to cure Tyron's fatigue, so they should concentrate. There is a rack of test tubes on the table. Flame is holding a measuring cup in her hands. She thinks that this discipline annoys her. One mistake, and everything is ruined. The girl looks anxiously at the bowl heating up on the fire. Because alchemy is a very precise science, she tries to avoid it. Mazen Tyron calls out to a girl named Altalicia and shouts that this is very dangerous. She must be more careful. The teacher approaches the frightened blonde. She menacingly asks if she imagines herself an alchemist. The girl humiliatingly apologizes. Flame clenches her fists and looks at the teacher. She thinks that Mazen Tyron will one day turn black and go crazy. To be prepared for this, she just needs to keep going to class. Someone laughs next to the girl. She turns towards the sound. Flame sees a young man who is tightly clutching a measuring cup. He is very happy about something. Flame recognizes the hero. The girl looks at the guy happily working with chemicals. Flame initially thought that he chose this course to get closer to Aiselle, but it seems that Xiao is just crazy. Flame understands that she just needs to take the ingredients and start working. There are 2 vials of red liquid on the table. Flame tiredly wipes the sweat from her forehead. She thinks that she has finally finished. She is lucky to have done everything quickly because Flame has good grades. The girl looks to her right. She tries to find Aiselle with her eyes. She continues working. We see a measuring cup with pink contents in her hand. The girl looks into the vessel. Flame understands that, fortunately, everything is fine with her. Flame's eyes become round with surprise. It seems that she notices something. Above Aiselle's head, pages with clearly magical content are visible. Flame remembers that in the original work, Aiselle came across the magical drawings of Mina, and in this lesson, she had to create the best variety of the Tyron fatigue relieving potion. Aiselle brings a vial with purple liquid to her face. Flame thoughtfully rubs her chin. She does not understand why the girl is preparing an ordinary potion now. Flame hears someone turn to the hero and ask why he changed the ingredients without permission. Flame anxiously turns around at the voice. Seol and Mazen Tyron are standing next to each other. The guy says that it will be more effective this way. The woman asks what her student got as a result. This isn't the Tyron fatigue potion she ordered to be made. Flame looks at the hero in amazement. Seol is in front of us in a medical gown and his wonderful glasses. Flame realizes that the guy must have made the potion that Aiselle was supposed to have invented. Flame looks at what is happening in front of her eyes in surprise, and it all seems very strange to her. We see a girl a short distance away from the hero. She does not understand how Seol prepared the potion that Aiselle was supposed to invent. Mazen Tyron puts her hand on her forehead. She states that the guy does not even listen to her. This is absolutely terrible behavior. This is why commoners are not suitable for the academy. Flame looks at the woman with surprised eyes. She remembers a picture from the past when the professor talked to Aiselle. Flame remembers that in the original, this phrase sounded like "this is why your family is in decline." We see Aiselle's sad profile. These words greatly affected the daughter of a trader who lost her family, and she was not herself until she finished preparing the potion. Flame continues to look at the hero. She assumes that Seol knew about this and deliberately attracted Mazen Tyron's attention to himself in order to protect Aiselle from all this. We see Flame's huge eyes. She thinks about the professor having a lot of influence at Stella Academy. If she dislikes you even once, you will feel the consequences in your grades even in other classes. The girl cannot understand what is wrong with the hero and why he would make such sacrifices for someone. Mazen Tyron opens her mouth wide and yells at the hero to tone it down. She demands that he bring his parents to her immediately. The drop of sweat runs down the boy's cheek. He realizes that he forgot something. He was so focused on alchemy that he completely forgot about the disgusting plot line of this story. Looking sadly at the teacher, he tells her that he is an orphan. Mazen Tyron continues to yell. She seems completely unmoved by the young man's words. He thinks that he has already gotten himself into trouble, so there is little he can do about it. We see the young man's left eye. He is going to try making a kimchi potion and a cola potion tomorrow. Several weeks have passed. In front of us are students in medical gowns. Someone calls the hero. Mazen Tyron angrily shouts that she does not want to repeat everything 10 times, and the hero should not use ingredients that no one has told him about yet. Seol replies that the result is better if you slightly change the formula created by the teacher. Mazen Tyron, who is standing in front of the guy, perceives these words as a reproach for unprofessionalism. The hero adjusts his glasses. An information card about Mazen Tyron appears in front of him. It says that the influence of the dark demon on the character is 21%. The professor also has an inferiority complex and envy. She is a contractor for the dark demon, a professor of alchemy, the boss of the 8th episode, and dark demonization is happening inside her. The hero thinks that everything is great, and the plot develops exactly as it should. The professor looks at the guy, trembling with anger and clenching his fist. We see this woman as a scary demon. In episode 8, the boss Mazen Tyron, who was blackened by the dark demon, was unable to overcome her negative emotions and underwent dark demonization, becoming one of the villains. Once the influence of the dark demon reaches 90%, she will completely turn into a monster, but until the progress reaches 50%, it is impossible to detect this with magic. At this moment, the influence of the dark demon on Professor Mazen Tyron is at 21%. Seol looks ahead. He cannot prove that she is a dark minion and turn her in, so he will just have to constantly provoke her, and when the progress exceeds 50%, the guy will call a squad of dark demon killers. In front of us are 2 hands, one light and one black. Normal blackening of dark demons can be reversed before full demonization occurs, but Mazen Tyron is a contractor of the dark demon. This means that she entered into an alliance with the darkness of her own free will. The demon seed has already blossomed in her, so it is impossible to reverse this process. In front of us, inside a magical formation, is the object that was just mentioned. We see the hero's face in close-up. He thinks that even before the 4th episode has begun, he has already met a very powerful boss, so he needs to prepare in advance. If he does not take action, the professor will turn the rest of the students into dark demons and put Stella Academy in danger. Mazen Tyron looks sternly at the young man and says that his behavior is still terrible. He cannot count on good grades in her subject. Seol, who is wearing a medical gown, looks at the teacher. He thinks that this may be for the best. The more attention she pays to him, the less others will suffer. The guy sighs heavily and thinks that now he just needs to work on his body a little, distracted from classes. Well, yeah, right. The guy could not even imagine that the practical exam could become a group assignment. He holds his head. Next to him, we see Aiselle and another student. The 2 students look at each other sadly. Aiselle is also very upset. Seol understands that this atmosphere is no good. If someone looked at them from the outside, they would think that someone had died. The young man smiles brightly. He says that his name is BQ Seol and he is pleased to meet the students present. We see something like a blue piece of cloth. One of the students says that he is Ka Sa-hoon, and the other introduces himself as Mao Lai-wan. Aiselle also says her name. Ka Sa-hoon covers her face with her hands and says that their group has gotten into big trouble. Professor Mason-Tyron always gives bad grades to students she doesn't like. The exam itself, in fact, no longer has any meaning. The hero begins to feel remorse. Aiselle, who is standing next to the guy, asks what they should do now. Should they give up? We see a magnificent tower behind the girl. Aiselle reminds that the practical exam is conducted by at least 3 alchemists from the Alchemy Castle, meaning that Professor Mason-Tyron cannot ruin their grades on her own. Ka Sa-hoon and Mao Lai-wan look at the girl in surprise. The boys exchange glances, smiling. One of them says that they need to try their best. The other replies that he felt relieved and wanted to make it one day. Xiao looks at Aiselle, smiling. The girl turns away from him with a not very happy expression. The students stand at their desks. Aiselle states that, no matter what, making the D-Vitality potion will not be difficult for them if they apply everything they have learned so far. However, they need to gather the best ingredients. She asks who wants to take on the main ingredient, which is the fire lizard's tail. The hero raises his hand. He states that he can get it. Aiselle asks the boy if he knows that choosing the right monster is the most important thing in alchemy. He will need to carefully choose something very fresh. We see the ceiling of the room where the class is being held. The hero replies that, of course, he knows all this. The girl says that this is simply excellent. Aiselle looks at the young man with concern. She thinks that he is too confident in himself. She has not yet decided whether she can trust him or not. Xiao smiles. He thinks about where to get a fire lizard and comes to the conclusion that he will order it here. Mason-Tyron stands with his back to the young man. He asks the professor if she summoned him. The woman, holding a small piece of paper, smiles. She asks the boy if he can hand out similar sheets to the first years of Group S from the alchemy class. The professor has a rather strange smile on his face. She says that perhaps Group 12 can be ignored. The young man replies that, of course, he will do everything in the best possible way. Mason-Tyron, smiling, looks at him. 3 figures in hooded robes appear before us. The professor thinks that the practical exam in alchemy is conducted by the official alchemists of the Alchemy Castle. If the scoundrel disgraces himself in front of them, the path of an alchemist will be closed to him forever. Mason-Tyron, smiling, looks to your right and calls out the hero's name. She declares that she will show him what it means to go against the professor. Class S training ground. We see a girl with a staff. Someone calls out to Flame. She turns around in surprise. A young man approaches the girl and hands her a piece of paper. He says that he was asked to convey this message from the alchemy professor. Flame takes the message and thanks the young man. The young man looks at the girl and declares that the professor asked not to tell anything to the other students. She also said that Flame will understand everything when she hears these words. The girl sighs, looking at the paper she received. She understands that by other students the professor means only the 12th group, which includes BQ Xiao. There is only one thing she does not understand. Does Mason-Tyron really think that she will just sit back and do nothing? We see the text of the document. It is a notification. The practical exam task has been changed. Instead of the potion of vitality, B must prepare the potion of Tyron's instructions. The girl's eyes become round in surprise. In front of us is the hero, behind whom we can see pages with clearly magical content. Flame thinks that if Xiao knows the original novel, he will prepare for this incident. He will not find the tail of the fire lizard needed for the D-Vitality potion, but the scales of the Idyllic spiders for the Tyron indication potion. Flame looks thoughtfully at the piece of paper she received. She crumples it in her hand. The girl understands that she has an opportunity to test this guy. Behind her head, we see the sad profile of the hero. The hero is informed that he has arrived at the Daredevil Stadium. The guy rubs the back of his head. He says that portals are, of course, cool, but every time he gets very dizzy after them. Someone calls the hero a mage and greets him. The hero looks a little puzzled at whoever did this. We see a friendly blonde. She says that Daredevil is happy to see the hero. Xiao stands in front of the girl. He declares that he is not officially a mage yet, he is just a student. The blonde replies that a student of Stella Academy deserves the same treatment as a full-fledged mage. The guy hears someone calling him a Stella student behind his back. Judging by his face, Xiao is quite surprised. And indeed, the people standing around him are whispering. One of them says that he has never seen the uniform of this educational institution before. Another says that he envies the young man, who is also handsome on top of everything else. Xiao goes his own way. The girl asks if he knows the route. She says that the guy can always turn to her if he needs help. The hero thanks her. Xiao smiles. He thinks that if he has a pass and a watch from Stella Academy, then he will be accepted everywhere as an official mage. Obviously, studying at this institution has its advantages. There is no need to talk about free use of portals, which usually cost 100,000 credits. Thanks to this, the hero allows himself to go out into the city on weekends. There he made sure that the information available to him was generally correct. We see a magnificent building with trees growing in front of it. The hero is walking through a wooded area. He says that they should be around here somewhere. In front of us is the creature he is going to hunt. The hero thinks that his target today is a level 2 fire lizard. Its endurance and strength are higher than most local animals, and to defeat it, second-tier magic is needed due to its high magic resistance and mobility. Xiao, with his mouth slightly open, looks to your right. He thinks that he has tried his hand at level 1 monsters, and that was quite easy. He thinks that he should be able to handle level 2 as well. The hero is standing in place. Behind him we see a high cliff. The guy is holding a sword. Xiao feels that the monster he needs is already here. There are sounds around the guy standing in the middle of the path. We see a scary red eye. Apparently, someone is approaching the guy whose back we see. The sixth sense skill is activated. We see the hero's right eye. The next moment, Xiao stabs the lizard with his sword. Blood spurts from the monster's mouth. The monster roars. Xiao looks at it completely calmly. Apparently, the monster is defeated. The hero approaches the corpse and declares that the prey is caught. Something happens a little to the left of the young man. 3 more fire lizards crawl out of the forest. Xiao smiles and prepares his sword for battle. He rushes to attack, declaring that it is time to collect some ingredients. In front of us is Aiselle, and we see surprise on her face. We see lizard meat. The girl notices that it is very fresh, and this is immediately noticeable. Apparently, the young man has an eye for ingredients. Students in medical gowns are standing inside the room where the exam is taking place. The hero says that he is glad that the girl understands everything. In front of us is Aiselle's face. She states that everything is excellent and all that remains is to prepare the potion perfectly. The girl calls her comrades to get to work. The 3 boys she is on a team with look at her with a smile. In front of us is Maze and Tyron. She asks if everyone has gathered. The members of the examination committee stand next to her. The professor states that, as she said earlier, today's exam will be conducted under the supervision of the committee from the Castle of Alchemy. If the students excel here, it will help them in the future as alchemists. Maze and Tyron says that the students can begin. Smiling, the woman states that the task of this exam will be to prepare a B-rank potion of Tyron's instructions. The hero and his teammates look at the teacher in amazement. She asks if all the students have prepared the necessary ingredients. Aiselle raises her hand. She asks the professor to wait. The girl states that they thought they would need to brew a D-rank life force potion. Maze and Tyron smiles and replies that they originally did. But then she sent out a notification that the exam task had changed and that they now needed to brew a potion under Tyron's instructions. The woman asks the students to confirm that they received the message. The students stand in front of the tables where the ingredients are laid out. Xiao frowns at his teacher. He doesn't understand how she's planning on pulling this off. It won't affect him in any way, but it would be a shame if the others failed the exam because of this. He tries to remember if this part was in the original novel. Flame looks back at the young man. Then the girl turns away from him. Judging by her expression, the hero finds this suspicious. Flame looks down sadly. She doesn't understand what happened, since Xiao should have been aware of the events of the novel. So why did he fall for the teacher's trick? Maze and Tyron asks Aiselle if she has prepared the wrong ingredients. The girl looks at the teacher in fear and says that she has. Maze and Tyron folds her arms across her chest and sternly states that the members of this team have neglected the main code of the alchemist to carry the truth by mixing the right ingredients. The professor smiles and says that no one will help them anymore. The woman is about to expel the 12th team. However, someone asks her to wait. We see the hero raising his hand. He states that the task of the exam is to prepare a potion of Tyron's instructions. The professor asks him to clarify what he means. Looking at the teacher, the guy states that his team will prepare a potion that will be more effective than the one she created. Maze and Tyron looks at the young man with hatred. He states that they are simply using slightly different ingredients. The guy smiles and reminds that he has always done exactly this. The members of the commission, who are standing next to the teacher, whisper among themselves. In front of us is a scary-looking spider. Maze and Tyron thinks that the key ingredient of Tyron's instruction potion is the scale of the Idyllic spider. It has a large amount of nutrients. Tyron's potion is created by heat treating a product based on these scales. We see a flask with red liquid. Mazen Tyron suspects that the hero is going to prepare a heat additive using the tail of a fire lizard. She looks at the young man mockingly and thinks that this will be even better. She will block his path to the world of alchemy in front of everyone. The members of group number 12 look at their teacher with disapproval. She says that all students are given 1 hour, and they are no exception. Folding her arms across her chest, the woman says that the hero and his comrades must prepare the potion within the allotted time. In front of us is the red and black product that the hero obtained. Someone asks him if he has gone crazy. One of the guys frowns and says that lizard meat is unlikely to be suitable for this. Xiao smiles carefreely. He states that since it has come to this, they have no choice but to try to get out of this situation. The guy suggests that they just trust him. The two guys and Aiselle exchange glances. One of them says that it is better to try to do something than just be disqualified. The others agree. The young men clench their fists. They are determined to make the required potion. One of them declares that they will show everyone what they are capable of. Xiao smiles. He tells his comrades to listen to him. We see an elegant magic formation. The hero is sitting at a table, a keyboard in front of him. Alchemy was one of his main interests in the game, so he wrote down every recipe, even the simplest ones. The guy's finger presses one of the keys. Naturally, among them was the recipe for Tyron's B rank indication potion. At first, he had no plans to brew it, since Professor Mazen Tyron was supposed to invent it in the future. Xiao, with his comrades visible behind him, states that the scales of the idyllic spiders contain many nutrients so that they can safely hatch eggs. In this way, the scales are similar to the tail of a fire lizard. The boy touches the ingredient he just named. He asks his comrades to look at the blood vessel. The young people look closely at what the hero is showing them. He states that the leaders of the Alakar tribe from the southern sands use it as food to improve their health. There is also a belief that using this vessel increases lifespan, so they can try using it. Mal Laiwan raises her hand and says that she knows something about the processing method used by the Alakar tribe. He asks if she can do it. The hero agrees. Xiao says that the mulberry mistletoe needs to be dried using the desert style of releasing mana. He asks if anyone knows how to do it. We see the ingredients laid out on the table. Ka Sahun asks if the hero's question is about the manual method. He learned it during his travels with his father. It will take him 5 minutes to dry that many blood vessels. Xiao names the next process. Aiselle raises her hand and says that she will do it. The boy thanks the girl. Ka Sahun and Mal Laiwan work on their tasks. Aiselle holds a test tube with a yellow liquid to her face. The hero thinks that the guys here are much more capable than he thought. The boy looks at his comrades with a smile. He suggests combining all the ingredients as he just explained. Mazen Tyron looks at something in surprise. It is a bottle with a brown cap. Xiao points at it with a smile and declares that it contains Tyron's B rank instruction potion. Behind the professor, 2 members of the committee are talking. They cannot believe that these children actually completed the task. Mazen Tyron looks very dissatisfied. She thinks that this is all some kind of absurdity. She worked on the formula for this potion for many years. It is impossible for some students to just go and make it. One of the committee members approaches the table and holds out her hand to the bottle. She says that she will evaluate the liquid. The woman holds out her right hand with her fingers spread out. We see her eyes. The committee members are talking among themselves. One of them asks if everything is okay. The second one answers that the process is not finished. There are just a little too many ingredients, but still this potion is much more effective than the potion of Professor Mazen Tyron. The students are beaming with happiness. The teacher, who is standing behind the members of the committee, is shaking with anger. One of the examiners says that this is simply unbelievable. The second one grumbles at the youth who have acquired truly unique skills. Judging by her eyes, Mazen Tyron is angry. We see the windows of the room where the exam is taking place. The professor demands that she give her the potion. She grabs the bottle and declares that she must check everything herself. With her mouth wide open, Mazen Tyron looks at the bottle. The woman holds the vessel tightly in her hand. She has no doubt that her method of maintaining human life force with nutrients contained in monsters was used here. This is definitely a completed potion of Tyron's instructions. The professor, gritting his teeth with rage, holds the bottle. It seems to her that all this is some kind of nonsense. She doesn't understand how some students could come up with a result that surpasses her creation right away. She feels like she could crush the bottle in her palm. The woman doesn't want to accept what's happening and remembers that she's still the one giving grades. She could just disqualify them for using the wrong ingredients. Mazen Tyron puts the bottle on the table and says that she's finished checking. She says that they're the 12th team. The professor can't finish. One of the committee members says that even a plus isn't enough for this work. The woman looks at Mazen Tyron, smiling, and asks him to confirm his agreement with this opinion. The professor looks at the committee member, clearly worried. She curses the stupid old women who came here to give grades. The woman grinds her teeth in rage. The hero and his team are surprised to hear that they've passed. Broad smiles appear on the faces of the young people. They are very happy that they've done it. The students, happily chatting, walk away from the professor. Tyron looks at them menacingly. She swears to herself that Ciel will still pay for this prank. The progress of the Dark Demon's influence on Professor Tyron has advanced. In front of us is a training ground where students are studying. One of the girls is stretching her muscles. She is happy that the lesson is finally over. After school, her whole body hurts, and this at her age. Someone is comforting a girl named Arshwang. We see the eyes of this cute creature. She hears that she is doing great. Two friends are standing next to her. One of them says that Arshwang is still doing better than the princess. The girl wipes tears from her eyes. She thinks that Bion is a genius among fire mages, and she has heard a lot about her. Flame, who is standing nearby, is listening to the conversation. Arshwang tells her friends that they must have noticed how quickly Bion is progressing. This is very scary. Arshwang has been practicing for several years, and the princess already knows everything. Bion will surpass her very soon. Flame looks at the girl in shock. She thinks that the princess's level of fire control should have started to develop in the second year. So where did her current progress come from? Maybe Ciel is somehow involved in this too. One of her friends tries to take Arshwang away. Flame thinks that the practical exam in alchemy also went very strangely. In front of us are Tyron and Aiselle. Flame remembers that Aiselle was supposed to develop the formula for Tyron's B rank indication potion in the future, and Professor Tyron was then supposed to get her hands on it and then improve it. Flame thoughtfully rubs her chin with her fingers. She does not understand how Ciel knows the recipe that did not even appear in the novel, and it is also as if he did not know that such an incident would happen. The girl's eyes become round in amazement. She realizes that the boy knows things from the future, but is unfamiliar with the plot of the original novel. Flame imagines a young man with an hourglass behind him. She hypothesizes that he has regressed rather than possessing a character like she did. We see the girl's thoughtful eyes. She thinks this hypothesis makes sense. If Ciel came from the future, he may remember what happened there, but he may not necessarily know about the minor troubles that Aiselle got into. A powerful flash occurs high above the boy's head. Flame remembers that in the plot of the novel, Ma Yuxiang was once given the ability to go back in time. We see two hands and an hourglass. The boy was helped to make this journey by the only entity with power over time in this world, the 11th moon of the Silver Age. Someone asks the girl what she is thinking about. Flame turns around at the voice. She sees a young man in front of her and realizes that it is Ryong. The girl and the boy stand opposite each other. Flame says that the young man came just in time. She says that he knows the hero and asks what he thinks of him. Ryong says that he doesn't understand why the girl is interested in the hero. He's just some weird student, that's all. Flame asks if the guy thinks that Ciel is different in some other way. The guy replies that he hasn't noticed anything like that. Flame clutches his head. She says that she understands everything. Ryong asks if the girl is interested in this guy. Flame looks at him in surprise. She says that she is indeed interested in Ciel. Ryong looks at Flame a little sadly. He says that he understands everything. The girl clenches her fist. She thinks about how Ciel, like her, apparently knows about the events of the original novel. We see several benches next to the columns. Flame says that this won't do. Ryong asks in surprise what she means. The girl replies that standing in one place is not her style. If she is already here, she will open her heart to a guy named BQ Ciel. Ryong stares at the girl. He does not understand why she wants to open her heart to the hero. The girl and the boy are standing in front of a magnificent academy building. Flame waves and thanks the boy for listening to her. Ryong waves back. We see his hem. The young man's face is sad. He calls the girl by name. Ryong stands sadly in the middle of the square. The next day, in front of us is a stone building. The hero is sitting at a table with a cup of tea on it. We see the lower part of his face. The boy is thinking about what to do now. The hero's face looks thoughtful. He understands that at this point, the progress of the Dark Demon's influence on Tyron has reached 37%. This means that the next incident will happen within 3 months. One by one, we see the 3 characters of this story. The influence of the Dark Demon Tyron randomly affects one of the students. There are 3 candidates. The first is Flame's friend, whose name is Jackie. Next comes Bion's supporter Arshwang. And finally, the heir to the Full Moon Tower, Hwang Ryong. In the worst case scenario, the last of these characters will be hit. The hero gets up from the table. He leaves the establishment. The guy thinks that although this is an incredibly rare occurrence in the game, he needs to be especially careful with the influence of the Dark Demon on the heir to the Full Moon Tower. This almost always leads to a bad ending. Ciel looks at the person standing in front of him in surprise. It is Flame, whose face is very serious. The hero also recognizes her. The young people are standing opposite each other. The girl asks the guy directly who he is. He is puzzled and asks what kind of question this is. Flame reminds her that the young man did not answer her normally last time about his real identity. Xiao looks down thoughtfully. He is upset that the girl started this conversation again. He only complicates everything. We see the guy's left eye. Flame looks at it expectantly. The hero thinks that if he tells the girl the whole truth and gets information from her in return, then he can really get to the real ending. He has nothing to lose. Maybe he should really do it. Xiao opens his mouth. Suddenly, many red warnings appear in front of him. They inform him that the hero does not have sufficient regulatory rights. He should not disclose the fact of his resettlement to the key characters. It is also unacceptable to pass on information and knowledge to the key character. Xiao looks up in shock. He thinks that all this has already started to drive him crazy. What should he do in this case? The young man touches his forehead with his left hand. He suggests that the girl try to do the following. They both have secrets that they do not want to reveal, so they can just try to walk on the surface. Flame, looking at the hero, agrees to this option. Xiao breathes out with relief. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl declares that then she will be the first. Flame asks the guy if he knows the future. The young man understands that the girl has come up with an ace right away, although he asked her not to go into details. Closing his eyes, the hero answers that the girl probably knows the answer to this question if she asks him about it. In response, he asks what she is trying to achieve by studying at this academy. Flame answers that she wants to avoid the collapse of this world, which is very unstable. Xiao thinks that this is very good, although he cannot understand whether she is lying or not. The young people stand opposite each other. The girl says that now it is her turn again. She asks why the young man is acting like this. The hero looks at Flame in bewilderment. He does not understand what she means. The guy decides to try using vague wording. Flame looks at him carefully. Xiao says that, in his opinion, it will be better for everyone. We see a close-up of the girl's eye. The young man thinks that this answer should be enough. Smiling, he looks at Flame, who is shaking with anger. She screams at the guy not to lie. Xiao looks at his furious interlocutor in bewilderment. She screams that this answer does not suit her. How can someone be so kind? The girl, clenching her fist, looks angrily at the guy. She states that the hero must definitely have some kind of goal. The result of his actions must be at least some benefit. Xiao replies that he has nothing like that. The girl asks again in surprise. The hero touches his forehead with his right hand. He states that, most likely, he himself simply does not know what he wants. Flame asks again in surprise. Xiao says that, probably, he just wants to survive. The girl looks at the interlocutor with stunning eyes. She asks again, as usual, this time in her mind. Out loud, she apologizes for crossing the line. The hero looks at the girl, trying to figure out if his answering tactic worked. Flame, bursting into tears, turns away and says that he is leaving. Xiao tries to stop her, since it was not his turn to ask a question. However, he notices the girl's tears and gives up his intention. Someone calls out to the hero. He turns to the source of the sound. A young man approaches the guy with clenched fists. Xiao hiccups in fear. Ryong, looking at the guy angrily, asks why Flame left in tears. He declares that if the hero lies, he will not leave him alone. Xiao looks at the young man a little scared. He understands that the main rival of the coolest guy in this world is angry with him now. Then he remembers that Ryong has an unrequited crush on Flame. The hero understands that it will be difficult for him if there is a misunderstanding, so he decides to tell everything frankly. He states that there is nothing between him and Flame, and then asks why Ryong is asking this. Ryong asks if the hero really expects him to believe these words. Xiao, smiling, raises his right hand. He says that there was nothing special that Ryong thinks about, so he does not need to worry. The hero sincerely hopes that this excuse will be enough. Ryong frowns at the interlocutor. He bows and apologizes for asking a meaningless question. Xiao says that there is no need to apologize like that. Ryong turns around and, saying goodbye, leaves. The hero waves his hand after him. He cannot understand what is happening. In the original, this person was a different kind of character. He was a cold-blooded, calm, like a boa constrictor, a young man, and now he demonstrates nervous, irrational behavior. The hero feels a little uneasy. There are several windows lit up in the brick building. We see a book and several fingers. Aiselle is sitting at a table with her eyes closed, thinking about how she can't concentrate. The girl opens her eyes. Aiselle approaches the hero, calls out to him and says that she has one question for him. The hero asks what it is. The girl asks to explain the mixing method. Did he really come up with it on the spur of the moment? Xiao looks at the girl, a little embarrassed. He states that, in principle, that's how it was. Aiselle looks at her interlocutor with surprised eyes. We see the lower part of her face. The girl is hugging a blue book. She always considered herself a genius and thought that if she kept trying, she would surpass the teacher. She believed in it. Aiselle grinds her teeth from resentment and anger. What can she be called now after this? She puts her clenched fist on the book. The girl understands that at this rate she will never avenge her father on the disgusting, vile Adalbits who made a traitor out of him and executed him. In front of us are two blondes, one of them has 3 roses in her hair. Aiselle reminds herself that she must take revenge on them. The girl hits her cheeks hard with her palms. She opens her eyes and says that she cannot just leave this like this. Only one window is lit in the building now. Aiselle tells herself that she must try even harder. We see a brick building with lit windows. Flame is lying in bed. She thinks about the fact that she moved into a room for 4 because she likes the life boiling around her. But if she knew that it would be like this, she would definitely have chosen a separate room for the students of Class S. We see the girl's left eye. She calls the name of the hero. Flame remembers her conversation with the young man. He clearly stated that he did not have a specific goal. This, without a doubt, confirms the fact of his regression. In the final part of the original novel, the 11th moon of the Silver Age told Ma Yuxiang the following. A bright yellow beam is visible above the young man's head, shooting into the night sky. You can turn back time, but at the cost of losing most of your memories, and after completing the mission, the thread of your existence will be broken. No one will even remember that you saved this world. A powerful yellow flash occurs. Before us are the further words of the aforementioned character. Even your family and loved ones will forget you. Do you still wish to go back and walk this path again? The guy is kneeling, clutching a clenched fist to his chest. He has one eye closed. He declares that if this is his destiny, then he agrees. However, the young man is stopped by Aiselle. We see a dramatic appearance of a girl behind the guy. The blonde, with tears in her eyes, screams that rather than live in a world without her lover, she would prefer to face death, remembering everything about him. The girl offers to face death together. The young people hug each other while kneeling. The girl's words were convincing, and the guy refused to regress. Thus, in the epilogue, the world was destroyed. We see Flame's hand. The girl looks thoughtfully ahead. She thinks that if this world really follows a different plot from the novel, and Baek Yuseol used the powers of the 11th moon to regress, after completing the mission, he will disappear, and all traces of his existence will be erased from this world. Above the girl's head, we see the young man she is thinking about. The guy stands, sadly looking somewhere down. Flame thinks that, on the other hand, the one who should have lost most of his memories, remaining with a single goal in his thoughts, said that he just wants to survive. Flame nervously clutches the sheet. If so, then she, Flame, sitting on the bed, hears something. Jackie appears, who says that Wang Ryong has come to her friend. The red-haired girl approaches the bed and says that the guy is waiting on the first floor of the dorm. Flame asks to tell the young man that she is not home. Jackie presses her fist to her chest. She tries to object. Flame says that she will sleep, since the young man who came is indifferent to her. Jackie looks at her friend in shock. We see the lower part of the girl's face. In front of us is the dorm. Ryong stands with his arms crossed over his chest. Jackie runs up to the guy and calls out to him. The young man looks at the smiling girl with a bit of surprise. Jackie looks at the guy with loving eyes. He asks who she is. The girl asks again in surprise. Ryong turns to face her and asks where Flame is. Jackie replies that she is not feeling very well, so she went to bed early. The guy looks over his shoulder with disdain. He does not understand how one could be upset just because of a third-rate student's refusal. Ryong declares that in this case he is leaving. Jackie silently watches him go. We see that the girl is very upset. She says that she has strong feelings for Ryong, and he cannot even remember her name. It has always been like this. In front of us is a smiling Flame. Jackie remembers that those around her always recognized the outstanding abilities of this girl. She always attracted attention to herself. Jackie looks sadly at the two young men. She thinks that Flame always got everything. Ryong looks down smiling. Jackie thinks that Flame has even stolen this young man's heart. Jackie stands sadly in front of the dormitory. She clenches her fists. What is happening is unbearably infuriating. In front of us is a tall building. It is reported that this is the first main tower. We see a mustachioed man and Professor Mason Tyron. The man states that the teacher was made a fool of by an ordinary student. She admits that she has no excuse. It is reported that we are dealing with the vice principal of Stella Academy, whose name is Ikehaden. He tells the woman that she should be well aware of the level of expectations that everyone has for her. The man asks if the research on the random sequence convergence method that she conducted together with the doctors of the Moon Shadow Order is progressing well. Mason Tyron looks at the man smiling and says that she will not disappoint him. Ikehaden puts her hand on the professor's shoulder. He states that it is wonderful and he is counting on her. Mason Tyron declares that she will do everything in the best possible way. The man watches the woman leave. He calls her an idiot. In front of us is Mason Tyron, touching her chest with her right hand. Ikehaden thinks that the professor is completely unaware that she is simply being used. The laurels of glory have blinded her. This is simply ridiculous. A warrior of the magical world, who must fight demonic people, conducts research for them. Ikehaden smirks. The man stands with his hands behind his back. He says that he is looking forward to the day when the development of magical alchemy and engineering is completed. We see a thick stack of paper. The blonde carrying it complains that she can't see anything. Some kind person removes part of the stack that was blocking the girl's view. This is, of course, the hero. He offers his help to the blonde. Under the stack of papers are visible sheets of paper that are clearly magical in nature. The girl, smiling happily, thanks the young man. She says that if it weren't for him, Professor Mazen would have given her another dressing down. Cial says that the girl shouldn't thank him. The guy turns his head and looks to his left. He realizes that the room is in complete chaos. Before us is the picture he sees, and we tend to agree with the guy's assessment. We see the hero's yellow eye. He looks at the board and realizes what's there. The blonde turns her face to the young man and says that Professor Mazen is developing this formula together with doctors. It seems they called it the random sequence convergence method. Cial is incredibly surprised. He looks at the board and mentally repeats the clever scientific term that the girl just said. The hero remembers that it was the random sequence convergence method that became the first formula for magical alchemy and engineering. Before us is Mazen with a magical formation visible behind her. The guy remembers that in the episode of denigrating the professor, demons help her complete the formula. As a result, the difference in their technical skills leads to dire consequences. We see the blonde girl with whom the hero was just talking. He thinks that Altalicia's appearance should change the situation. Cial continues to look at the board. He tries to calculate what will happen if the blonde solves this problem before the dark demonic people enter the plot. Someone calls Altalicia's assistant. The girl looks up and asks the hero if he wants coffee. Standing half-turned to the girl, the hero asks if she is not irritated by Professor Mazen constantly bothering her. Altalicia, frightened, asks why the young man is suddenly asking this question. He says that he is ready to offer the girl a simple plan to repay the professor as he deserves. Altalicia looks at the guy in surprise. Altalicia looks at the hero in amazement. He smiles and looks back at her. The girl clenches her fists in bewilderment. She says that she is just an ordinary assistant. How can she afford to repay someone? If she gets fired, she will have to live on the street. The girl thinks to herself that being homeless would also be interesting. Cial offers her another option, to become a better alchemist than Professor Mazen. The blonde looks at the guy in amazement and asks again. The hero, pressing his fist to his chest, declares that in this case no one will be able to push the girl around. Altalicia looks at the guy with tears in her eyes. The girl wrings her hands and says that it would be nice. Cial looks at his interlocutor with sympathy. He thinks that Altalicia is already tired. It is impossible that she is satisfied with the dirty work in a dusty storage room that Mazen dumps on her. Altalicia is sitting at a table on which many books are laid out. The hero knows that she dreams of becoming an alchemist and developing many useful things. She has the talent with which she can make this dream come true. We see the left eye of the hero. He knows that Altalicia will become the most brilliant alchemist of her generation. She will make countless inventions and introduce many innovations. We see a bright glow behind the girl's head. The young people are standing next to each other. Altalicia apologizes for not even pouring coffee. The hero says that there is nothing wrong with that. Smiling, the guy looks at the girl. He thinks that reality has not allowed her to prove herself so far, so she had to put her dream on the back burner. But soon he will help turn it into reality. We see another building of the Academy. After the end of the first week of exams, the hero regularly visited Altalicia. Smiling radiantly, the girl puts her folded hands to her chest. She asks the guy if he really thinks so too. She has long wanted to add a function to change the color of the pen by pressing a button. Cial rests his hands on the table. He says that you can also try to attach an eraser to it. The girl asks what to do with mechanical pencils, although the idea is, of course, good. The young man looks at the blonde. He realizes that she is inventing more and more. However, she is not very good at calculating formulas. We see the top of the doorway. Cial is walking down the hallway. He thinks that he needs to lead the young genius to the right answer before Mazen finds him, and this is very difficult. Someone calls the hero an old man and asks him why he is suddenly daydreaming. Cial looks at the one who asked this question. Flame is in front of him. The girl says that if the guy is in the clouds, he will definitely crash into something. The hero folds his arms over his chest and asks the girl who she called an old man. She boldly answers that, of course, him. The hero suddenly realizes that he has never mentioned his age in this world. The guy realizes that Flame is definitely talking to him more often than before. Closing his eyes, he says that the girl is just in time. He wanted to talk to her about her friend, Jackie. Flame looks at the guy in surprise. We see some drops on her cheeks. Flame turns away from the hero. She says that this is wrong. He indignantly declares that he hasn't said anything yet. The hero asks the girl to keep an eye on her friend. Flame looks at the young man in surprise. Cial says that Jackie might be a little out of her mind right now. He thinks that if the girl fell under the influence of a dark demon, she will be extremely unstable. Flame looks down, folding her arms over her chest. She says that she doesn't understand anything, but this weekend they will go hunting and she will keep an eye on Jackie there. The guy thanks her. We see the young man's profile. He remembers that hunting season has begun and it is quite obvious where the girls will go. In front of us are grave crosses. Xiao knows that they will go to the location where the 4th episode begins. This is the Martivist Cemetery. All the main characters, including Xiang, Aiselle, and Flame, will take part. The battle will be major. A 5th rank necromancer will appear there. We see the monster in question surrounded by skeletons. The hero, of course, does not intend to interfere with the course of history, but it would be very good to pull out a secret reward from there for the contract-making ceremony with the familiar. Xiao approaches Han Wall and hands him a piece of paper. He says that this is his statement. The professor reads the text carefully. He says something about training, then states that the hero will not learn much about fencing or the code of honor at Stella Academy. Xiao asks again, surprised. Han Wall tells the guy to forget about what he heard. The hero looks down in surprise. There are several personal files on the table. Among the other papers, the hero sees Xiang's application for time off. He thinks that he should find out more about it, just in case. Xiao stands in front of the professor's desk. He says that many students are currently asking for time off to go hunting. Han Wall says that they are heading to Martivist Cemetery for club activities, most likely to earn points. The hero says that Xiang and Ryang have high grades, but they still work hard. The professor, looking into the hero's face, says that everything is not quite so. Xiang asks to go home, and Ryang will go with Flame. Anxiety appears on the young man's face. He realizes that the young men will not be able to cope with the necromancer without Xiang by his side. The hero does not understand what came over this guy. He would never leave his comrades without a serious reason. Above the hero's head, we see the young man he remembers. Xiao understands that the current team will not cope with a rank 5 necromancer in any case. The hero rubs his chin thoughtfully. He does not know what to do. Without ironclad evidence, he will not be able to request support, and he will not be able to convey accurate information due to the lack of narrative rights. But he cannot just let them die either. We see a clenched fist. The hero looks resolutely ahead. He understands that there is no other choice. He will have to decide everything on his own. In front of us is a fence and crypts. A few days later, the Martivist Cemetery. We see a student with a dead monster lying in front of him. It is reported that this is second-year student Doc Chulk Wang. He asks if it's really a level 2 danger. The guy says that these fortune teller fish only need one hit. Someone calls the young man an idiot and asks why the hell he's destroying everything. Chulk Wang looks around in surprise. He sees another second year. His name is Kasif Derek. He angrily asks why his comrade doesn't listen to orders. Chulk Wang laughs carefree and apologizes. Kasif Derek gets excited and angrily asks what's so funny. In front of us is Aiselle and another girl. The latter advises her comrade to ignore the funny guy since there's no point in explaining anything to him. We learn that this is a second year named Bandion. The girl turns to Aiselle and tells her not to worry about guys like that. Aiselle asks again and then says that she will. The young men shout that they can hear the girls just fine. Dion calmly asks what's wrong. One of the guys tells the other to shut up and watch his words in front of the new girl. Aiselle looks at her companions sadly. She thinks that she went with them because there was an empty seat in their group and they were allowed special days off. We see the 3 students she ended up with. The girl thinks that they seem like good people. She feels relieved. Dion calls out to Aiselle. Aiselle still looks sadly ahead. The girl makes it clear that she heard the second-year student. Suddenly, Aiselle's gaze becomes anxious. The young men look in one direction in fear. Dion asks what the noise is. Chulk Wang says that it looks like someone is happily fighting nearby. Dion says that it will be very bad if their hunting zones intersect, so they should go say hello. She asks if Kasif Derek is okay with it. He replies that he agrees with this decision. The young men follow the noise. Aiselle notices something. A girl with white and pink hair appears in front of the young men. Naturally, it is Bion. Flame is next to her. Aiselle recognizes both of them. One of the girls says that she was the first to shoot this fish. Aiselle looks ahead in surprise. Someone says that this is bullshit and this is their hunting area. An objection follows. We see the head of a rather unpleasant fish. Aiselle thinks that this is a very large specimen. This is at least the 3rd level of danger and it seems that it is very difficult to find one. Aiselle looks at the arguing girls. It seems to her that they are figuring out who will get more points. If we interfere now, there will be problems, and very serious ones at that. We see the girl's left eye. Aiselle looks at Bion. She has no desire to cross paths with the younger sister of the enemy who killed her father. The girl thinks that she should leave quickly. A guy appears in front of her, calling some of the gathered people his wards. A young man approaches 2 arguing girls and calls them to calm down. He thinks he knows what the problem is. Both girls yell at him to shut up and get lost. The guy indignantly asks why these two ladies allow themselves to talk so insolently to their elders. We see 5 students at once. Beon tells the guy to behave appropriately if he is a senior. The young man asks again in surprise. Beon and Flame look at something in fear. We see a piece of land. Those present feel an eerie energy. We see a skeleton's hand. Aiselle and Chulkwang look at it in fear. In front of us are Beon and Jackie. Flame says that this is impossible. A whole horde of skeletons approaches the students. In front of us is a tombstone. The hero sees 2 notifications about increasing skill experience in front of him. We see the hero's legs. The guy declares that he also wants to use magic. The young man stands with his long sword resting on his shoulder. He wonders why he got the blink skill out of all the options. Cial says he should come across it soon. The hero turns his head. Apparently, he notices something. In front of him is a tall tombstone with an elegant design. Cial says he found what he was looking for. The hero stands in front of the monument with a weapon in his hand. He thinks that he does not have powerful skills or incredible power to crush an army of skeletons alone like Cial. So he is left with only one option for survival. He needs to fight in a way that only players can. The sword in the hero's hand reaches its maximum length. The beginning of episode number 4, Necromancer's attack, is announced. The hero stands with a sad expression, as almost always, on his face. Something yellow falls to the ground. In front of us is a terrible monster with a skull instead of a head. Cial realizes that in front of him is a general commanding hundreds of skeletons. It seems like the monster is crawling out of the ground. Cial remembers that there are only 3 of these half-boss generals in this episode. With the hero's current level of ability, if he fights normally, he will die immediately. We see the guy's face up close. He thinks that of course he doesn't plan on fighting normally. Cial hits the head of the monster crawling out of the ground and yells at it to go back in. The monster roars loudly. We see the happy face of a young man. The skeleton looks very unhappy. The hero thinks that watching the monster transform or summon is a golden rule of cliché, but such a waste of time will not bring victory any closer. The guy declares that the spine staff is ready. The monster opens its terrifying jaws wide. Cial, smiling, looks at the staff he has made. The guy says that now the right of command, which belonged to the skeleton generals, will pass to him. The hero looks to his left. He is determined to act decisively. In front of us are enraged skeletons. The students are huddled together in fear as these monsters advance on them. Flame has her staff ready to fight. She completely forgot that this is the episode with the necromancer. However, something is wrong. As far as she remembers, this is the episode that Mai Yuxiang was supposed to go through. Aiselle and Chulkwang look very scared. Flame doesn't understand why Aiselle and some completely unrelated characters are here. Where the hell did Xiang go? Are they going to have to face a rank 5 necromancer with such a weak team? The girl's hands, clutching her staff, are shaking nervously. The guy standing next to her says that he has already requested help from Stella Academy using the watch. They just need to hold out against the skeletons until help arrives. The students form a circle, and we see many monsters around them. Chulkwang says that the professors of Stella will help them if they hold out just a little longer. Flame replies that they can save themselves even if they fail to defeat the necromancers. Beon demands that her comrades stop talking nonsense. There is a graveyard here, and the longer they wait, the more skeletons appear around them. We see 3 terrifying monsters. The girl says that they need to hurry and retreat to the camp. Jackie screams in fear at the skeletons not to come near her. One of the monsters opens its mouth wide and lets out a deafening roar. A blow follows, which blows off the upper part of the monster, threatening the girl. Aiselle, who apparently dealt the blow, asks Jackie if she is okay. She replies fearfully that she is. Chulkwang turns to Aiselle and declares that the new girl is quite nice. The girl notices that the necromancer must have prepared well. There is a high probability that he used the pose vessel technique. We see the mage holding a bright white sphere in his hands. With the pose vessel technique, the necromancer is able to stably inject and store his mana. Necromancers have a limit on mana, and if they were to simply summon monsters, they would be exhausted after a dozen rank 4 skeletons. Aiselle looks sad. She thinks that the necromancers have taken over too much territory. Someone shouts that there are more and more skeletons. Chulkwang, smiling, suggests that all of this was planned a long time ago. A magic formation is visible behind the 3 skeletons. Chulkwang asks if these monsters want to finish off the students and turn them into skeleton mages. Derek, who has a blue magic formation visible in front of him, smiles. He thinks he's the boss here, so it's time to show the newbies what's what. He wants to use strong magic and finish off the enemies in one go. The skeleton's hand grabs someone. The young man who was daydreaming earlier screams loudly in pain. Chulkwang delivers a powerful blow to the skeleton's jaw and screams for him to take his hands off his comrade. Derek, squinting, screams. Chulkwang looks to the left. He realizes that his comrade hasn't finished his spell. A warning is heard that a counterattack has begun. Everyone should duck. A powerful blue flash occurs. We see the frightened faces of the girls. Bion, with sparks sparkling around her, screams in horror that if an explosion occurs, they will all be covered. We see another very powerful flash. Flame stands alone in front of many skeletons. The girl is holding a staff in her hands. She thinks that this shouldn't be happening. She is running out of strength. Things are bad. We see students lying on the ground. Flame understands that she has almost no mana left, and there is no time to recover. There are too many enemies. The skeletons open their jaws wide and advance on the girl. One of them, roaring loudly, rushes to attack. Flame looks at the enemy in horror. She cannot believe that her death will be exactly like this. The skeleton almost reached the girl. The frightened Flame seems to notice something. The monsters are standing still. The girl says in amazement that the skeletons have stopped. In front of us is someone's boot. The figure of the hero appears behind the monsters. Ciel calmly looks at the girl. She recognizes him. Flame looks at the guy in amazement. She notices a skull with broken horns in his hands. The girl understands that it belonged to the skeleton general. We see this monster alive. Flame remembers that the general is much stronger than ordinary skeletons, and he is guarded by the elite. Did Ciel really cope with him alone? The hero stands with a staff, to the top of which is attached the upper part of the body of the skeleton general. Flame looks at the hero in amazement and realizes that she finds it very hard to believe. However, she is actually saved. The students stand in front of the cemetery. Chulkwang says that they were saved only thanks to the hero. Ciel asks not to thank him. Aiselle looks at the young man in amazement and asks how he managed to get the head of the skeleton general. The guy laughs it off, stating that, of course, he got it from a pile of bones. The hero thinks that his comrades should not know that he was waiting for this monster at the place where it appeared. We see squares on a green background. Aiselle is amazed. Ciel puts his fist to his mouth and clears his throat. He says that they need to quickly make some kind of plan. It will be very difficult when the necromancer realizes that the generals cannot be relied on and begins to control the skeletons directly. Chulkwang, arms folded, asks the hero if he has any plans. Ciel replies that on the way here he saw a necromancer holed up near the main camp. So there is no way to escape from the encirclement. We see a close-up of the hero's face. He says that there is only one option left. They need to deal with the boss. Dion and Chulkwang look at the young man in surprise. An ugly tree rises behind one of the tombs. The students ask the hero in bewilderment if he is really going to do this. This can't be serious. Ciel stands in front of Dion and Chulkwang. According to him, they learned in class that necromancers wield powerful magic, but are physically nothing special. The girl says that in any case, these monsters are surrounded by an incredible number of guards. Ciel replies that the enemy has already summoned a huge army. If they do not attack him now, they will not be able to escape. The hero's face is thoughtful. He knows that the necromancer's guard currently consists of 1 general, 6 elite skeletons, and 50 regular soldiers. The more time passes, the more of them there will be. Attacking them now is the only way to escape, but how can he convince his comrades of this? Someone says that they can handle it. The hero turns to the one who said this. In front of us are Bion and Flame. The latter of them says that although Ciel looks stupid, he has combat experience. Bion says that she is also for the proposed plan. She does not think that there is any other way to escape from the encirclement. Besides, the necromancer hardly expects that someone will attack him. Dion and Chulkwang exchange glances. One of them says that he does not understand where the other students got so much confidence from, but the 2 of them will not be able to escape, so they will join the others. We need to try all options. Ciel looks at these characters in surprise. Dion looks at the guy with a smile and says that they need to act before the necromancer realizes anything. We see ugly trees growing in the cemetery. Now we see someone's leg. Its owner says that he is very lucky to have the opportunity to meet Stella's young chickens. We see a rather unpleasant young man in a hood. It is reported that this is the mage of the Dark Tower, the 5th rank necromancer Sabi Hayek. He says that when he turns the students into skeleton mages, the bastards of the Dark Demonic Union will not be able to look down on him anymore. The necromancer is standing in the middle of the cemetery. He thinks that he has been collecting mana in the vessel of poses for 7 years, and here 700 corpses are sleeping. The guy smiles happily. He thinks that no one will laugh at him anymore. The necromancer is scared of something. Hayek looks scared. He realizes that the connection was suddenly cut off. Is it possible that his general was defeated? A light source flares up behind the necromancer. A rather powerful explosion occurs. Hayek looks up in fear. There is a whole mountain of bones in front of him. Hayek raises his staff. He thinks that a crack has appeared in the wall of bones created by 4th tier magic. The necromancer calls someone scum and threatens that they will not leave here alive. We see the right eye of the frightened necromancer. A powerful yellow flash occurs not far from him. The students see that a powerful stream of energy hits the sky from behind the tombstones. Bones fall down. Hayek puts his staff in front of him. Fear appears on his face. The guy thinks that he has completely lost his vigilance. He could not even think that the victims themselves would attack him. Even though they are youngsters, they are still from Stella. The necromancer sees 4 vague figures in front of him. He didn't want to use it at first, but hand-to-hand combat is too dangerous for him, so he needs to call on his elite warriors. Hayek bites your thumb. He spreads his arms wide and summons his guards. We see 2 scary skeletons. The monsters surround the necromancer in large numbers, whom they are supposed to protect. Hayek coughs up blood. The necromancer wipes the blood from his mouth. He thinks that he went a bit overboard with summoning the skeletons and that his insides are in trouble, but this should be enough. Hayek orders his warriors to stop these idiots. The skeletons slowly go on the offensive, making scary sounds. The necromancer, smiling, says that his warriors are fighting well. He thinks that he can calm down now. However, the hero appears behind him. Hayek turns around in horror. He asks who else is in front of him. Xiao, smiling calmly, looks at the enemy. The hero and the necromancer stand opposite each other. Hayek looks at his opponent with his mouth wide open and asks who the hell he is and where he came from. Xiao looks at his enemy with a smile. The necromancer looks at the young man in shock. He thinks that he has been watching the Stella students through their eyes. Then how come he didn't notice all this? Now it seems like something is starting to dawn on him. He sees his general. The hero is smiling and holding a staff with a skull dangling from the top. The object falls to the ground with a crash. It looks like the skull is splitting. The necromancer clutches his chest and coughs up blood. Hayek tries to catch his breath. He curses everything in the world and realizes that he underestimated his opponents. It seems like he has witnessed the true power of Stella Academy. The hero is standing with a sword in his hands. Beads of sweat are running down his cheeks. Xiao thinks that this was not part of his plan. Chulk Wang and Dion should have already dealt with the generals and come to his aid. We see the characters he is thinking of, and they are fighting the skeletons. Xiao begins to suspect that they are not finished yet because of the additional elite warriors. The young man closes his eyes. He thinks that it looks like he will have to fight all alone, and he is the weakest here. He thinks about just running away. Xiao hears Hayek coughing heavily. In front of us is a necromancer, and he seems to be in very bad shape. Xiao realizes that his opponent is not in the best condition either. We see skeletons behind the hero. The guy thinks that the necromancer overdid it by summoning elite skeletons, which is why he got internal injuries. A smile appears on the guy's face. He thinks that he has a chance. Bion fights the skeletons with a staff in his hands. We see the tired face of the girl. She thinks that things are bad. They need to quickly deal with these freaks and unite with the hero. Jackie appears next to her. Pointing her finger to the side, the girl tells the princess that real trouble is happening there. Xiao is left alone with the necromancer. Bion looks at the girl in shock. She can't believe that this happened. Xiao is a first-rank mage, and his opponent is a 5th-rank necromancer. Obviously, this is a very unequal fight. A powerful purple flash occurs. Bion, whose profile we see, threatens the hero that if he dies, she will get him out of the ground and bury him again. The girl mentally calls out to the hero. Xiao looks at what is happening in front of him with fear. The guy uses his blink skill. Huge bones are visible in front of him. Something flashes behind the young man. The blink skill is used again. We see a white flash. The hero and the necromancer clash in close combat. With his mouth wide open, Hayek shouts that he will not let the hero win. Xiao, who is holding 2 measuring cups, smiles. He thinks he foresaw all of this and brought a bunch of cola potions with him, which are great at dissolving bones. Hayek, who is standing behind a wall of bones, screams loudly that this can't be happening. He laments his bone barrier. We see how the protective structure mentioned by the necromancer dissolves. With a completely mad look, Hayek calls the enemy a damn rat. He uses his skill bone spears. We see very long purple bones. Xiao is behind the necromancer. He thinks that this is the perfect time to attack. Smiling, the guy raises his sword to strike. Hayek, smiling predatory, turns around. We see the hero's frightened eyes. He curses. A bone breaks through the ground. Xiao cries out in pain. Blood splashes in front of him. Gritting his teeth in anger, the guy looks at the enemy and thinks that he's been caught. Xiao jumps away from the necromancer in front of him. Hayek, who is holding a very strange weapon, smiles. He calls the young man a rat again and says that he is pretty beat up. He really likes the hero's current appearance. Xiao, puffing with tension, looks at his opponent. He thinks that even though he is weakened, a rank 5 is still a rank 5. The hero clutches his weapon in his hands. Hayek, whose face is still spattered with blood, smiles. The hero, however, thinks that he is still very weak despite his high rank. Judging by Xiao's expression, he is very determined. The hero looks at the necromancer in front of him. He understands that he is almost out of breath. One more dash and he will be able to defeat him. But using his mind through pain is becoming difficult. Xiao grinds his teeth from the tension. He understands that at this rate, he will not be able to use Blink Interrupt. The guy tries to figure out what to do. Judging by the expression on his face, he finds a solution. Seol is kneeling in front of the enemy. Hyuk, grinning predatorily, raises his sword to strike. He shouts loudly for the hero to die right here. Seol looks at the enemy strangely. The necromancer is perplexed. The guy apparently slipped away from him. Hyuk laughs. With a completely crazy look, he shouts at the enemy that he is running away very beautifully. Seol is breathing heavily. He grinds his teeth from the tension. The guy thinks that he needs to hold out just a little longer. The necromancer is standing behind the hero. Continuing to laugh loudly, he shouts that resistance is useless and he will finish the hero right here. Seol is breathing heavily. However, a smile appears on his face. It seems that he thinks that he has already won. Seol, squatting down, looks at the necromancer. He thinks that the distance between them is 13 meters. The hero smiles. He thinks that, in other words, at this distance he will not have to use Blink Interrupt. He uses this skill. Hyuk, with blood oozing from his mouth, looks at the enemy in amazement. We see his eye. Seol is next to the enemy. He raises his sword to strike. The guy screams loudly, his mouth wide open. The weapon pierces the enemy, blood spurts in all directions. In front of us is a skeleton. Chulk Wang looks at it in amazement. He notes that the skeletons are falling apart. Clouds of dust rise above the bodies of the monsters. Chulk Wang looks at what is happening in front of his eyes in amazement. He does not understand how Seol could defeat the necromancer. Jackie is kneeling. She says that she cannot believe it. The young people joyfully shout that they are saved. Seol lies on the corpse of the defeated necromancer. He raises his head and says that he is damn tired and wants to go home. Subsequently, Stella's magic knights escorted the students back to the academy. We see the buildings of this educational institution. Someone calls the hero. In front of us is Han Wall. He states that the hero was going to train in the mountains where the air is fresher, and now he seems to have ended up in a cemetery. Is the air really the cleanest there? Seol, whose leg is bandaged, stands in front of the teacher. He apologizes. The professor states that, according to the academy regulations, the student will have his points taken away. There are no exceptions. The hero looks guiltily at the teacher. The teacher responds with a stern look. He says that, nevertheless, the fact that the guy went to save his comrades without thinking about breaking the school rules is remarkable. For this, Seol will receive a well-deserved reward and points. He just needs to wait. Han Wall turns around and leaves. Seol thanks him. The guy sighs with relief. He thinks that it looks like he can leave. He has already been told that his legs will need a few days to recover, so he needs to rest. The hero notices something. Aiselle is standing next to him. Seol calls her by name. The girl hesitantly thanks the guy for what he did today. The hero says that in return, she can treat him to dinner sometime. The girl looks down sadly. She says that she will go then. Aiselle asks if she will be able to do that someday. The hero turns to her in surprise. The girl looks sadly at the young man. She asks if she will ever be able to reach his heights if she tries. The hero looks at her in surprise. We see the girl's sad face again. The hero thinks that all this is very bad. In the original, Aiselle did not ask such questions. She must have changed because of him. Aiselle is surrounded by sharp thorns. Behind her we see the hero. Seol thinks that because of his intervention, the girl only faced trials and did not get the opportunity to overcome them. The young man tells the girl that, in his opinion, she should not ask him about this. She has already achieved wonderful results that others consider unattainable. Aiselle looks at the hero trustingly, putting her hand to her chest. She asks how he knows about this. Seol, whose jacket is draped over his arm, replies that he knows this because he was watching her. The girl asks again in amazement. We see alarm on the young man's face. He cannot believe that he is behaving this way. What he is saying is completely out of character. Seol turns around and tells the girl that he needs to leave. He thinks to himself that he almost became a criminal. Aiselle looks down sadly. We see the back of the hero's head. The girl thinks that no one cares about the life of a trader's daughter, and this guy said that he was watching her. Aiselle presses her folded hands to her chest. She remembers the guy's words about wonderful results. Judging by the girl's face, she was very pleased to hear them. Students are walking in front of the academy building. In front of us are two young men. One of them is holding a notebook. The hero looks over his shoulder. He would never have believed that the members of the magic faculty and the magic tower, as well as all the nobles, would come here just for some kind of award. It's a bit too pompous. The hero looks to his left. He thinks that, whatever it is, Bion is beaming with excitement. The girl he's thinking about is standing next to him. We see her eyes. She asks the guy what he's staring at. Seol replies that he's staring at nothing. Han Wall loudly calls for everyone to remain quiet. He declares that today he's taking part in the awarding of 12 brave students who fought against dark demonic people. We see someone's back. The students are lined up in front of a small platform. Altman Eltwin is standing next to Han Wall, smiling. The professor declares that the awards will be handed out personally by the director. The two guys look at someone in amazement. The hero realizes that the person in front of him is the strongest of humans. The boy to whom these words refer smiles. We are reminded again that this is the 9th rank magic master Eltwin. A magic formation is visible above this character's head. Xiao thinks that he is 300 years old and always has a pleasant smile on his face. At the same time, he is the most powerful warrior of magic, holding the destructive title of Slayer. The boy approaches Chulk Wang and touches his hand. The child states that all the students have done a great job. They must continue to work hard in the future. His robe drags along the floor. The child has a very pleasant face. Eltwin approaches the hero. The hero thinks that he feels incredible pressure from this boy's gaze. Eltwin, smiling sweetly, looks at the boy. Xiao realizes that he has finally seen a 9th rank magician, of which there are only 10 in the entire world. The hero thinks that he can't afford to look away now. We see that something strange is happening to the young man. Eltwin looks at him in surprise. The boy laughs. He says that Xiao is as diligent here as always. This is exactly what he hoped for. Xiao looks after the departing director of the academy in surprise. He cannot understand what these words mean. We see the building of the educational institution from above. Someone says that this is the end of the award ceremony. We see a folder and an envelope. Xiao stands in front of the table, arms folded. He says that 5 million credits as a reward is probably a bit much. But now he will not have to worry about money for some time. And he was given a vessel of poses, that is, essentially, the heart of a necromancer. We see the object in question. The hero rubs his chin. He says that it will be difficult for now, but soon Altalicia will develop subspace and carrying around the property will become much easier. Although first she will have to solve the problem of converting random sequences. It is good that the other students gave the reward to him. A blue window appears. The hero is going to see what the system rewarded him with. The guy sees a notification. Episode 4, Necromancer's Attack, has been completed. You have received a huge amount of experience. The following message appears. Since you continued the story using a unique method, the Constellation Project offers you an additional reward. 1. A weakened version of the item you used in the game. 2. A weakened version of the skill you obtained in the game. 3. Experience. Xiao looks at the text in surprise and asks himself if he needs to do this again. He has a difficult choice in front of him. The guy considers the options offered to him. We see the face of the young man. It seems that he has already made a choice. Xiao asks the system to convert the experience into the blink skill. The young man remembers himself during the battle with the necromancer. He realized how weak he was in this battle. We see the guy struggling to escape from the enemy again. The guy realizes that working hard like everyone else is useless. He needs to use his knowledge to advance as far as possible. We see the text of another notification. We provide rewards. Blink skill has reached the X limit. Skill rank has increased. In front of us is an information card. Blink, level 2, max range 12 meters, number of uses 3, cooldown 3 seconds. Xiao looks at his hands in amazement. Smiling, he clenches his fist. He realizes that the number of times he can use blink in a row has finally increased to 3. Now he can use it without straining himself for a little longer. The guy looks to his right. He says that now it's time to take on Aiselle. In front of us is the academy building. Meditation classroom, journey to the abyss. Students are kneeling on the floor. We see Aiselle with her hands folded in front of her. Her eyes are closed. She hears the last half of her name. Hearing it completely, the girl opens her eyes in amazement. Aiselle asks herself if she fell asleep. A butterfly flies in front of her, saying that magic cannot be used during meditation. The girl asks again in bewilderment, and the insect suggests that she look up. We see Aiselle's eye. She sees large blue crystals flying above the hall. The girl looks at these stones in amazement. She cannot understand when she created them, especially since she did not use any techniques or formulas. Aiselle looks anxiously at the students meditating next to her. She understands that they seem to have noticed nothing. Even though it is rank 1 magic, they should have felt the flow of mana before it was created. The girl's hair covers her face. She thinks that if this is the effect of meditation, then the hero seems to have foreseen all of this. The students are standing in front of the store. Someone is holding a round bun in their hands. Aiselle takes a bite with gusto. The girl thinks that thanks to the reward she can even afford a bun with red bean paste for 15 credits. This is real happiness for her. Someone calls her. Aiselle turns around in fear at the voice. Jeremy is standing in front of her. The guy smiles and asks if the girl has managed to join any circle. Aiselle, who is sitting on a bench, replies that she has not done so yet. The young man offers to join his community in this case. The girl nervously crumples the bag with the bun and asks under what conditions. Jeremy smiles. He says that there are no conditions. He just liked the girl and he will be glad to see her in his circle. Aiselle, looking down sadly, understands that the guy is lying. He just wants to turn her into his trophy. We see the legs of young people. Jeremy says that the girl is wrong not to believe him. He really does not set any conditions. The young man bends low to Aiselle. He says that she just needs to join the circle and stay close. Then he can take care of her. She understands who he is, right? The girl's eyes are sad. She understands perfectly well who is in front of her. We see a couple of family crests. The Scalvan Empire is in tense relations with the Kingdom of Adalbert, so under the patronage of Crown Prince Jeremy, her difficult life will improve. The girl will no longer have to be happy with an ordinary bun. Aiselle crumples the bag she is holding in her hands. She understands that she will no longer have to endure the humiliation of being the daughter of a traitor. She knows that she should not do this, but Aiselle opens her mouth to say something. Jeremy smiles with anticipation. We see someone's hand. Flame runs up to the young people and hits Aiselle on the top of her head. The victim is amazed. Jeremy looks at Flame in bewilderment. She is breathing heavily and has not yet managed to lower her hand. We see her right eye. Flame yells at Aiselle, who doesn't understand anything at all. Flame calls her a bitch and says that she thought they could work it out together, but now she's secretly flirting with guys. She confessed her feelings to her, and Aiselle just wants to dump her. Flame takes Aiselle by the hand and pulls her away from the young man. She yells at the girl to follow her because they need to talk. Jeremy watches the students leave, who continue to talk to each other. For some reason, the guy smiles. We see a brick building. Flame puts his hand to his forehead and says that they almost got into trouble. Aiselle tries to figure out what just happened. Flame says that the girl should be grateful to her no matter how this whole circus looks from the outside. Aiselle looks at her in amazement. Flame says that if Aiselle had refused the young man for no reason, he would have destroyed her. She apologizes for hitting the girl and waves goodbye. Aiselle, who still doesn't understand what happened, watches her go. Flame passes a brick wall. She thinks that she did everything right. If Aiselle had joined his retinue like in the novel, he would have trampled her spirit with special care. Flame didn't want to disturb the original events if possible, but looking at how Cial acts, she thinks that she is doing the right thing. The girl's legs are shaking. Flame looks around. She really hopes that Jeremy didn't realize that she made it all up. The young man is sitting at the table. He takes a sip from his cup. The guy remembers that the girl who barged into his conversation with Aiselle is called Flame, I think. A golden drink splashes in the cup. Jeremy says that this girl is very cute. Everything she said, trying to take Aiselle away from him, was an obvious lie. The young man smiles. He says that Flame is much more interesting than Aiselle. He folds his hands in front of his face and declares that he wants to get her. In front of us is the Academy building. Manhwa points to the screen. He says that today they will discuss the next task. Unlike what the students have encountered so far, they will be faced with monsters of the second danger level, not the first. Aiselle and Flame look closely at the teacher. He declares that the goal of this battle will be monsters of the third danger level. Manhwa says that this is a strategy task. The students will be divided into teams, analyze all available information about the monster, and will have to defeat it tactically. Since the enemy will be a mid-level monster, the students will have time to prepare. Cial listens carefully to the teacher. Manhwa says that the students have data on the geography and habitat of the polygon monsters, so they need to choose the most suitable one for their team. This time, classes S and O will be combined, and the exam itself will be held in 4 days. You need to form teams of up to 6 people and hand in a list. Aiselle looks sad. She thinks that she just hates group activities. The girl hears someone asking the princess to take her into the group. In front of us is Aiselle's left eye. She sees that several girls have approached Bayonne. They are arguing about whose turn it is to get into the princess's team. Bayonne smiles sweetly. Aiselle stands silently near the girls. Her gaze is sad. Aiselle thinks that her surroundings were exactly the same before the Adalbites destroyed her family. Once upon a time, they were equal. We see a magnificent blue castle and an equally grandiose pink structure. The girl is said to be referring to the Grand Duchy of Malf with the element of ice and the royal family of Adalbite with the element of fire. At that time, these two houses were holding each other back, dividing the world of magic into two. We see Bayonne and Aiselle. Then, the two geniuses whose names we just heard were born. The girl is holding her hand. She thought she was chosen then, but in her current state, she is not sure she can take revenge on the Adalbites. A guy appears near Aiselle. He asks if the girl is alone. She looks at him sadly and asks what the young man wants. It turns out that Cial approached her. The guy smiles. He raises his left hand and suggests forming a team. Bayonne looks at what is happening near her in surprise. We see the girl's eyes up close. She recognizes the hero. Bayonne does not understand why he approached this girl. Aiselle asks again, surprised, what the guy said about the team. Cial looks at her and says that there is no minimum limit on the number of participants, so you can create a team of 2 people and get a bonus for it. Aiselle asks if the guy has gone crazy. How will the two of them cope with a monster of the third danger level? We see the girl's right eye. The guy, smiling, asks her to decide whether she agrees or not. Aiselle stands with a surprised expression on her face. She closes her eyes. Finally, she says that she has no one else to cooperate with anyway, so she will agree. Smiling, Xiao walks away. He says that he will go hand in the team list. Aiselle watches him go. We see someone's legs, and now Aiselle's huge eyes. Bion approaches the girl and looks at her with displeasure. Aiselle says that the blonde should not interfere. If she is afraid to compete with her, then let her say so. Bion wonders what kind of nonsense she just heard. Looking at her competitor, the girl says that she should just behave decently since a pig like her is so incredibly lucky. Aiselle looks at the girl in amazement. Bion turns around abruptly. Aiselle presses a clenched fist to her chest. She realizes that the blonde is not afraid of her abilities, but of what Xiao will do to her. We see the displeased face of the blonde. Now we see her shoes. The girl thinks that Aiselle really pisses her off. Does this fool really think that the princess will lose to this loser if this plebeian is next to her? Bion looks around herself. She thinks that she can handle it even with the help of a team of hangers-on, but it would be most advantageous to attract a knight who is considered the best of the best. A young man is standing by the window. It is Xiang, and he is looking at someone. Bion approaches the guy. He greets the princess and asks what is going on. The girl asks if he already has a team. Xiang replies that he doesn't need one. He wanted to do everything alone. Bion asks if the guy wants to form a team with her. Xiang asks why he wants to, smiling. Bion says that Xiao and Aiselle have formed a team. We see the young man's huge eyes. The interlocutors are looking at someone. Bion says that she doesn't think those two will go after a mid-level monster. Most likely, their prey will be a mid-large special monster. Xiao and Aiselle are having a nice conversation not far from them. Bion looks at Xiang and asks again how about forming a team. The young man looks at the competitors and remains silent. A smile appears on his face. The guy says that everything is clear to him and it would be fun to compete with Xiao at least once. Bion smiles and says that they have an agreement. We see her right eye. In front of us are Xiao and Aiselle. Xiang thinks that this time he will surpass them in all respects. The blonde and Xiang do not take their eyes off their competitors. We see a building with a huge dome and many spires. It is reported that after 4 days of preparation, the task has begun. A huge purple monster appears in front of the hero. The students stand in front of the huge purple monster. Manhwa, who is holding a white tablet, announces that the exam to evaluate the abilities of classes and S will now begin. We see a magical formation around 2 students. Someone is fighting a huge tree. We hear lines, in particular, that the 16th group chose a Mugrika. It is quite easy to defeat an average monster of this type. Flame warms up her hands. The girl raises her right hand in a glove. She thinks that everything is fine, and she has prepared quite well for this day. The option to earn bonus points for using elements opposite to a monster's attributes against it is beyond her capabilities, as is fighting a medium-large special monster, but defeating a level 3 monster alone can earn the most points. We see the scary purple monster again. The girl thinks that on average, it takes 5 first-class mages to defeat an average level 1 monster, and if you add compatibility, experience, and the surrounding conditions, you can handle monsters several levels higher than that. We see the unfolding clash of different elements. The girl thinks with her eyes closed. She thinks that as a light mage with almost 0 compatibility, she doesn't have much of a choice. We see the girl's eyes, but be that as it may, she hopes that Aiselle can handle it. We see the girl Flame is thinking about. In the original story, Aiselle was unable to form a team because of Bion, and so received the lowest score. Flame even thought about inviting her to join her. However, now the girl sees that Aiselle has formed a team with the hero. Xiao, rubbing the back of his head, approaches Aiselle. He apologizes and says that he needed to go to the restroom. Flame thinks that since the hero is with her, the girl's story will turn out for the better. Aiselle looks thoughtfully at her classmates. We see strange splashes and a dark silhouette. Someone praises group number 16 for their good work. Group number 17 is to take up the matter next. We see 3 students. Flame loudly exclaims that it is her turn now. The girl passes by Xiao and Aiselle. The hero tries not to look at Flame passing by. The girl steps on her own shoelace. She trips and flies forward. The hero grabs her by the collar. Xiao saves the girl from falling. The guy looks at her in fear. Flame's gaze is also confused. We see her shoes again with one untied lace. Flame turns to the hero and thanks him. He says that instead of thanking him, the girl would do better to tie her shoelaces. Flame looks at her shoes and understands that the guy is absolutely right. The girl remembers that Jackie offered to tie her shoelaces. Flame thinks that she really did tie them for her and everything was fine. The girl is very grateful to the young man, who actually saved her from shame. The hero asks if he needs to help the girl with the shoelaces. She says that she can do it herself. We see her shoes with the laces already tied. Flame, who is holding a staff with both hands, is ready for battle. Someone asks if she is really going to fight alone. It follows that this is really so. Judging by the expression on her face, the girl is determined. The question is again asked whether she is going to defeat this creature alone. We see that a huge boar with terrifying fangs is standing in front of Flame. One of the observers says that it does not have any special attributes, so there is no point in hitting it with the opposite ones. Flame stares at the enemy. His red eyes glow angrily. It is reported that the evaluation of the abilities of the 17th group has begun. With a deafening roar, the monster rushes at the girl. The monster looks terrifying. One of the commentators notes that the boar rushed at the girl as if he was mad. What can she do to him alone? Flame uses the skill Flowers Whispering in the Wind. The girl resolutely looks at the approaching monster. In front of us is something green and long. Streams of this color pierce the boar's back. The monster roars deafeningly, raising its head up. Flame uses the skill Modify Matter. White crystals appear in front of the monster. The huge monster trembles, it seems ready to fall to the ground. Flame looks menacingly at the enemy and thinks that she is not finished yet. Yellow magical formations appear above her head. The boar is entangled in branches, it roars deafeningly. There is a bright flash above the branches. The figure of the monster begins to blur. Its huge mouth with sharp teeth approaches the girl. We see a powerful beam of yellow light. It either comes from the monster's mouth or hits it. Flame is visible inside the circle. The girl looks at her enemy. It looks like he fell at her feet. The observers standing on the balcony watch Flame's performance. Someone says that she is not to be trifled with. One of the guys says that his squad, which consisted of 5 people, could not cope with a mid-level monster. Another student asks who she is. Tired but satisfied, Flame leaves the site. She thinks that she finally did it. The girl looks at someone whose leg we can see. Flame seems surprised. She asks herself if she imagined it. The next participants are called to the site. Judging by their legs, they are a guy and a girl. It is reported that the assessment of the abilities of group number 31 has begun. This is Bion and Xiang. In front of us are Bion and Xiang. Flame, with his arms folded, listens to the students' remarks. One of them shouts that there is a princess in front of them. One of the girls wishes her luck. Flame looks at the pair carefully. She does not understand why Bion is working with Xiang and not with someone from his gang. In the original story, these two never crossed paths at all. They are a strange company now. We see white streams on a green background. Now in front of us is half of the mouth of a green monster. We also see part of its arm. A giant green monster towers over Bion and Xiang. Someone recognizes it as a fishman. One of the students screams in fear that this is a special mid-level monster. Finding such a rare monster just to fight it is simply amazing. However, it is hard to expect anything else from a princess. Flame looks thoughtful. She understands that this is not just some special mid-level monster. We see rocks with lightning flashing above them. The girl thinks that Bion and Xiang's attributes include fire, earth, and lightning. The fishman is a water elemental monster that is strong against fire. In addition, it can also fly. We see the creepy glowing eyes of this monster. Flame knows that this monster is the complete opposite of not only Bion, but also Xiang. The girl from the balcony carefully watches what is happening in front of her. She understands that this pair is going to fight a monster against which everyone else has failed. Moreover, she has given up on elemental superiority. The guys want to get the highest marks. However, they can only achieve them if they succeed. Blue wings are visible behind the green fishman. The monster hangs over the two students. The monster opens its huge mouth and roars deafeningly. Bion and Xiang, smiling, look at the enemy. The girl says that it's time to begin. The guy agrees with the princess. We see the fighter's legs. The observers standing on the balcony discuss what they see. Someone asks in surprise what this team is going to do. Another says that he expected these two to immediately attack the monster. Xiang stands behind Bion. One of the commentators notices in surprise that the swordsman has stood behind the magician. Xiang smiles. He jumps up, leaving the girl alone. A small dagger is visible in the hand of the young man hanging in the air. In front of us are Chulk Wang and Dion. The guy notes that for a first-year student this is a very decent power jump. The girl says that, nevertheless, it is not enough to reach the fishman, and another power jump will not work in the air. The monster looks at its opponent in surprise. Dion does not understand what Xiang is thinking. He is smiling, holding a glowing dagger in his hands. We see stones flying into the air. Xiang stands on one of them and flies up on a powerful stream of yellow flame. It turns out that Bion has given a boost to her ally, who is now hanging over the head of their common enemy. Chulk Wang and Dion look at what is happening in front of them in awe. Dion looks up, holding her staff in front of her. Her eyes are very serious. Someone says that this can't be. We see a close-up of the guy's face. Xiang uses the skill Giant Strike. A huge ghostly structure is visible at the end of his weapon. It looks like the monster is simply smashed into the ground. We see obvious damage on its green body. Xiang raises his sword above his head. In front of us is a blurry structure resembling a rock. and indeed, it looks like the monster is being crushed by huge rocks. The fishman opens his toothy mouth. We see the yellow eye of this monster. The monster roars deafeningly. Xiang looks at his opponent and notices that he freed himself without any problems. However, the young man has a smile on his face. He understands that this will not change anything since the princess has finished casting the spell. We see the girl's pink hair. Bion is surrounded by powerful streams of energy. A powerful beam hits the monster. The observers look in amazement at what is happening before their eyes. The fishman seems to simply dissolve into thin air. He screams shrilly. Someone says that the monster is in agony, and this is despite the strong resistance of this type of monster to fire. Bion and Xiang look very impressive. The young man, smiling, declares that this is the end. The monster standing in front of the students flies apart into many black pieces. Only a terrible black cloud remains in the sky. One of the commentators notes that everything is over and the monster was never able to carry out an attack. We see the amazed faces of the students. One of the young people says that the first-year students this year are some kind of crazy. The girl standing next to him remarks that they should be able to reach the level of that guy from class S. This is exactly what you would expect from geniuses. We see Bion and Xiang. A smile appears on the usually gloomy girl's face. She mentally addresses the hero and realizes that no matter what monster he chooses, he will not be able to surpass the result that she showed. Bion looks at someone. We see a smile on her face. The girl is sincerely confident that she will win this time. We see Saul and Aiselle. The hero calmly asks to summon 5 monsters of the same level for them. Bion looks shocked. 2 students are talking to each other. The guy asks if he misheard what he heard. The girl standing next to him states that 5 people can barely cope with 1 mid-level monster, and these 2 want to go against 5 such monsters. We see Saul and Aiselle. Someone says they've heard all sorts of things about the guy, but it seems like he really is some kind of crazy person. We see the face of a young man who was just called crazy. Black silhouettes are visible on a green background. Some sounds are heard next to them. Scary outlines of monsters appear around Saul and Aiselle. Someone declares that the summoning is complete. In front of us is a young man with glasses. He is very surprised. It is reported that he is a monster researcher named Vichin. He sees a horned toad and declares that it is Heimeradon. Next comes a sand-maned black bull. We see 2 more monsters. The expert reports that they are Kaiden and Nami's slime. The final monster is a sensitive bat. The researcher admits that this is an incredible combination. Bion looks at Xiang and asks him if he understood anything. The young man smiles. He declares that he is very curious about what Saul is planning. The boy is eagerly awaiting the start of the battle. The hero and his ally are standing inside the circle. Hanwall asks the boy's permission to ask one question. Who made this selection of monsters? The hero honestly admits that it was he himself. The boy and the girl are surrounded by huge monsters. Hanwall says that the boy is a knight, so he can get points even in such an extreme situation. But magicians cannot do this. The teacher thinks that this strategy is too cruel to the bishop. Xiao smiles and says that this is not true. The boy looks at the teacher and says that this strategy was thought out specifically for the bishop. Hanwall looks at his student with distrust. He says that he will take his word for it. The teacher says that in this case the team can begin. The monsters hang over the fighters. Xiao asks if the girl still has everything in place. She confirms. The hero asks to just trust him. Aiselle replies that she is already tired of hearing this. The boy says that he trusts his ally. The girl does not even look at him. She sighs heavily. Aiselle really can't understand what's going on in her ally's head. Xiao and Aiselle walk through the dark forest. It seems that the girl is in no mood at all. She wants to say something, and realizing this, the guy turns to her. Aiselle stops and sadly asks why Xiao chose her. A knight with such abilities could have taken any other partner. The hero thoughtfully rubs his chin. The girl prepared to listen to him. The young man says that she is right, and there are many incredibly talented students here. No mage can compare to Bion in terms of spell power. Also, no one can reach the level of flame. Xiang is generally the strongest among the first-year students, and that says it all. Shin Hwa Rion and Adalin are good at hand-to-hand combat and would also do well. We see the legs of the 2 young men. The girl asks why he chose her. The hero turns away from her and says that he still thought it would be better to form a team with her. Smiling, he looks over his shoulder at the girl and says that's all. The guy suggests going further. He says that it would be nice to find a Kaiden this time. Aiselle looks at her companion with wide eyes. It is clear from the girl's face that she is experiencing very strong feelings. Aiselle holds the staff with both hands. Her eyes are closed. She still does not understand what the young man meant, but there must be a reason why he chose her. In this case, she is going to justify this choice. We see the girl's legs. Aiselle emits streams of white energy around herself. The 2 guys who are watching what is happening from the balcony determine that ephemeral resonance is being used. Some say it's amazing. This phenomenon only occurs when a mage of the 6th rank or higher completely goes into the subconscious world. At the moment of maximum concentration, a countercurrent phenomenon can occur, releasing all of the mana. Aiselle floats in the air with her eyes closed. Someone exclaims in surprise that a first-year student is doing all of this. The hero looks back at his ally and thinks that she really deserves the title of Mistress of Winter. We see the lower part of the young man's face. He thinks it's time to begin. The battle plan for 2 against 5 mid-level monsters is prepared. The young man looks up, smiling. He lifts off the ground. The hero uses the blank skill. Ciel raises his sword to strike the frog. His weapon seems to hit the target. We see a close-up of the hero's face. The toad's body is ripped open, blood is gushing out. The blow landed on the front part of Heimeraden's body. Ciel looks at his opponent and realizes that he has temporarily incapacitated him. Now it's the turn of the sand-maned black bull. We see the red eye of the monster that the young man mentioned. The toad sticks out its long tongue and makes loud sounds. The bull looks at the enemy furiously. It seems that tears are flowing from Heimeraden's eyes. It seems that the bull is ready to rush at the young people. Ciel looks at the enemies appraisingly. He understands that everything is going as he actually planned. In front of us is a black monster with a red eye. Now we see blue slime. And finally, 3 more ghostly monsters. Ciel thinks that the method of fighting 5 mid-level monsters at the same time is to provoke a situation where they kill each other. The students watching the battle cannot believe what is happening. We see the bird's beak wide open. Someone shouts loudly that the monsters are attacking each other. The hero smiles calmly. He thinks that everything is going according to plan. We see the face of the young man. Playing enemies against each other is also called the borrowed knife strategy, when you don't have to waste your own strength, but can borrow someone else's knife to defeat the enemy. Veterans of the Aiselle World game once thought about how to finish off a bunch of monsters with a small team, and after numerous tests, they developed a method that consisted of using the attributes and features of monsters against them. We see the hero striking a toad. Ciel first attacks Heimeraden. After receiving damage, the horn on his head turns red. The hero remembers how this looked in battle a little earlier. This causes instinctive aggression in the bull. The black monster attacks the irritant. In front of us is a part of the body of a ruminant. An agitated black bull throws sand around itself. We see a blue monster. This sand gets on Nami's slime. In front of us is the distorted face of the just named monster with indignation. The monster begins to create a huge amount of water to prevent itself from drying out. We see the process just described unfold. Waves splash beneath the young man's feet. Ciel thinks everything is perfect. He and Heimeraden are not flooded thanks to the barrier of the examination area. A bird appears behind the boy. It opens its beak wide. The heroes think that the kaiden, having sensed the moisture, begins to scream at the level of the 7th octave, if not higher. The bird lands on the water. Now we see a bat. The bat with its sensitive hearing is the last to join the fight. We see how the named monster attacks the kaiden. He has a very hard time. In front of us is the distorted face of Nami's slime. The 2 monsters meet each other in battle. Now we see a confrontation between a bird and a bat. The feathered and the bat do not spare each other at all. The teachers, watching the battle, are animatedly discussing what is happening. One of them says that the monsters don't get along with each other at all. The woman, thoughtfully rubbing her chin, says that this boy has a great understanding of the characteristics of the chosen monsters. This tactic would never have occurred to her, even though she took a course in monster studies. What she sees is simply amazing. In front of us is another pair of teachers. The woman with yellow hair says that she admires Aiselle Malf's concentration the most. In the midst of all this chaos, she is focused and her mana is stable. We see what the girl she is talking about looks like now. Ciel, sword in hand, stands in front of his ally. The teacher says that Aiselle truly trusts her knight. The hero looks to his left. He sees a kaiden appear above the girl's head. The boy uses his blink skill and appears next to the bird. Kaiden takes a hit and falls behind Aiselle. The boy and the girl fight the enemies, covering each other's backs. We see the young man's eye. A powerful explosion occurs above the girl's head. Aiselle does not even think to be distracted by this irritant. Ciel appears in front of her and covers her once again. Xiang calls out to the princess standing next to him. She asks what the young man wanted to say. The guy smiles. He says that he wants to ask her about the hero. Is Ciel, in her opinion, the ideal knight? Amazement appears in the girl's eyes. We see how desperately the hero is trying to protect his ally. Xiang declares that the guy is the knight who protects his princess. Aiselle is shown in light, and Ciel is only a shadow. A bright magical formation appears next to the girl. The sky is cut with light stripes. Aiselle, who has covered her eyes, can see a trace of a drop falling into the water above her head. The girl opens her eyes. It is reported that she is using the crystal flower skill. We see a blue crystal. Now Aiselle is surrounded by a huge number of such objects. The observers standing on the balcony look at this miracle in amazement. One of the girls presses her fist to her chest in admiration. She says it's incredibly beautiful. A magnificent crystal flower blooms above the bat's head. We see it up close. Aiselle opens her mouth and says the word shattered. The flower shatters in all directions. The shards fly at the monsters, who scream piercingly. The shelling continues. The girl looks tiny compared to the monsters. One of the observers asks if it's really over. It's not like those two students could have defeated 5 mid-level monsters with just the 2 of them. Someone notices that the battle is actually still going on. We see that at least Kaiden is still alive. We see blue crystals now. We see the red eye of an enraged bull. The bat is still intact, too. Someone shouts loudly that the monsters have come to their senses. We see 2 teachers. One of them says that, unfortunately, the students were unable to finish the job. Richin sadly says that he is very sorry. However, even what those 2 showed is enough to get the highest marks. In front of us is a hand with spread fingers. A yellow sphere appears above Aiselle's head, emitting energy. Someone notices the incredibly intense flow of mana. We see the girl's face. She says the word strike. Aiselle, standing in the middle of the circle, seems tiny compared to the monsters she is fighting. A very powerful flash occurs above her head. Electricity discharges are visible in the air. We see a vague but spectacular picture which seems to indicate the defeat of the monsters. Aiselle, around whom lightning discharges continue to sparkle, looks somewhere in surprise. We see a close-up of the girl's face. She is amazed that this is her magic. The girl cannot believe that she is capable of something like this. Aiselle stands in the middle of the sparkling yellow discharges with a puzzled look. She thinks that everything happened exactly as the hero said. We see the lower part of the girl's face. She remembers her conversation with Xiao. The girl then asked if the hero really wanted to fight 5 monsters at once. Her face was filled with amazement. She asked the young man if he had gone crazy. The hero replied that he had not. Smiling, the guy said that the girl could do anything because he believed in her. Xiao says that she must believe in him, or rather in his belief in her. Aiselle looks at the boy with wide open eyes. We see a clenched fist. The girl thinks that until now she had nothing. In particular, there was no faith in her destiny. There was also no person who would support her and acknowledge her path. Aiselle stands with her hands covering her face. The girl takes her hands away from her face. She sees the hero moving away from her. In front of us is the back of the young man's head. We see the girl's legs. Aiselle thinks that everything has changed. Now she is setting off on a journey. The hero, walking forward, seems to illuminate the space with himself, and Aiselle really thinks that he is her guiding star. She will no longer have to wander in the dark. Someone says that the assessment of the 32nd group's abilities is over. Aiselle is standing in the middle of the circle. She has a completely happy expression on her face. Xiao goes down, controlling his fall with the help of his sword. He thinks that he almost got hit. In his opinion, the girl should have warned him first and then cast the spell. Here is a table of the results of the trial exam. First place went to group 32, which included Xiao and Aiselle with 199 points. In second place was group 31 with 137 points, consisting of Xiang and Bion. The members of the second group are looking at a document hanging on the wall. Bion cannot take his eyes off the information about first and second place. The girl states that they were surpassed in all respects. The blonde lowers her eyes. She says that if they lost even after defeating 2 special mid-level monsters, which did not even match their attributes, then they should admit defeat. Xiang, smiling, states that his ally came to terms with it faster than he thought. Here are multicolored stars. The girl asks the guy to shut up. Bion looks at the young man standing next to her. She thinks about what would have happened if Xiao had been her knight. She imagines the hero next to Xiang. We see the girl's hand. She thinks that maybe then she too could show magic on the level of Aiselle. Bion does not understand why this plebeian is so clinging to Aiselle. We see a knight kneeling on one knee. It becomes clear that Bion imagines him standing in front of the throne on which she sits in all her glory. The princess thinks that if there is an ideal knight in this world, it would be logical for him to serve her, the one who will become the most exemplary queen. The girl twists her mouth angrily. She looks ahead with a detached look. Bion's gaze is focused on the result that was shown by the winners. She thinks that she would be lying to herself if she said that she resigned herself to this. She promises herself that she will never agree to this. She will not even be able to understand it. Bion understands that she needs to know more about the hero. The girl walks away from the stand with the competition results. We see her face in close-up. In front of her stands a girl we don't know yet. However, Bion understands that it is Saren Orkin. In front of us is a brunette with a very serious face. Bion, without looking into the girl's eyes, walks past her. She thinks that she came to gloat when she heard that the princess lost to a team consisting of a commoner and a traitor. Saren Orkin really pisses Bion off. The girl that the princess is thinking about remains standing behind the column. She looks back at Bion, who just passed by her. We see the lower part of this girl's face. She says that the blonde still needs to study and study. Flame is sitting at a table in the library. She is writing something in a notebook. The girl's gaze is thoughtful. She cannot believe that Aiselle mastered the crystal flower so early. Aiselle stands with her staff raised. Flame thinks that the crystal flower became the girl's signature spell as soon as she believed in herself in the distant future. But that happened after she had gone through fire, water, and copper pipes. In the original, Aiselle should be falling lower and lower at this point in time. A pencil writes something on a paper. We see the hero's back. Flame thinks that Aiselle nevertheless showed the crystal flower in front of everyone. It must have happened only because of the hero. In the novel, Xiang and Aiselle confess their feelings for each other while the world around them collapses. We see how it should have happened. But what if there is another plot that Flame does not know about? The girl imagines the hero looking at Aiselle and Xiang hugging. She thinks that a side character, like Xiao, could have fallen in love with Aiselle, and at the moment of disaster, he could have decided to regress instead of Xiang. The girl imagines a young man in the middle of a collapsing world. Propping his head on his hand, Flame looks to his left. In front of us are the bookshelves of the library. The girl imagines how this regression allows the hero to create a world in which his beloved survives, even if she does not remember him later. Flame tries to understand if Xiao will really have no regrets in this case. The girl looks very thoughtful. She thinks that the guy's love must be so strong that he will decide to turn back time at the cost of his own existence in this world. The girl tries to understand what the young man must feel. In front of us is the hero, who folded his arms across his chest. A notification appears that the 5th episode, Trial Exam, has been completed. Xiao learns that he has gained a significant amount of experience. Another notification: since you have successfully managed to advance the story in a fantastic direction, the Constellation Project offers you an additional reward. Xiao, who for some reason seems dissatisfied, thinks about what to choose this time. We see the hero's left eye. He thinks that he has already strengthened his skills enough, so he needs to prepare for the next episode. The guy says he's choosing the item Ephemel's key. He looks up with a serious expression. The system reports that the search is complete. A reward is issued. We see the key that Saul requested. The hero is pleased. We see a huge glowing tree. It is reported that Ephemel's key, although not reaching the level of an ancient relic, is still one of the super rare items available only to top players. This key gives access to the place where deities exist. Xiao thoughtfully rubs his chin. He thinks that it would be nice to use this item. He just needs to ask for time off from the academy. However, getting permission to take a day off has become more difficult after the incident with the necromancer. The hero thinks about how to solve this problem. Judging by the expression in his eyes, a solution has been found. These are mugs. In front of us is the academy building. We see a piece of paper with something written on it. It's a pretty funny text about growing up. The hero says that when he was a child, his family didn't have any money. Like everyone else, they didn't go to restaurants. When his mother was not at home, he would make himself instant noodles. But he quickly got tired of them and yelled at his mother, demanding normal food. The hero made her take out the stash she was hiding so that they could go to a Chinese restaurant and order changjinyeon. The hero was very happy, but for some reason his mother did not eat anything. She said that she did not like Chinese food. Xiao stretches with satisfaction. He says that he thinks he has finished with the essay. The young man smiles. He thinks that now he can go look for a club based on his interests. Xiao is standing in front of the notice board. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, he tries to figure out which club would suit his goals. There are many interesting notices on the board. Someone invites him to a runic calligraphy club, after which they can go to university together. They also invite him to a spiritual chess club and traditional magic games. Naturally, there is also a book club. The hero thinks that not every club of this kind gives permission to work outside the academy, so he needs to think carefully. We see the hero's left eye. Aiselle appears next to him. The hero asks her if she also wants to enroll in the club. Has she really not done so yet? Aiselle looks at the guy in bewilderment and says that there is nothing strange about it. The friends talk. Xiao expresses confidence that many clubs will want to drag her into theirs. Aiselle asks if the hero has forgotten who she is. He replies that he understands perfectly well that this is Aiselle in front of him, and that she has become very popular in recent days. The girl says that this is not the whole truth. The young man looks at her with sympathy. He thinks that after the trial exam, people's opinions about Aiselle have changed a lot, and she must understand this better than anyone. The girl yawns. The hero, meanwhile, understands that he still needs to choose a club very carefully. The young men are discussing something, standing in front of the notice board, and another guy appears behind them. Xiang approaches the hero and puts his hand on his shoulder. Xiao throws his hand off. He does not understand what this young man wants from him. He laughs, calling the hero untouchable. Xiang says that he liked their performance yesterday at the mock exam. He also heard that the hero recently successfully fought a necromancer. Xiao looks down, puts his hand on his shoulder and mutters that he himself does not understand how it happened. Xiang, smiling, looks at the young man. We see the hero's eye. Xiang looks at the guy strangely and declares that he has a unique way of thinking. Xiao looks at his interlocutor in surprise. At first, he does not answer. We see 3 academy students. The hero collects his thoughts and declares that he is a commoner, and the interlocutor knows this, so he constantly has to try harder than others, including on weekends. Xiang says that he understands everything. The guy, unlike him, spends his time usefully. The hero asks the interlocutor what he does on the weekends. Xiang at first asks again in surprise, and then answers that he does homework. Aiselle and Xiao look at him in surprise. The hero angrily declares that he asked only out of politeness, but Xiang also answered purely for decency. Xiang smiles and raises his hand. The guy says that he really does his homework. He studies and also practices. Xiao looks at his interlocutor in surprise. He says that he doesn't look like a diligent student. Xiang smiles. He replies that it was like that not long ago, but recently he has started studying hard. Xiao frowns at the young man. He understands that Xiang should have started working hard much later, so why is he doing it now? Xiang says that it's all because of the practical lesson. Aiselle looks at him in surprise and asks again. We see a fight scene where a huge bird head fell between the 2 opponents. Xiang says that if this lady hadn't suddenly appeared, he probably would have been in trouble. The girl asks not to call her that. The hero looks down sadly. He thinks about how in the original novel Xiang and Flame should have easily defeated Ryong. However, due to the hero's actions, Flame was delayed. The guy remembers how he talked to the girl. Now we see a fight scene between 2 students. Xiao thinks that this is why his interlocutor had to face Ryong alone. Maybe that is why he, too, has changed strangely before his time. Xiao rubs his chin thoughtfully. He thinks that everything is probably for the best. At this rate, both Ryong and Xiang will try much harder. We see the young men he is thinking about surrounded by sheets of paper covered in writing. Unlike Xiao, the progress of this couple should have a positive effect on getting a happy ending. We see the notice board again. Xiang asks if Xiao hasn't joined any clubs yet, since so much time has passed since he joined. The hero replies that he was busy. Xiang, smiling, raises his index finger. He invites the young man to join his club. The hero replies that he will think about it if the conditions suit him. Xiang asks which club exactly the young man wants to join. We see the students talking. Xiao states that he does not want many people there, and especially personal meetings. He wants the basic types of insurance to be covered, and also wants cutlets with cheese for lunch. The club must respect his personal time. And most importantly, there must be permission to be active outside the academy. Aiselle and Xiang look at the hero in surprise. It seems to them that his demands are too high. The girl looks at the young man and asks where he is going to find such a club and what are basic types of insurance. Xiao thinks that, obviously, such a circle cannot exist in nature and he was just joking. Xiang states that if the hero wants. Xiao and Aiselle look at him in amazement. The young man smiles and continues his thought. He says that he is ready to create exactly this kind of club for the young man. Xiao asks again in amazement. All 3 continue to stand in front of the notice board. The hero clarifies whether Xiang is really ready to create a club for special trips. He answers the question in the affirmative. We see the hero's right eye. The guy thinks that with the connections his interlocutor has, all this is possible. Xiao, folding his arms across his chest, looks at Xiang. He asks what benefit he will get from this. The guy says that everything is very simple. Xiang, smiling, looks at the hero and says that he is special. Xiao, with a drop of sweat running down his cheek, says that he does not understand what the young man is talking about. We see the lower part of the hero's face. He has just remembered one of the main problems of his interlocutor. Xiang is incredibly lonely. Xiao agrees to create a circle, even if he is somehow extremely special. Xiang, smiling, asks if the hero really agrees to this. Xiao points to the girl standing next to him and says yes, but only on the condition that she will also be with them. Aiselle asks again in surprise. Xiao stands there with a satisfied look. He thinks that since in the original these 2 were inseparable, then now Aiselle can help improve the psyche of the local genius. Xiang happily shouts that he will welcome a beauty like Lady Aiselle with open arms. The girl angrily warns him to stop calling her lady because it irritates her. The hero modestly remains silent. He hopes that everything will be for the best. Xiang asks what they will do. Is the club working or not? Xiao looks at him and says that he already has one idea. In front of us is a piece of paper covered with writing. This is the club registration form. Name, Delicious Eaters Club. Leader BQ Xiao. Members, Ma Yuxiang, Aiselle. Objective, research delicious restaurants. 3 students are sitting at a table. Aiselle expresses doubt that this will work. If they want to get a seal allowing special activities, the leader must be a teacher and there must be at least 4 of them. Xiang, smiling, declares that he will deal with the participants in the seal, but there may be problems with the teacher. The hero wonders why this is so, because Xiang can even get permission for a special day off. The young man closes his eyes and says that it is all connected with the fact that all the teachers are real trash. The hero asks again in bewilderment. Xiang gets up from his seat and, taking a piece of paper, is about to leave. He says that he is going to get a stamp. Xiao replies that he agrees and leaves the decision of this issue to his friend. The hero watches the guy leaving. He thinks that not everyone can give a stamp for special activities, and in any case, it will be one of those bastards. We see a majestic building. It is reported that this is the first main tower. A heroine is holding a magnificent vase in his hands. It is reported that we are in the office of the deputy director. The heroine looks at someone in surprise. A student enters the room with a piece of paper in his hands. The man exclaims in surprise, after which he greets the young gentleman. Xiang greets his grandfather. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.